of national flags and they're taking selfies in front of these buildings, showing their patriotism. But each and everyone here in chorus say only one thing, and that is Gotha go home, Gotha go Gama. That way the protest is still continuing. There are still confusions about what's going to happen because tomorrow is D-Day for the president, who said that he will resign on 13th of July. People here believe that he is going to resign. They say that they have exerted as much as pressure as possible, but they also claim that they are determined not to leave this area until the president resigns. And the other politicians here and the government officers have stated that 15th July, 20th July, these are the important dates by which the parliament will go ahead and choose another president to make sure the government works. But these institutions, which are the center of government power and function, is not able to function properly because of the protesters being here. However, the protesters have also made sure that the basic amenities go ahead, and that's the reason they are not storming important areas the government functions happen. But this hall in particular, it seems to be a symbolism, and that's the reason protesters are here, and they're also inviting the public to come over and visit the place.
Right, Pramod, you know, what you're showing us is unprecedented. Civilians out there on the streets still holding up outside the presidential palace and continuing their agitation. Thanks for the moment for joining us with that ground report. So like I said, for 4 days now, we've been seeing these kind of unprecedented scenes, these protests happening across Sri Lanka, and the anger isn't dying down. We've been seeing those images coming in of civilians, protesters entering the presidential palace, working out in the gym, cooling off in the pool, and essentially sending across a message to the entire world that they want Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Ranil Wickremesinghe to go.
These images symbolize the fall from grace of the Lankan regime. Protesters romping, wrestling on the personal bed of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. After barging inside with no security force present to challenge them.
After winning the elections as a president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa spent all his tenure here at his house, and this is his master bedroom. That's the bed which Gotabaya Rajapaksa used, and this is a huge area, around 400 square feet. This is the presidential bed. Of course, you can see the protesters and the local Sri Lankan people are now really having fun on that.
Similar fate awaited the lavish four-poster bed of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. A group of protesters were seen lying on this bed.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm sleeping in your bed.
The protesters were also seen taking turns to sit on the president's chair, clicking selfies and queuing up for their turn. Protesters also tried their hand at the board games inside the halls of the presidential mansion. Some were seen even playing the piano placed as a showpiece at the presidential house. While others flocked to the presidential gymnasium using the exercise machines and working out at the gym reserved for the President Gotabaya and his family. Some were seen enjoying the delicacies at the president's kitchen, even helping themselves to cook inside. Diving into the swimming pool of the president. Lazing around in an afternoon sun in the water. Strolling in the lavish parks and the forecourt of the presidential house.
The protesters, those who barged in the presidential palace in Colombo, the most images that were talked about globally was seen here at this swimming pool, the presidential swimming pool in Colombo, where huge number of the protesters were seen enjoying the pool. Of course, the water has totally changed its color, and still you can see few of these protesters enjoying at the poolside, enjoying the gym, enjoying the presidential complex.
The protesters clearly declared the presidential palace as a public property, the graffiti here saying it is open for all. Many others ransacked the president's residence, even spending a night inside. Days after storming the President Palace, Lankans were seen counting cash found in Rajapaksa's house left behind by the fleeing president.
On 9th of July, Sri Lanka saw a major civil protest, and many are still calling it as a revolution. For them, it is definitely a revolution. Thousands and thousands of people gathered and they stormed into various government buildings. In fact, this is a location called as Golf Face, and on the opposite side, there are beautiful beaches, and still there are tents where students have come together, Sri Lankans have come together, and they are protesting against their president, claiming, "Go home, Gotha."
Well, nothing has changed except the deadly violence that we saw last evening. Nothing has changed. The gathering, the crowd that remain continue here at the Gulf Face protests right in front of the Colombo port city. That's right behind me is the President Secretariat, Sri Lanka's most VVIP and highly, securely covered, and that's the Presidential Secretariat, which is now under the captivity of the protesters here. So remember, this is the office of the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
That is not all. A newly wedded couple were seen recording a photo shoot right outside the same presidential palace.
This is Shehan and Dilshan, and they're getting married just a few feet away from the President's Palace, and the gates that were broken by the protesters 2 days ago, and they stormed into, and they are going to start a new life, and they also hope and believe that Sri Lanka will also start a new life.
The Lankan rampage inside the once powerful seats of authority in Colombo signifies the shocking decline in the fate of once supremely influential Rajapaksas. With Shanuka Pereira, Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's shift focus to the Elon Musk versus Twitter saga. Musk has, of course, confirmed that he's abandoning his bid to take over Twitter, and since then, it's led to an all-out war of words. Twitter has threatened to sue him, to which the Tesla CEO has responded saying, "First, give all details about your bots and spam accounts in court."
Elon Musk mocked Twitter's threat to sue him on its own platform on Monday after the world's richest person moved to abandon his $44 billion takeover deal, sending the social media company's shares reeling in early trading. Just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, Musk posted a meme depicting him laughing progressively harder, saying, quote, "They said I couldn't buy Twitter. Then they wouldn't disclose bot info. Now they want to force me to buy Twitter in court. Now they have to disclose bot info in court." The Tesla CEO said he intended to terminate the deal late Friday, claiming Twitter had failed to provide information about fake accounts on the platform and had breached provisions of the merger agreement. People familiar with the matter told Reuters that Twitter is planning to sue Musk as early as this week to force him to complete the takeover. One analyst from Jefferies told Reuters that his firm believes that, quote, "Musk's intentions to terminate the merger are more based on the recent market sell-off than Twitter's failure to comply with his requests." Legal experts say Twitter has a strong case against Musk, but could opt for a renegotiation or settlement instead of a long court fight. The tweets from Musk on Monday, which also included an image of Chuck Norris playing chess, amounted to the billionaire's first public response since announcing his intention to ditch the Twitter deal. Twitter shares were down sharply on Monday, trading between $33 and $34 a share, more than a third off the price of Musk's per-share offer.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on First Up. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be talking about that debate over Virat Kohli, because after a couple days, former pacer Venkatesh Prasad has also batted for Virat to be dropped.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Virat Kohli is under fire over his poor form. Cricket veterans Kapil Dev as well as Venkatesh Prasad now have openly voiced their concerns and have urged the management to drop out-of-form players. But amid all of this backlash, interestingly, skipper Rohit Sharma has jumped in to back Virat Kohli.
And now down the wicket, but he's held it. What a catch that!
The clamour is growing.
Gleeson has two.
The best batsman of his generation is under immense pressure to keep his place in the Indian team. Form and runs have deserted Virat Kohli and now he has started to lose support too. It's been 77 international innings since Virat scored his last century, which came way back in November 2019. But the problem is not just with the centuries, but the runs that have dried up considerably across formats. And also the strike rate at which those runs have been coming, especially in the shorter formats. Now with the T20 World Cup just 3 months away, there is a school of thought that insists that Virat doesn't merit a place in the T20 side. The numbers though paint a different picture, at least in T20 internationals. Since 2021, Virat has played 8 innings in T20Is with an average of over 47 and a modest strike rate of 130.7. But in the 2 IPL seasons in that period, his 29 innings have fetched just 746 runs at an average of 25.72 and a strike rate of 117.7. His numbers in tests and ODIs though are worse and nothing compared to what they were before 2020. Former India skipper Kapil Dev was one of those who think that Virat Kohli doesn't deserve a place in the Indian team. He said, and I quote, "If world number 2 test bowler Ashwin can be dropped from test side, then your number 1 batter can also be dropped. If he isn't performing, you can't continue to keep the youngsters out." Kapil Dev's viewpoint was also endorsed by former India pacer Venkatesh Prasad, who, without taking Virat's name, said in his tweet, "The yardsticks seem to have changed drastically now, where there is rest for being out of form. This is no way for progress. There is so much talent in the country and cannot play on reputation. One of India's greatest match winners, Anil Kumble, sat out on so many occasions, need actions for the larger good." However, these are voices coming from outside the dressing room. What does the team management think of the current situation with regards to Virat Kohli?
ये एक्सपर्ट लोग मुझे पता नहीं कौन है, एक्सपर्ट क्यों बोला जाता है उनको, मुझे वो नहीं समझ में आता है। नहीं, देखिए वो बाहर से गेम देख रहे हैं, उनको पता नहीं अंदर क्या चल रहा है। ये हमेशा हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। जब आप ऐसे कमेंट्स बाहर निकलते हैं तो ये चीज ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि प्लेयर का क्वालिटी कभी खराब नहीं होता, तो उस क्वालिटी को बैक किया जाता है क्योंकि प्लेयर के पास क्वालिटी है और हम वो क्वालिटी देख के प्लेयर को बैक करते हैं। और ये मेरे साथ हुआ है, XYZ के साथ हुआ है, सबके साथ हुआ है, तो उसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है।
For a man who could do nothing wrong on the cricket field just a few years ago, Virat's place in the Indian team has become the biggest talking point now. Surely for what he has achieved for Indian cricket, Virat deserves a long rope. But the question is, when will that rope and patience end? Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of First Up. Stay with us here on India Today. I'll be joining you with the headlines in just a few moments from now from the India Today newsroom.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Valvoline, the original engine oil. Airtel Extreme Fiber, If it's important, blue dot it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita and Gopal. This Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. I'll be getting you all the top stories that we're tracking. Let's begin with the headlines. Right-wing groups call for Bandh over Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals and Sikh Maidan to be designated as a playground. Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly off to Friday. BJP guns for the Hemant Soren government, calls it Muslim appeasement, inquiry ordered. Prime Minister Modi's mega Vikas push in Jharkhand and Bihar. He will inaugurate Deoghar Airport and launch projects worth 16,000 crores. Prime Minister to also perform special aarti at the Baba Baidinath Dham. AAP MP Raghav Chadha appointed as chairman of the Punjab Advisory Committee. Opposition guns for the Bhagwat Mann government, accuses Kejriwal of meddling in state affairs. They dubbed Chadha as the de facto chief minister. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Gujarat knee-deep in deadly deluge. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra. And NASA's most powerful telescope reveals deepest and sharpest infrared view of the distant universe to date. Thousands of galaxies revealed in the image released by US President Joe Biden. Let's begin with news coming in from Bengaluru, where in the last few weeks we've seen a showdown over a ground that's located in the Chamrajpet area of the city. On your screens is the Eidgah Maidan, with right-wing organizations now calling for a bandh, demanding that they be allowed to celebrate Hindu festivals as well in this ground. The ownership of the Eidgah Maidan ran into controversy in June after Hindu organizations sought permission from the Bengaluru civic body, from the BBMP, to hold events on the ground. They demand that the Eidgah Maidan be designated as a playground where everyone can in fact perform any event and hold any activities. A total of 25 Hindu organizations as well as local groups have joined hands now to also wage a legal battle as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Eidgah Maidan. The Karnataka State Board has in fact contested that the 2-acre 10 guntas of land of this Maidan is registered Waqf property. So the Bengaluru civic body, pending a resolution, has clarified that no official permission would be given for any event on the ground. And that's why Hindu organizations are now up in arms. Ahead of the bandh call, heavy security has been deployed at the Eidgah Maidan. The area has been completely cordoned off. Let's take this across to Priyanka Rudrapa. She's joining us live from Bengaluru with more details on this. Priyanka, take us through what's the situation on the ground. We understand security has been beefed up and there are several local groups who've joined these Hindu organizations in backing the bandh call.
Yes, Akshata. Security has been beefed up. Police have been deployed. It looks like there will be a protest at the ground as well. There are people who have gathered to protest. So the bandh has been called by a federation of pro-Hindu trader and resident groups here. They've announced a dawn to dusk bandh, which is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And this is against the BBMP's decision to give up its claim on the 2.1-acre Eidgah Maidan, which has been disputed. So the bandh call has been mainly given by the Chamrajpet Citizens Forum, which claims to have the support of over 20 organizations here. It's been demanding that the BBMP must withdraw its statement that it doesn't own the Eidgah. Remember, BBMP had earlier said that the disputed Eidgah Maidan belongs to the corporation. However, it went back on its word and it said that it doesn't belong to it. The Citizens Forum have also claimed to name have also alleged that they've asked for the ground to be named after Chamrajendra Vadeyar and not to issue the khata to the Karnataka State Board of Awqaf.
Okay, Priyanka, request you to stay on with me as we track what's happening in Bengaluru very closely. Let's switch our focus to another big update that's coming in from Karnataka. So news coming in this morning from Shivamoga of an incident of a Muslim mob attacking a man that's led to, in fact, things getting rather tense. An 18-year-old who's been attacked after he accused this Muslim mob of teasing a girl. This incident occurred in Shivamoga. The 8 men who attacked this 18-year-old, identified as Harsha, are currently absconding. The police are on the lookout for the accused here. Priyanka is still with us for all the details. So on that, Priyanka, what are the details we have right now about the accused and exactly what happened?
Akshita, so it looks like a group of Muslim youth attacked a Hindu man. The attack has been identified as Harsha, an 18-year-old, who's also a member of the Hindu Jagrana Vedike. They allegedly attacked Harsha after he questioned them for teasing a Hindu girl in Shivamoga's Mathura Paradise, near the Mathura Paradise Hotel there. It looks like those who attacked Harsha have been absconding. 6 to 8 people seem to have attacked him. Harsha, meanwhile, has been undergoing treatment at the city's Megan Hospital. It looks like no FIR has been registered and the police are trying to locate those who are absconding at the moment.
Okay, we'll track all the latest updates on that. Thanks for the moment, Priyanka, for joining us this morning. All right, let's move on to some other stories also coming in. There's a massive controversy playing out in Jharkhand over an order for nearly 100 schools to change their weekly offs. Primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are giving weekly offs now on Fridays instead of Sundays to students. So Fridays and Saturday now is their weekly off. Over 100 schools have started taking a Friday weekly off. And why? This new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from the Muslim community to enable them to offer Friday prayers. The people of Bariarpur, one of the villages where this change has been implemented, have however refuted this, insisting that the school has been following Friday offs since its inception. The Friday off system was earlier being followed by Urdu schools. It's now being extended to other schools as well. The BJP objected to the move, calling it Muslim appeasement by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire, the JMM Congress government has now ordered an inquiry.
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर यह छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
देखिए, सरकारी स्कूल है और सरकारी स्कूल सरकारी नियम और कानून से चलना चाहिए। उसमें धर्म, जाति और पंथ के आधार पर नहीं चलना चाहिए। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से कुछ लोग इस प्रकार से फिरका परस्ती लोग हैं जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी जहर डालने का काम करते हैं। जामताड़ा उसका उदाहरण है कि वहां पर रविवार के छुट्टी के बजाय वहां पर शुक्रवार को छुट्टी दी जा रही है बच्चों को और ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कानून सम्मत, नियम सम्मत, धर्म के आधार पर शिक्षा को बांटने का प्रयास नहीं करना चाहिए।
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की। आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Let's take this across to Satyajit Kumar. He's getting us all the latest updates on the story. Satyajit, there's a claim being made by locals here that this is a needless controversy, that since the beginning, since the inception of these schools, they always had Friday offs. Has the government also put forth a similar statement?
Look, HRD Minister is irked over the issue and he has categorically scolded the DEOs, DSEs and BEOs. He had holded a meeting also and he has given a apt clear instruction that a probe should be done in the entire matter. A detailed report should be filed within a time frame of 7 days. He has said this issue is of course serious because only the notified school, the Urdu notified school can keep offs on Friday and they remain open on Sunday. But it has been heard that in minority dominated areas, many non-notified, non-Urdu schools are closing themselves on Friday at their fancy and whims, at their own, and they are opening on Sunday. When this came to the surface, it raked up a controversy. BJP got an opportunity to launch an attack on the state government, and BJP has alleged that this is height of appeasement. Now, after that, we had spoke to the DC Faiz Ahmad. After that, the HRD secretary also said that we are probing into it, and if it is a truth, if the facts come out that this is being done at the fancy and whims of the school, no one would be spared.
Let's see what kind of steps the government also takes here. Thanks, Satyajit, for the moment, for joining us. And interestingly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in Jharkhand today. Slew of programs lined up, largely development projects. But what's also going to be focused on is the grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Deoghar of Jharkhand, where thousands of diyas will be lit to welcome the Prime Minister. He's also going to be performing a special aarti at Deoghar's Baba Baidinath Dham. In Jharkhand, the Prime Minister will inaugurate the much-awaited Deoghar Airport. Remember, he laid the foundation stone for that back in 2018. This airport was built at an expense of over 400 crores and it's the second airport in Jharkhand after Ranchi. Prime Minister Modi will also launch the Deoghar AIIMS that's aimed at increasing the pool of doctors and healthcare workers as well as providing super speciality healthcare. In all, 16,000 crores worth of projects. This is road, rail and infrastructure will be kicked off by the Prime Minister. After Jharkhand, he'll make his way to Bihar, where he'll be participating in the closing ceremony of the Bihar Legislative Assembly centenary celebrations. And let's get to our next report, which focuses on the controversy that became the top focus on World Population Day. And it was around UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's comments. He called for balanced population growth. And some of the comments he made led to a political war of words when he said that one particular section of the population is growing much faster than the others.
Yogi Adityanath has sparked off yet another population control debate. On World Population Day, the UP Chief Minister expressed concern over the rapidly increasing population in India. Yogi blamed the population growth on the prevailing demographic imbalances. He went on to say that a population equilibrium could result in chaos and anarchy.
हर एक उस देश के लिए जहां पे जनसंख्या संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा होती है, जनसांख्यिकीय संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा होती है, रिलीजियस डेमोक्रेसी पर इसका विपरीत असर पड़ता है, फिर वहां पर एक समय के बाद अव्यवस्था और अराजकता जन्म लेने लगती है.
Yogi stoked controversy by commenting that the population of one particular section must be curbed.
ऐसा नहीं कि किसी वर्ग की आबादी बढ़ने की स्पीड उनका प्रतिशत ज्यादा हो और कुछ जो मूल निवासी हो उन लोगों की आबादी के स्त्रीकरण में हम लोग जागरूकता के माध्यम से, इन्फोर्समेंट के माध्यम से उसको नियंत्रित करके जनसंख्या संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा करें।
AIIMS chief Asaduddin Owaisi was quick to hit back, rubbishing any kind of population explosion. Owaisi claimed that India's fertility rate was below replacement level. The government instead must ensure a healthier and productive young population. Another year, another population debate. In 2021, UP government had brought a population control bill that sparked a massive debate. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's move on to the political showdown playing out in Punjab over the Aam Aadmi Party's move of bringing in Raghav Chadha as the head of the Punjab Advisory Committee. The opposition has latched onto this to question the AAP government. AAP MP Raghav Chadha has been appointed as the chairman of the Punjab Advisory Committee, and the opposition has termed this as Raghav being named as Punjab's de facto chief minister. They've also accused Kejriwal of meddling in state affairs and essentially running the Punjab government from the national capital. The Shiromani Akali Dal is leading the charge. They've claimed that setting up such an advisory committee is just an excuse for Kejriwal to rule Punjab and reduce Bhagwat Mann to a rubber stamp chief minister. This is, of course, because of a knowledge sharing agreement that was signed between Kejriwal and Bhagwat Mann back in April 2022. Let's take this across to Manjeet Sehgal, who's joining us live from Chandigarh. Manjeet, any clarification that's come in from the Aam Aadmi Party on why Raghav Chadha has been brought in? The opposition is saying that now he is the de facto chief minister, that it's Arvind Kejriwal who's calling all the shots. And it's not the first time that they've made this kind of an allegation.
Good morning, Akshita. Well, as far as the formation of this committee is concerned, Punjab government has clarified that this committee is temporary in nature and has been formed to look into various demands and affairs pertaining to the public of Punjab. Government says that this committee will be advising the government on various issues that pertain to the people of Punjab who are not happy with the functioning of the previous government. That is why Aam Aadmi Party has been given a huge mandate. On the other, the opposition is also up in arms against the ruling Aam Aadmi Party.
Thanks for the moment. Now, the NCPCR, that's the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, has issued a notice to the Mumbai Police Commissioner directing him to file an FIR against Aditya Thackere for using minors in the Save RA protests. Trouble mounting for Aditya Thackere there, and there's no doubt that this is going to lead to the Shiv Sena claiming that the move is politically motivated. The NCPCR, which takes care and deals with the protection of child rights, has issued a notice to the Mumbai police saying an FIR must be filed against Aditya Thackere over his Save RA protest, in which minors were also present. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. Trouble mounting now for Aditya Thackere. The Shiv Sena has already cried foul over this particular move, questioning the motive behind going ahead and taking such a step. Priyanka Chaturvedi also, in fact, has lashed out in a tweet, and I quote, flashback to when COVID was at its peak in Maharashtra. We saw maskless children carrying BJP flags being asked to protest against the state government, and that time the child rights body was silent. Priyanka Chaturvedi has also gone on to say that those who should be protecting child rights are indulging in partisan politics on the basis of lies. So we'll see how this plays out. For the moment, the NCPCR directing the Mumbai police to file an FIR against Aditya Thackere. Aditya Thackere hasn't so far responded to this particular charge, but he has been a part of the massive protests to save the RA forests. And amid that now, the NCPCR has questioned him over images in which minors were also seen at that protest site. Vidya is joining us with more details on this. Vidya, good morning. Trouble now for Aditya Thackere. The Shiv Sena, of course, is maintaining that all of this is politically motivated. Has there been any comment from Aditya?
The latest allegation that has been levelled. Of course, what we have been speaking to the RA protesters, and they have said that the people, the children who had been part of the protest were not really brought in by the party, but people, the families who were turning up on a Sunday event, they had brought along their children, and they were the ones participating, because even the children felt very, for the entire protest, and they wanted to save.
Vidya, just stay with me. Joining us on this broadcast is Mr. Priyank Kanungo, NCPCR chairperson. Mr. Priyank Kanungo, on what basis have you filed this direction to the Mumbai police? Because the Shiv Sena is saying that on most occasions you haven't acted against the BJP, and here you are pulling up Aditya Thackere.
देखिए, ये आरए मेट्रो शेड के मामले में पहली बार नहीं है कि इसके प्रोटेस्ट में बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। 2.5 साल पहले भी हमारे पास कंप्लेंट आई थी, जिसमें स्कूल से बच्चों को लाए जाने की बात थी, और उस मामले को भी हमने इंक्वायर करवाया था, और उसमें ये पाया गया था कि स्कूल से ऐसा कहा गया कि बच्चों को लेकर के जाना है। रिपीटेडली इस तरीके की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, जब इस प्रकार के प्रोटेस्ट के लिए बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। तो अगर किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को, किसी एक्टिविस्ट ग्रुप को कहीं प्रोटेस्ट करना है, दे आर फ्री टू होल्ड प्रोटेस्ट इन इंडिया, लेकिन बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किसी भी प्रकार के प्रोटेस्ट के लिए किया जाना ये गलत है, और बच्चों का इस प्रकार से उपयोग किए जाने से आयोग को अगर शिकायत मिलेगी तो आयोग डेफिनेटली फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए पुलिस को देगा।
जी, प्रियांक करूंगा जी, द शिव सेना और ये काफ़ी बार बोल चुके हैं कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ऐसे माइनर्स को इस्तेमाल करते हैं प्रोटेस्ट में। वी सीन दिस सेवरल टाइम्स बिफोर, और हमेशा ऐसा है कि एनसीपीसीआर सेलेक्टिवली एक्ट करता है, वही शिवसेना बोल रहे हैं।
शिवसेना ने हमारे पास कब कंप्लेंट किया जिस पर हमने एक्ट नहीं किया, वो हमको बताएं। देखिए, देश में अगर कोई व्यवस्था है तो उस व्यवस्था में आपको विश्वास मानना पड़ेगा। वो हमें कंप्लेंट तो करते नहीं, व्यवस्था में विश्वास मानते नहीं, और उसके बाद इस तरीके की बात करते हैं, तो झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
तो आपका रिस्पांस क्या है कनुंगो जी, जब ऑपोजिशन बोलते हैं कि ये सब पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है, कि एनसीपीसीआर एक कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड एजेंसी है अभी?
देखिए, ये पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज में, वायलेंट प्रोटेस्ट में बच्चों को इस्तेमाल करने के खिलाफ एनसीपीसीआर का स्टैंड हमेशा से रहा है कि हम ऐसा नहीं होने देंगे। शिवसेना बताए कि कब उसने हमारे पास कोई कंप्लेंट की जिस पर सुनवाई नहीं हुई, वो ऐसा तो बताते नहीं है। तो फिर ये इस तरीके के झूठे आरोप लगाना, एक स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी को अगर बदनाम करने के लिए कोई इस तरीके के आरोप लगाएगा तो हम फर्दर एक्शन भी लेंगे उस पर।
Okay, Mr. Priyank Kanungo, thank you for joining us here on India Today. So you have the NCPCR chief, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, saying that multiple complaints were filed against Aditya Thackere. We've acted on that. And in response to questions about why action has been taken against other political parties, unfortunately, we've seen several circumstances of minors being used by political parties. He said very clearly, give me at least one instance. Let these opposition parties show me one instance where they filed a complaint and we haven't acted. All right, let's get you all the political updates coming in from Maharashtra this morning. Uddhav Thackere is in a catch-22 situation. He's desperate for support from MLAs, from MPs, from corporators at a time when they're all ditching him. And now, after holding a meeting with MPs who back him, many of them have said that they want to back the NDA pick, Draupadi Murmu, in the presidential polls. Now, it comes down to Uddhav Thackere. Which way will he go? Because if he chooses not to back Draupadi Murmu, it could mean losing the support of more MPs.
Key huddle of Sena MPs called by Uddhav Thackere. 12 out of 19 MPs attended the meet amid speculations of many of them turning rebel and backing the Shinde Sena. The crucial meet called to decide Uddhav Sena's strategy on the presidential polls. 11 Sena MPs had rooted for backing Draupadi Murmu, the NDA presidential nominee, and not Yashwant Sinha, the nominee put up by the opposition. Uddhav, who has little option but to comply to the demand by bulk of his MPs, had earlier written to 15 Sena parliamentarians thanking them for their support during the recent turmoil.
राष्ट्रपती निवडणूक सुद्धा आहे त्या अनुषंगाने लोकसभेच्या अधिवेशनाच्या अगोदर नेहमीच्या अशा खासदारांच्या बैठका पक्षप्रमुख माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब घेत असतात त्या अनुषंगाने आजची बैठक आयोजित केलेली आहे.
Uddhav, however, suffered a setback in Supreme Court when his plea for urgent hearing got rejected. The Supreme Court stopped the disqualification proceedings against both factions of Shiv Sena, urging the Speaker not to take any action.
100% ये अच्छी खबर है ना, क्योंकि उन्होंने ऐसा लोगों के मन में वातावरण किया था कि 16 लोग डिस्क्वालीफाई रहेंगे और ये सरकार प्रॉब्लम में आ सकता है. इसी तरह का एक माहौल बनाने का प्रयास था, वो माहौल वो नहीं बना पाए. कोर्ट ने रिलीफ देके शिंदे सरकार को दिलासा राहत दी है.
The Maha-Aghadi split was also out in the open after NCP chief Sharad Pawar questioned Uddhav's last decision to change Aurangabad's name to Sambhajinagar, calling it a unilateral decision. Uddhav Sena, however, played it down.
चर्चा करून निर्णय घेऊन त्या ठिकाणी मांडणी करावी अशी सूचना आमच्या पक्षाच्या वतीने झाली नव्हती. पण ही गोष्ट आम्हाला मान्य करावी लागेल. शेवटी मंत्रिमंडळाचा निर्णय त्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये आम्ही सगळेच होतो.
पवार साहब की भूमिका जो है बहुत ही एक समन्वय की भूमिका है और उस बारे में जरूर हम सब लोग एक साथ बैठकर बात करेंगे.
BJP accused Uddhav of betraying the Hindutva cause and claimed that Eknath Shinde had been vindicated.
वहां पर कार्यकर्ता घुटन महसूस कर रहा था और जैसे ही उसे दरवाजा खुला दिखाई पड़ा, बड़ी संख्या में विधायकों, पार्षदों, कार्यकर्ता शिवसेना जो तथाकथित शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी के उससे पलायन करके एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में बड़ी संख्या में शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता संगठित हो रहे हैं.
After losing power, can the Aghadi remain united to take on the BJP Shinde Sena coalition? With Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And in neighbouring Goa, the Congress is facing an all-out crisis. The party said that two of their senior-most leaders, Michael Lobo and Deoghar Airport, are planning to split the party. They've started now huddling off their MLAs into resorts, also cracking the whip against both of these leaders. They've moved disqualification petitions and removed Michael Lobo as the leader of opposition.
आम्ही प्रतिज्ञा करता काँग्रेसीन जे आमकां तिकीट दिल्ली आसा त्या हातून आमी निवडून येवन आमी देवटेन वच नासतना पक्षा बरोबर एकनिष्ठ रावन.
5 months ago, they took a public oath of loyalty to the Congress. That pledge is now under a cloud of suspicion. The Congress in Goa claims its leaders Michael Lobo and former Chief Minister of Goa, Deoghar Airport, are plotting a split within the party with the active interest and help of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party.
We have brought this to the notice of our High Command and we will be taking action against them. Whatever action that has to be taken as per law against this kind of defections, this kind of anti-party work, this kind of hobnobbing with the opposition parties, that will follow.
The Congress has filed a disqualification petition with the Speaker against both Kamath and Lobo. The alleged defectors have rubbished these charges laid by its own party.
Have you been promised any lucrative posting or a position, perhaps the Chief Minister's post as well?
No. Nothing like that. I had told Gundu Rao that I may be relieved
because there were too many people trying to get that position. So whoever wants that position, they can have it.
But I saw a video of the press conference of Mr. Dinesh Gundura, which is being circulated, which I am shocked, stunned, and it has hurt me behind words. Because of your humiliation to me after the election, my workers every year, they have anger. I am trying to do out with that hurt of my workers. I am also deeply hurt.
5 Goa Congress MLAs attended the assembly proceedings on Monday, the first day of the monsoon session. For a split to take place legally, the rebels need at least 8 MLAs to make the switch. The BJP has called the Congress charges baseless.
हमें किसी की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, हमारा स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है, 25 MLA का हमें सपोर्ट है. Yeah, that's all.
After Maharashtra, Operation Lotus seems to be taking shape in Goa. A split within the Congress, if it happens, will mean Chief Minister Sawant will enjoy a slender majority. For the Congress, it will be a huge embarrassment again. As the last assembly too, most of its members had crossed over to its rivals. With Pankaj Upadhyay, Bureau Report, India Today.
Cutting across to news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where controversial anti-Modi posters were put up and 5 people have been arrested over the same. This happened in Prayagraj, where bye-bye Modi posters were put up by a TRS Neta. This is back on July 9th. The TRS Neta has now been called in from, was actually called from Telangana to put up these posters. 5 people have been arrested over these posters that were put up across Prayagraj. Samar Srivastava is joining us with more details on this. Some of these 5 people who've been arrested, who are they? Do they have political links?
Well, so far it is a major breakthrough coming from Uttar Pradesh police when a team of Colonelganj police arrested 5 persons, including owner of a printing press and event organizer, on the charges of installing controversial hoardings with the title of Bye Bye Modi near reserve police lines on Bailey Road in Prayagraj. And arrested persons have been identified as Abhay Kumar Singh, he is the owner of a printing press, while Aniket Kesari is the event organizer, while there are a few other persons including contractor, labourers. In a way, there are total 5 arrestings. As per the Deputy SP, they have said that after scanning the CCTV footages, police have managed to arrest 5 persons who have allegedly installed the controversial hoardings on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the city at the behest of supporters of TRS, Telangana Rashtra Samiti, who had funded them from Telangana. So the police have clearly said that they have been funded from Telangana, and that's one TRS, Telangana Rashtra Committee, whose name has come out by the police, and police has also added that a group of unidentified persons had installed the controversial poster in the city in the intervening night of July 8 and 9 on Bailey Road, and following which an FIR was registered under section 153B and 5052. So that was the whole thing, while DSP has also added that the police have also been looking for TRS supporter identified as Sai. He is a resident of Sikandarabad who had allegedly given a contact to these persons to install those controversial hoardings of the Prime Ministers in the city's prime locations. Police have also claimed that similar controversial posters were installed in Sikandarabad in Telangana state on July 7, and a video had gone viral on social media. Yes.
All right, Samar, thank you for joining us with those details. All right, let's cut across to what's happening in Bengaluru. We've been tracking very closely here on India Today the Bandh call by several Hindu organizations over an Eidgah Masjid ground. Now, it is over, in fact, this particular ground that protests are currently taking place at the Eidgah Maidan in Chamrajpet. Right-wing groups are saying, give us permission to celebrate our festivals also on this ground at a time when the Bengaluru civic body has been rather non-committal, and keeping in mind this entire controversy, I said, no event, no activity can take place in this ground. Let's take this across to Priyanka Rudrappa. She's joining us live from that venue, from the Eidgah Maidan, which is right now the bone of contention. Priyanka, I understand that several people have gathered there and are staging a protest. It's over to you for those updates.
Akshita, so the several pro-Hindu groups and the Citizens Forum in Chamrajnagar, they've called for a dawn-to-dusk bandh from Chamrajpet, dawn-to-dusk bandh from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. They claim that it is a non-violent and it's a voluntary bandh. Several groups have gathered here at the issue regarding the bandh. It's regarding the ownership of the property between the BBMP and the Waqf Board. Remember, the BBMP had earlier claimed that the property belongs to them. However, they went back on their word and said that gave the property to the Waqf Board. Now the protesters, the citizens group here, claim that the property here be kept as a playground. Several schools and several students use this playground. So I have a lot of protesters here. I have BV Ganesh, who is an ex-BBMP corporator with me, who's been leading the protest. The police hadn't given any permission to hold a protest here, but still a lot of people have gathered. What are the demands?
So we do not require any permission from any authority because we are doing peaceful function, peaceful protest in the interest of the public and in the interest of to maintain as it is for the public field. So the difference of opinion in between the officials, they are making a misuse of it. So it is difficult to maintain the peaceful in Chamrajpet because of the misuse of the misunderstanding between the officials. The property belongs to whom? Whether it is belongs to BBMP or belongs to someone. They told that if anybody present the documents, we will make a kata. That is improper. So we request the government to maintain as it is and the maintain the field as it is, and what are the verdict given by the Supreme Court, we have to maintain once in a year. They have to pray for pray, and rest of the time it should be as a public field. So we request the government to maintain as it is in the interest of the public.
Right. So that was BV Ganesh, who's ex-corporator, leading the protest. The citizens, they claim that they want the Maidan to be kept as a playground as is, and they're requesting the BJP to not to give the khata to the Waqf Board. Over to you.
Priyanka, thank you for getting us those voices and that ground report as the showdown over the Eidgah Maidan continues in Bengaluru. It's time for me to slip into a short break here on India Today, but don't go anywhere because coming up in a few moments from now, we're getting you all the latest ground reports on the monsoon mayhem, which has gripped several states, the likes of Gujarat, parts of Maharashtra, Telangana, all knee-deep in water.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
The UK-Rwanda asylum policy was introduced under the Economic Development Partnership in April this year. The UK-Rwanda asylum policy will be introduced as a pilot project for a period of 5 years. The European Court of Human Rights will hear the legalities involved in the policy next month. What is the need for UK-Rwanda asylum policy? The policy has been introduced as a measure to prevent the loss of life that happened because of dangerous crossings. In 2021, over 28,000 refugees entered the United Kingdom. In 2020, 8,500 people entered the territory in boats. These people took help from human smugglers and illegal traffickers. In fact, one of the prime reasons why Brexit happened is the influx of refugees in the European countries. In 2015, more than 1 million migrants and refugees trespassed the European territory. The United Kingdom is ready to make a payment of £120 million to Rwanda. This would cover the cost of housing and integration of the asylum seekers till their applications are processed. Countries like Australia, Israel and Denmark have also established such policies. However, they were criticized and opposed for being cruel.
You are watching
Let's get you all the latest updates on the monsoon mayhem that's being reported in several states across the country as the monsoons have brought with it a deluge of problems for people. From Maharashtra to Gujarat to Telangana and even Kerala, there's been no respite really from the heavy rainfall. The Met Department has issued a heavy rain alert in parts of Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana and Madhya Pradesh. Let's take you state by state. Gujarat has been reeling under the aftermath. Schools and colleges in Valsad district have been shut for today after rescue operations took place on Monday to pull out all of those who were stranded due to the rains and the inundations. 61 deaths have been reported so far due to the rains. In Telangana, the Met Department has issued a red alert in northern parts of the state after several low-lying areas in the region were inundated. Telangana has declared a 3-day holiday for schools and colleges. Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is closely monitoring the situation. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, it's the same story every single year. And today, there's a high alert that's been sounded as the Met Department has predicted extremely heavy rainfall in several districts. In Madhya Pradesh, the Met Department has issued an orange alert for heavy rainfall in 33 districts. Kerala too, there's an orange alert that's been issued by the Met Department warning of heavy rainfall in several parts of the state.
भोपाल संभाग के इलाके जिसमें रायसेन, विदिशा और भोपाल शामिल हैं। साथ ही साथ होशंगाबाद संभाग के इलाकों में भी हमें काफ़ी अच्छी बरसात देखने को मिल रही है और आंकड़े भी हमें 100 से 200 mm के आसपास के मिले हैं। कई जिलों से आने वाले समय में भी 48 घंटों के लिए ऑरेंज अलर्ट की स्थिति पे काफ़ी जिलों को रखा गया है, जिसमें भोपाल संभाग, नर्मदापुरम, जबलपुर, शहडोल संभाग के इलाके और उज्जैन और इंदौर संभागों के जिले इसमें सम्मिलित किए गए हैं। और आने वाले 48 घंटों में भी मध्य प्रदेश में मानसूनी गतिविधियां सक्रिय रहेंगी। थंडर और लाइटनिंग से भी जनसाधारण को सचेत रहने की आवश्यकता है।
जैसे कि ईओसी और रिलीफ कमिश्नर ने एनडीआरएफ की टीम की डिमांड की अमरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए, उसी वजह से कल वीवीएन प्रसन्ना श्री कमांडेंट एनडीआरएफ के सुपरविज़न में मैं टीम लेके शाम को अमरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पहुंचा हूं और आज मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिज़ास्टर मामलेदार से डिस्कस करूंगा कि कौन से एरियाज़ है जो लो लाइन है जहाँ पे भारी बारिश के बाद पानी भर सकता है और नुकसान हो सकता है, तो उन एरिया को रेकी करेंगे और उसके बाद टीम यहाँ पे हेडक्वार्टर में प्रिकॉशनरी डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए तैनात है कि जब भी अगर कोई भारी बारिश होती है और फ्लड सिचुएशन अर्बन और रूरल एरियाज़ में होती है तो टीम साजो सामानों के साथ यहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में पूरी तरह सुसज्ज है।
इस वक्त हम लोग इंडिया गेट पे मौजूद है और यहाँ पर बारिश हो रही है और इसी तरीके का मौसम दिल्ली और एनसीआर के ज़्यादातर इलाकों में बना हुआ है। कई जगहों पर इसी तरीके से बारिश हो रही है और आगे के अगर हम अनुमान की बात करें तो 1 हफ्ते से 10 दिन के आसपास का अनुमान है कि बारिश हो सकता है और इसके लिए जो टेम्परेचर है, जो मैक्सिमम जो 40 डिग्री के पार चला गया था, अनुमान है कि वो भी 35 से 36 डिग्री, जैसे कि आज जो मैक्सिमम टेम्परेचर का अनुमान है वो 35 डिग्री के आसपास अनुमान है, जो 40 डिग्री, यानी राहत मिली है और उम्मीद ये है कि ये राहत आने वाले दिनों में भी बनी रहेगी।
The monsoon has once again shown its fury, displaying all its might and going all out to lash several parts of Gujarat. As the monsoons began on a really high note this year, several areas and parts of Gujarat were waterlogged. Currently we are at the Ambika river, if we can show you, leading to parts of Navsari. It has flown over and above the danger mark. As the authorities and the National Disaster Response Force teams are on standby, they have so far also evacuated more than 700 people in Navsari and Valsad. As the danger mark also overflowed in the Orsong river in Valsad and the Ambika river in Navsari, which is where we are on the bridge right now. If we can show you in a long shot that the road leading to the end of this bridge has also been partially shut off and the Gujarat Police Administration are not really allowing too many people except for the media and the government agencies to be present here. As you can already see in terms of how risky and dangerous it is getting, the Indian Meteorological Department has predicted rainfall until the 16th of July. Several locals are worried. They have been evacuated and have been moved to safer locations. However, several of them still continue to remain stranded and rescue operations are underway.
And let's get in Dev Kotak is joining us live from Navsari. Dev, we just played out a report that you filed for us, which shows that the situation currently is very, very grim, with the Met Department saying that there's no respite in sight. Run us through the kind of, rescue operations that have been underway where you are. Dev, can you hear me?
Please, live 5 minutes.
Yes, I can. Akshita, just to point out the ground reality to you, if I can point the camera, my knees are already submerged in water, and this is where I'm standing here because I've been advised not to go further beyond. I'm in Navsari's Deoghar village, and I have some local residents also who are joining me and telling me the kind of problems that they face. So, Akshita, let me also just try and understand from them. તમે લોકો આ ગામમાં રહો છો? आप लोग ये देवधा गांव में रहते हैं? अच्छा, यहाँ कितने दिन से ऐसी बारिश हो रही है और किस तरह की तकलीफ हो रही है आपको?
48 घंटे से हमारी यही परिस्थिति हो रही है। इधर लगातार बारिश भी हो रही है, पानी जाने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, इसलिए बहुत सारी परिस्थिति में क्या कुछ करेगा पता ही नहीं चलता। यहाँ पे तकलीफ बहुत हो रही है।
अच्छा, पीछे कट हो गया क्या? और कट हुआ है क्या? नेटवर्क ड्रॉप हो रहा है क्या?
Okay, we're having a bit of a problem there with Dev's audio. We'll go back to him in just a bit for that ground report that he's filing for us from Navsari. We'll continue getting you more such ground reports. It's time for me to slip into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, all the updates on the Sri Lankan crisis 4 days into the protest that we've been seeing. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's brother, Basil Rajapaksa, attempted to flee the country but couldn't. More details on that coming up in just a bit.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You
Welcome back. Let's get you all the updates you need to know this Tuesday morning on what's playing out in Sri Lanka. 4 days that we've been seeing unprecedented protests and, of course, civilians at the presidential palace. And now, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's younger brother, Basil Rajapaksa, tried to leave the country, tried to flee last night. but failed to do so. Immigration staff at the Colombo International Airport also rebelled from duty and refused to go to the VIP suite to stamp his passport. This is the level of rebellion right now. Lankans have stopped the president's brother from leaving the country. Basil is the former finance minister of Sri Lanka and recently resigned. He was reportedly set to head to Washington and had a ticket for the same. There's no word, meanwhile, about Rajapaksa, about Gotabaya Rajapaksa's whereabouts. He was trying to fly to Washington via Dubai. Speculation has also heightened over Gotabaya's whereabouts and uncertainty over the island's political future 2 days after citizens mounted that massive resistance.
We are standing close to the president's office and close to the president's palace as well. Several people, not just from Colombo but from various locations, have come over here, and the past 3 days are here only. They are visiting the various locations with their family, with their children, and to make sure that they don't go hunger. Food is also being arranged. Now, we spoke to people over here who state that these food are not provided in the form of money. These are food materials that have been donated by various public who come together, who are supporting their struggle, and this is how food is also being given to the people here. And for the day, the delicacy is milk, rice and kanaba, which is a form of a Sri Lankan delicacy which is being given, and here are the people who are taking it over and they are eating it also. And the thing is that for the third day, the protest still continues, and the D-Day for the president of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya, comes tomorrow, where he has promised to resign, and people here believe that he will resign, but still they don't want to leave the place. They are here. There are so many tents and various people are here. Yes, there are certain drafts, plans also to choose the next president for Sri Lanka. But for now, the people will have said that they will not leave until their president leaves, and determinedly they are standing over here for the past 3 days. The crowd here is actually a floating crowd coming and going, but all measures have been made sure that people will get food and water and continue their protests. There have been stalls also across the place to make sure they get any form of help. This is on the third day of protest in Sri Lanka's Colombo, where people are still waiting for their president's resignation. From Colombo, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
The showdown between Twitter and Elon Musk is escalating. After Musk backed out and abandoned his takeover bid of the social media giant, Twitter has threatened to sue him, to which Musk has replied mockingly, saying, "Reveal all the details of your bots and spam accounts in court first."
Elon Musk mocked Twitter's threat to sue him on its own platform on Monday after the world's richest person moved to abandon his $44 billion takeover deal, sending the social media company's shares reeling in early trading. Just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, Musk posted a meme depicting him laughing progressively harder, saying, quote, "They said I couldn't buy Twitter. Then they wouldn't disclose bot info. Now they want to force me to buy Twitter in court. Now they have to disclose bot info in court." The Tesla CEO said he intended to terminate the deal late Friday, claiming Twitter had failed to provide information about fake accounts on the platform and had breached provisions of the merger agreement. People familiar with the matter told Reuters that Twitter is planning to sue Musk as early as this week to force him to complete the takeover. One analyst from Jefferies told Reuters that his firm believes that, quote, "Musk's intentions to terminate the merger are more based on the recent market sell-off than Twitter's failure to comply with his requests." Legal experts say Twitter has a strong case against Musk, but could opt for a renegotiation or settlement instead of a long court fight. The tweets from Musk on Monday, which also included an image of Chuck Norris playing chess, amounted to the billionaire's first public response since announcing his intention to ditch the Twitter deal. Twitter shares were down sharply on Monday, trading between $33 and $34 a share, more than a third off the price of Musk's per-share offer.
And that's all we have time for on this edition. Thanks very much for tuning in, and stay with us here on India Today as we continue getting you all the top stories.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-bag drop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make travelling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Hello.
Why it is incredibly complicated to design an analogous scheme to the one that we have for employed workers.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with
नेटमेड्स, इंडिया की अपनी फार्मेसी।
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ। जियो मार्ट, हर घर का मार्ट।
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Anantagopal and let's begin with all the headlines. Right-wing groups call for Bandh over Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals and seek Maidan to be designated as a playground. Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly after Friday. BJP guns for Hemant Soren government, calls it Muslim appeasement, inquiry ordered. Prime Minister Modi's mega Vikas push in Jharkhand and Bihar. He will inaugurate the Deoghar Airport and launch projects, but 16,000 crores will also perform a special puja at the Baba Baidyanath Dham. AAP MP Raghav Chadha appointed as chairman of the Punjab Advisory Committee. Opposition guns for the Maan government, accuses Kejriwal of meddling in state affairs and dubs Chadha as a de facto chief minister. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Gujarat knee-deep in deadly deluge. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra. NASA's most powerful telescope reveals deepest and sharpest infrared image of the distant universe to date. Thousands of galaxies revealed in this image. Let's begin with the news break coming in this morning. RSS leader Indresh Kumar has stoked a controversy, saying that there's a conspiracy to turn Friday into Patthar Day, translating into Stones Day. He's also, in fact, lashed out at this whole chorus of Sartan Se Juda, saying that the remark is un-Islamic. The RSS Neta said that there's a clear conspiracy to weaken the social fabric of the country and create differences over religion. Let's play out for you first exactly what RSS's Indresh Kumar has said.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर, पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Amit Bharadwaj is joining us live with more details on this. So, Amit, there are a number of comments being made by Indresh Kumar, essentially calling for social harmony. But that message, where he's saying that a day when prayers are offered on Friday, it's turned into Patthar Day, is no doubt going to turn into a huge controversy.
Absolutely right, Akshata. You know, Indresh Kumar is someone who heads the RSS's Muslim wing, Rashtriya Muslim Manch. And the comment is coming from the minority wing. This is especially, you know, going to create ripples, because we have seen in the past that the country has been already battling with a lot of communal sentiments, especially after the way controversy erupted after, you know, the controversial statements of Nupur Sharma, and after that we saw how Udaipur incident had happened, and such incidents have just not stopped. And in that moment, amidst of all this, there's a comment coming from RSS leader Indresh Kumar, who is saying that Friday, the day for prayers, have been now converted into a Patthar Day, or the stone pelting day, by a certain segment of people in the Muslim community who are doing so on instructions from Pakistan or other such nations. So this is going to stoke another controversy, steer another controversy. And clearly, you know, And the whole argument that he's trying to make, he's also trying to say that, the entire comment of Sir Tansa Juda, which was even given by the killers in Udaipur, this particular slogan is un-Islamic, unconstitutional, illegal. And this is something which has been already said by the Muslim community leaders. Several clerics have already said it. Jamaat-e-Islami, Jamiyat Ulama-e-Hind, all these organizations have already said that, such kind of comments and slogans are completely in violation of the Indian laws and are un-Islamic. So as far as these comments are concerned, Indresh Kumar is no doubt, on the line similar to what the Muslim clerics have said. But this particular comment that Friday has been now converted into stone pelting day is going to steer a lot of controversy from here.
Thanks for those details. Let's just play out again what RSS leader Indresh Kumar said, speaking about all of the violence, the clashes that have been reported in the last many weeks.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर, पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
All right, let's move on now to some other stories also that we're tracking. This one from Bengaluru, where right-wing organizations have called for a bandh, demanding the celebration of Hindu festivals at the Eidgah Maidan in Chamrajpet area of Bengaluru. Now, the ownership of the Eidgah Maidan ran into controversy in June after Hindutva organizations sought permission from the BBMP to hold events on the ground. They've demanded that the Eidgah Maidan be designated as a playground for all. The Karnataka State Board of Okhaf has contested that the 2-acre 10 guddas of land of the Maidan is a registered Waqf property. Pending a resolution, the Bengaluru civic body, the BBMP, has clarified that no official permission will be given for any event on this ground, so neither side can hold any activities. Hindu organizations as well as local groups have joined hands to wage a legal battle now, as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Eidgah Maidan. Heavy police deployment at the Eidgah Maidan has also been reported, which has been completely now cordoned off. So we've been in fact getting you details of the protests that took place early this morning as several people, Hindu group representatives, got together there demanding that they be given permission to celebrate Hindu festivals as well at the Eidgah Maidan. So far, the government, that is at least the Bengaluru civic body, has taken a stand considering all of this controversy, saying that no side will be allowed to use this ground. But with Hindu groups upping the ante, even demanding that there be a bandh today in Chamrajpet, which is a locality in Bengaluru where this ground is located, we'll have to see whether the civic body gives in to the kind of pressure that they're facing. Let's cut across to news coming in from Kerala, where a bomb has been hurled at an RSS office. This is in Payanur of Kannur district. The incident happened early this morning with window glasses of the building being broken in the attack. This is the latest footage that we've accessed here on India Today, the CCTV actually, of the attack itself. First images are on your screens. You see the CCTV cameras that have been installed inside the building. A thick plume of smoke seen suddenly as it looks like the bomb was hurled from across the gate. The accused at this point are yet to be identified by the police, but this is the CCTV image that no doubt will give them leads as to exactly who's behind this attack on the RSS office. Kannur district, of course, not new to political violence, has seen several such attacks both sides indulging in attacks on each other. In the latest, the RSS office has been targeted in Kerala. This is in Payanur of Kannur district. In the CCTV images, you can see that suddenly a bomb is hurled and there's a thick plume of smoke that is, in fact, in the building. We understand that there has been a bit of damage in the building itself, but fortunately nobody was inside when this attack took place, so no casualties have been reported. The police have confirmed that they're looking into this particular incident. Early this morning, they were seen also at the site where this attack took place to try and get any leads, any evidence about the accused involved in this particular case. But so far, we're being told that they haven't been able to identify who is behind this particular attack on the RSS office. They will, of course, consider the possibility that this was a political attack. The RSS office being bombed late last night. Let's take this across to Shibi for more details. Shibi, any information that they've been able to pick up about the accused so far? This has happened in Kannur, a district which sees this kind of political violence happen very, very often.
Akshita, yes. As of now, the police has just started the probe. They've not identified the person, or they've not got any leads yet. But like you said, like you mentioned, Kannur is known for these kind of bomb attacks against offices of different parties, as well as it's a land of political killings. Like, it's very popular over the years. We've seen a lot of political killings taking place in Kannur. Right now, this incident took place early morning at 1:30 a.m. And from what we get to know, it was also the 6th death anniversary of a CPIM leader, Dhanraj. And the BJP has accused that it was, when in the murder of Dhanraj, the CPIM had accused RSS as they accused RSS. And now the BJP is saying that this was a revenge on the day of his 6th death anniversary. And that's what they were accused. And now recently in Payyanur, it took place at Payyanur in Kannur, and recently there was a clash between Congress and CPIM also regarding the breaking of a Gandhi statue also. So like you again mentioned, Kannur is known for these political killings, and these bomb attacks are very common here. But again, the police have deployed, heavy police have been deployed outside the office right now. They just started the probe, and they're not revealing any details yet, considering considering how politically sensitive Kannur is. Yeah. We're looking forward to more details from police right now.
All right, Shivamoga, we'll track the latest updates that come in. Thanks for the moment. Let's move on to some other stories that we're tracking this Tuesday. The primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are giving weekly holidays on Fridays instead of Sundays to students. Over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly offs instead of Sundays. So Friday and Saturday is now their weekly offs. The new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from the Muslim community, essentially to enable them to offer Friday prayers. Some of these locals have in fact claimed that the schools have been following Friday off since the inception, and there's no controversy needed on this. The Friday off system was earlier being followed essentially by Urdu schools. It's now being extended clearly to other schools in Jharkhand. The BJP has objected to this move, referring to it as Muslim appeasement by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire, the JMM Congress government has ordered an inquiry also into the matter.
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की। आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे, नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग इस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई, और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया, और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर यह छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है, लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Let's get you details of Prime Minister Modi's schedule today. He is going to be launching developmental projects in both Jharkhand and Bihar. Deoghar in Jharkhand is gearing up with thousands of diyas to welcome Prime Minister Modi. He's going to be performing a special aarti at Deoghar's Baba Baidyanath Dham. In Jharkhand, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the Deoghar Airport that he laid the foundation stone for in 2018. The airport that was built at an expense of over 400 crores will be the second airport in the state after Ranchi. Prime Minister Modi will also launch the Deogarh AIIMS Centre that's aimed at increasing the pool of doctors and healthcare workers and particularly providing super specialty healthcare. Prime Minister Modi will also launch projects worth 16,000 crores, including road, rail and infrastructure. He'll also participate after that in Bihar in the closing ceremony of the Bihar Legislative Assembly centenary celebration. Now, on World Population Day, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath called for a balanced population growth. India is all set to surpass China as the world's most populous country. Resources are finite. Yogi Adityanath has emphasized that population imbalance could result in a law and order situation. And he spoke about one particular section of the population growing in much sharper contrast to the others.
Yogi Adityanath has sparked off yet another population control debate. On World Population Day, the UP Chief Minister expressed concern over the rapidly increasing population in India. Yogi blamed the population growth on the prevailing demographic imbalances. He went on to say that a population equilibrium could result in chaos and anarchy.
हर एक उस देश के लिए जहां पे जनसंख्या संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा होती है, जनसांख्यिकीय संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा होती है, रिलीजियस डेमोक्रेसी पर इसका विपरीत असर पड़ता है, फिर वहां पर एक समय के बाद अव्यवस्था और अराजकता जन्म लेने लगती है.
Yogi stoked controversy by commenting that the population of one particular section must be curbed.
ऐसा नहीं कि किसी वर्ग की आबादी बढ़ने की स्पीड, उनका प्रतिशत ज्यादा हो और कुछ जो मूल निवासी हो उन लोगों की आबादी के स्थिरीकरण में हम लोग जागरूकता के माध्यम से, इन्फोर्समेंट के माध्यम से उसको नियंत्रित करके जनसंख्या संतुलन की स्थिति पैदा करें.
AIIMS chief Asaduddin Owaisi was quick to hit back, rubbishing any kind of population explosion. Owaisi claimed that India's fertility rate was below replacement level. The government instead must ensure a healthier and productive young population. Another year, another population debate. In 2021, UP government had brought a population control bill that sparked a massive debate. Bureau Report, India Today.
Over to news from Maharashtra, where there's trouble for Uddhav Sena and MLA Aditya Thackere. The Child Rights Panel has issued a notice to the Mumbai Police Commissioner directing him to file an FIR against Aditya Thackere for using minors in the Save RA protests. Now, the Commission has directed the Mumbai Police Commissioner to take action against Aditya within 3 days and to submit an action taken report. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya Thackere is accused of using minor children in his Save RA protest campaign. The Uddhav Sena has stoutly backed Aditya Thackere, claiming that during peak COVID, BJP made children carry flags and protest against the then Aghadi government, but action wasn't taken then. Vidya is joining us live with more details on this. Vidya, it's clear at this point that, the Uddhav Sena is choosing to completely back Aditya Thackere. But has there been any comment really made by Aditya Thackere on this? And has the Mumbai police actually initiated proceedings?
Well, they have about some time. Remember in that order that has been issued by the commission, it says very clearly that 3 days after receiving of the letter, official letter is yet to be received. The moment it is received by the Mumbai Police Commissionerate, they would certainly initiate an action against it. But certainly they would also conduct a discreet inquiry while doing so. Apart from that, no, Aditya Thackere has not replied, but people close to him have very clearly, in fact, those who have been associated with the protest, they said that, it was never Aditya Thackere who called these children to the protest. In fact, the many people with their family members, when they had come to join the protest, the children were the ones who really wanted to save the particular section to save the environment, that they actually had come here. So Aditya Thackere had not called the children is something that most of the protesters are also saying.
Right, Vidya, thank you for joining us with all of those details on that big story. Now, the AIIMS is on a warpath over the renaming of Aurangabad to Sambhaji Nagar. AIIMS MP Imtiaz Jalil has appealed to the people of Aurangabad to move court and to take to the streets to protest the renaming of the district to Sambhaji Nagar. The move was taken, remember, after the erstwhile Uddhav government, in its last very order, renamed Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar and Osmanabad as Dharashiv. AIIMS has said that the changing of the name of Aurangabad will put a burden of around 1,000 crores on the government. Interestingly, NCP chief Sharad Pawar had also slammed the move, calling it unilateral action by the Uddhav government, which was never part of the Aghadi government's agreement. But questions were asked of the NCP of how this was passed there in the cabinet meeting.
Well, an action committee against renaming of Aurangabad has been formed. It consists of all political parties except Shiv Sena, the two Shiv Senas and BJP. Rest all political parties, they have come together and formed an action committee, and they have given a call that on 12th at 2 o'clock they are going to organize a morcha from Bhadkal Gate, from the statue of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The morcha will proceed from there till Amkhas Maidan, and then a delegation of the action committee will present a memorandum to the divisional commissioner. We have also decided to participate in that morcha because we feel that this decision of renaming Aurangabad is being thrust on the people of this city.
ज्या खऱ्या ज्या मूलभूत समस्या आहेत त्याच्यात अधिक लक्ष देण्याची गरज होती. यात नावामधून पाण्याचा प्रश्न सोडवला पाहिजे असा हा मूलभूत प्रश्न आहे, याच्यात लक्ष द्यायला हवं होतं.
Now, Uddhav Thackere faces another headache after he held a key huddle to decide the Uddhav Sena strategy on the presidential polls. It's clear that 11 Sena MPs are rooting for Draupadi Murmu, the NDA presidential nominee.
Key huddle of Sena MPs called by Uddhav Thackere. 12 out of 19 MPs attended the meet amid speculations of many of them turning rebel and backing the Shinde Sena. The crucial meet called to decide Uddhav Sena's strategy on the presidential polls. 11 Sena MPs had rooted for backing Draupadi Murmu, the NDA presidential nominee, and not Yashwant Sinha, the nominee put up by the opposition. Uddhav, who has little option but to comply to the demand by bulk of his MPs, had earlier written to 15 Sena parliamentarians, thanking them for their support during the recent turmoil.
राष्ट्रपती निवडणूक सुद्धा आहे, त्या अनुषंगाने लोकसभेच्या अधिवेशनाच्या अगोदर नेहमीच्या अशा खासदारांच्या बैठका पक्षप्रमुख माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब घेत असतात, त्या अनुषंगाने आजची बैठक आयोजित केलेली आहे.
Uddhav, however, suffered a setback in Supreme Court when his plea for urgent hearing got rejected. The Supreme Court stopped the disqualification proceedings against both factions of Shiv Sena, urging the Speaker not to take any action.
100% ये अच्छी खबर है ना, क्योंकि उन्होंने ऐसा लोगों के मन में वातावरण किया था कि 16 लोग डिस्क्वालीफाई रहेंगे और ये सरकार प्रॉब्लम में आ सकता है। इसी तरह का एक माहौल बनाने का प्रयास था, वो माहौल वो नहीं बना पाए। कोर्ट ने रिलीफ देके शिंदे सरकार को दिलासा राहत दी है।
The Maha-Aghadi split was also out in the open after NCP chief Sharad Pawar questioned Uddhav's last decision to change Aurangabad's name to Sambhaji Nagar, calling it a unilateral decision. Uddhav Sena, however, played it down.
चर्चा करून निर्णय घेऊन त्या ठिकाणी मांडणी करावी अशी सूचना आमच्या पक्षाच्या वतीने झाली नव्हती, पण ही गोष्ट आम्हाला मान्य करावी लागेल. शेवटी मंत्रिमंडळाचा निर्णय त्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये आम्ही सगळेच होतो.
पवार साहब की भूमिका जो है बहुत ही एक समन्वय की भूमिका है और उस बारे में जरूर हम सब लोग एक साथ बैठकर बात करेंगे.
BJP accused Uddhav of betraying the Hindutva cause and claimed that Eknath Shinde had been vindicated.
वहां पर कार्यकर्ता घुटन महसूस कर रहा था और जैसे ही उसे दरवाजा खुला दिखाई पड़ा, बड़ी संख्या में विधायकों, पार्षदों, कार्यकर्ता शिवसेना जो तथाकथित शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी की उससे पलायन करके एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में बड़ी संख्या में शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ता संगठित हो रहे हैं.
After losing power, can the Aghadi remain united to take on the BJP Shinde Sena coalition? With Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's get you details of the crisis that's plagued the Goa Congress. It's claimed that two of its senior-most leaders, Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamath, are plotting a split in the party. The Congress has thereby moved a disqualification petition against them, citing anti-party activities. They've also sacked Lobo from the position of leader of opposition.
आम्ही प्रतिज्ञा करता काँग्रेसीन जे आमकां तिकीट दिल्ली आसा त्या हातून आमी निवडून येवन आमी देवटेन वत नासतना पक्षा बरोबर एकनिष्ठ रावन.
5 months ago, they took a public oath of loyalty to the Congress. That pledge is now under a cloud of suspicion. The Congress in Goa claims its leaders Michael Lobo and former Chief Minister of Goa Digambar Kamath are plotting a split within the party with the active interest and help of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party.
We have brought this to the notice of our High Command and we will be taking action against them. Whatever action that has to be taken as per law against this kind of defections, this kind of anti-party work, this kind of hobnobbing with the opposition parties, that will follow.
The Congress has filed a disqualification petition with the Speaker against both Kamath and Lobo. The alleged defectors have rubbished these charges laid by its own party.
Have you been promised any lucrative posting or a position, perhaps the Chief Minister's post as well?
No. Nothing like that. I had told Gundu Rao that I may be relieved because there were too many people trying to get that position. So whoever wants that position, they can have it.
But I saw a video of the press conference of Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao, which is being circulated, which I am shocked, stunned, and it has hurt me behind words. Because of your humiliation to me after the election, my workers everywhere, they have anger. I am trying to do out with that hurt of my workers. I am also deeply hurt.
5 Goa Congress MLAs attended the assembly proceedings on Monday, the first day of the monsoon session. For a split to take place legally, the rebels need at least 8 MLAs to make the switch. The BJP has called the Congress charges baseless.
हमें किसी की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, हमारा स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है, 25 MLA का हमें सपोर्ट है. Yeah, that's all.
After Maharashtra, Operation Lotus seems to be taking shape in Goa. A split within the Congress, if it happens, will mean Chief Minister Sawant will enjoy a slender majority. For the Congress, it will be a huge embarrassment again, as the last assembly too most of its members had crossed over to its rivals. With Pankaj Upadhyay, Bureau Report, India Today.
And big breaking news that's coming in from Maharashtra. Sources telling us here on India Today that Uddhav Thackeray, interestingly, could support NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. Now, this will be a huge climb down by Uddhav Thackeray if he goes ahead and announces it, and will be the result of the meeting that he held with his members of parliament yesterday, with support dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray, and the fact that a handful of MPs, almost 11 of them, reportedly expressed to him that they're for Draupadi Murmu over Yashwant Sinha. It looks like Uddhav Thackeray, backed up in a corner, has no choice but to go ahead and back Draupadi Murmu if he wants to enjoy the support of at least MPs, corporators, MLAs. All of them have already left him. Vidya is joining us with more details on this. Vidya, sources telling us Uddhav could choose publicly to back Draupadi Murmu. Essentially, he doesn't have a choice, really, does he?
Well, he actually did not have a choice for the sheer reason that out of the most of the MPs that he has, the maximum had already told him that aligning with what the Shiv Sena had in mind, they should go with the NDA candidate. Murmu is the best candidate that the party should be supporting. It is something that had been made clear by the MPs yesterday itself. Remember, there was a meeting yesterday with all the MPs to take a decision on this, and it was, although left for Uddhav, but most of the people in the Shiv Sena, especially the party rank people, they had said very clearly that it should be Murmu that the party should be really supporting.
Okay, so it looks like, in all likelihood, Uddhav Thackeray will make that very public declaration. But then there'll be questions about what the political takeaways will be from such a decision, Vidya, about whether this climb down will also translate to perhaps a climb down on an alliance, on a patch-up with Eknath Shinde, and then an alliance with the BJP.
An alliance with the BJP is something that probably even Uddhav is not ready right now. But it is only on the issue of supporting Murmu as the presidential candidate that the entire decision is likely to be taken. It's not really, as of now, Uddhav Thackeray has not patched up with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is still, according to Shiv Sena, someone who has revolted and left and gone because of being part of the BJP. He is still not welcome back into the party. The stand of Uddhav Thackeray is still very clear on that. Although it is only because the MPs have been asking him to patch up on the issue of presidential elect that the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena has decided to support.
Okay, so this is the big breaking news that's coming in. Sources telling us here on India Today that Uddhav Thackeray could just listen to what, in fact, his MPs want, and could choose Draupadi Murmu, could choose to back her in the presidential polls. I'd like to also bring in Mr. Mahesh Tapsi of the NCP on this broadcast. Sir, what do you make of this development? Your party has stuck its neck out to back Yashwant Sinha completely. Your own ally, Uddhav Thackeray, could choose to back Draupadi Murmu.
Well, these are all very unconfirmed reports as of now. I remember that meeting of Shiv Sena MPs took place recently under the chairmanship of Uddhav Thackeray, and the decision to support the candidate has been entrusted with the party president, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So we have no official information on that. But let me remind you one such incident when Pratibha Patil was the nominee for president from the Congress side, and she was very much part of the NDA. That time, Balasaheb did choose to support Pratibha Patil because she belonged to Maharashtra and she was a Marathi lady. So I will not be surprised if something like that happens. Secondly, there is no whip as far as the presidential elections are concerned. What we have read in the newspapers, I am not party to that discussion, so I really would not be knowing. But the Shiv Sena MP seems to be building some pressure on the party president, and the decision to support which candidate lies with Uddhav Thackeray. I am sure that he does not want to support the BJP, but as far as the candidate is concerned, at this moment I have no opinion on that.
But what will that mean for the ties between Uddhav Thackeray and the NCP, sir, considering that already there have been questions about the whole renaming controversy of Aurangabad and now this?
Actually, our ties with Thackeray family are very cordial. They are part of the MBA. In fact, Shiv Sena has been heading the Mahavikas Aghadi government in the state of Maharashtra. And also, what has happened in the Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress have firmly stood behind Shri Uddhav Thackeray, recognizing the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena as the real Shiv Sena of Maharashtra. And hence, we do not see that there will be any kind of misunderstanding between the MVA partners within, despite whatever decision might come in.
All right, Mr. Mahesh Tapse, thank you for joining us with your view on this. The NCP saying that we'll see what happens as far as Uddhav Thackeray's decision is concerned. And they've highlighted a number of previous instances where political parties have chosen to vote whichever way they want when it comes to the presidential polls. Mr. Ashok Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra with the Congress, is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, if Uddhav Thackeray chooses to back Draupadi Murmu, what will it mean for the ties between the Congress and the Shiv Sena?
You see, as you may recollect, that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray had joined in to file the nomination papers of Mr. Jain Sena as the MVA candidate, or the UPA candidate, as you may call him, from the earlier decision which was taken. Now, it seems there is a change of stand of the Shiv Sena. I can understand the type of pressure which Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is going through. And obviously it is his first priority to save his party from disintegrating further. So I think due to the pressure of the MPs of his party, and in order to save his party, there may be a change of stance, which probably Mr. Thackeray has taken. That it seems like. So it is his own individual decision of the Mr. Thackeray.
Yeah.
And,
but what will it mean, sir, for ties with the Congress? Is that something you reconsider based on this decision?
These issues need to be discussed at the party level and amongst the MPA partners, because there is a change of stand now. And not this, of course, hardly any 2-3 days left for the voting. So I won't say much on this. But definitely overall, the MVA further existence and issues, when we take a collective decision and there's a change of stand, it requires some sort of thinking at what would be the long-term strategy in years to come.
But will there be a fear, Mr. Ashok Chavan, within allies like the Congress as well as the NCP, that if Uddhav Thackeray is willing to accommodate this demand from his MPs, that he could go to any step to save his party, maybe even join hands with the BJP?
I wouldn't like to comment at this stage. It's too premature to this hypothetical question. But, well, that's as I said, that his first priority would be to save his party from breaking further. And that probably has compelled him to take this decision. That's what it seems like. We'll have to wait and watch for further developments.
All right, Mr. Ashok Chavan, appreciate you joining us on this broadcast. Ram Kadam of the BJP is also with us. Mr. Ram Kadam, what do you make of this development? Sources telling India Today that because of pressure from within, from his own MPs, Uddhav Thackeray could choose your nominee, NDA's Draupadi Murmu, in the presidential polls.
First, I welcome his decision, because Draupadi Murmu is the face of Adivasis, face of Vallasis, the face of our tribal community. So all of his MPs, including MLAs, they wanted to vote and support Draupadi Murmu. So finally, he heard their inner voice and has taken this decision to support Draupadi Murmu. So we welcome this decision, and other things we do not comment about their internal party issues. But when we talk about the president post, and the first time we have seen that the kind of face our party has going to give for the country and the president is from the tribal community. So all the opposition should also come forward, and they should also take a decision the way Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has taken.
If this is the first step by Uddhav Thackeray of a climb down, that there's a possibility of him kind of patching up with Eknath Shinde and then joining hands with your party, with the BJP?
See, we don't want to comment on that, because that is their internal issues, which will not really talk on that. But one thing is there, that all his MLAs and MPs, they were unhappy when Shiv Sena had alliance with Congress and NCP, and they have feeling that Shiv Sena abandoned Hindutva and dismissed the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray and his ideology. So from that point, they wanted to alliance with BJP because the Hindutva ideology, they want to continue it. And that's the reason why the few of MLAs who wanted to take forward the Balasaheb Thackeray Hindutva legacy, they joined hands in Maharashtra and we formed the government. So basic point is when in his party, all the MPs and MLAs, they were in a favor to support Draupadi Murmu. And finally, Uddhav Thackere heard their inner voice and he supported Draupadi Murmu. So instead of politicizing this issue, we welcome his decision.
Okay, Mr. Ramkadam, I appreciate you joining us on this broadcast. I want to take this across to Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, representative of the Shinde Sena camp. Mr. Kesarkar, I'm sure you welcome this development. Are you hopeful that this is the first step towards a patch-up with Uddhav Thackere and the Uddhav Sena?
We welcome this decision because, all MPs, they represent 20-25 lakh people. And these are the sentiments of Maharashtra. So that everybody come together and should support Draupadi Murmuji. And I think they rightly have put before those sentiments, and he has taken a good decision. We welcome this decision.
But sir, do you think that this is the first step towards some sort of a reconciliation?
We should hope for the best, no? Madam, we think that this would create a kind of good atmosphere, or this is a good thing that for us it's a ray of hope. That is what I feel.
Okay, Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, thank you very much for joining us with your view on this. The Shinde Sena hopeful, showing some optimism that this will mean good news for them, that perhaps there's a possibility of a reconciliation. But there's an interesting reaction that's coming in right now from Sanjay Raut of the Uddhav Sena camp. He's maintained categorically that supporting Draupadi Murmu does not mean any support for the BJP. Sanjay Raut is saying that Sena has goodwill, yes, for Yashwant Sinha, but public sentiments have to be considered. It's very clear from the statement that India Today's Newsbreak has been confirmed that the Uddhav Sena will be backing Draupadi Murmu after all because of considerable pressure from within. Uddhav is struggling to keep his camp together, and with nearly 11 Sena MPs expressing that they want to back Draupadi Murmu, he doesn't really have a chance but to go ahead and do that despite whatever the optics look like. Sanjay Raut now saying that backing Draupadi Murmu isn't equal to backing the BJP. They're doing it because of public sentiment. He's saying, yes, we have a lot of goodwill for Yashwant Sinha, but public sentiment needs to be kept in mind, and we've taken these kind of decisions before, essentially confirming India Today's Newsbreak and confirming that, yes, they are going ahead and choosing Draupadi Murmu over Yashwant Sinha. India Today had got new details of how Shiv Sena MPs, I beg your pardon, who are still with Uddhav Thackere, have told very clearly the former Maharashtra Chief Minister that they want Draupadi Murmu. They want to vote for her. Uddhav Thackere has listened to them because he has dwindling support. He doesn't have a choice. And now Sanjay Raut saying that this is not because of any sort of pressure from within, but because of public sentiment that they're choosing to back Draupadi Murmu. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. India Today first told you about how Uddhav Thackere was actually going to go ahead and back Draupadi Murmu after MPs had expressed to him that they wanted to choose the NDA presidential nominee. There are a lot of questions about what this will mean politically, considering in Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackere has refused to budge as far as an alliance or any sort of reconciliation with Eknath Shinde is concerned. But is this a climb down by Uddhav? And to what extent will he be willing to go to actually ensure that he has some support, to ensure that he continues to keep the ideology, the identity of the Shiv Sena with him? Will he take this forward and then go ahead and also take that step of reconciling with the BJP, with Eknath Shinde? Remains to be seen. And that's a news break. We'll continue to track very, very closely here on India Today. Also coming up on the other side, the latest ground reports on the monsoon mayhem that swept across several parts of India.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Sun, we depend on it for energy and light, but solar flares from the sun could be deadly. Are you confused and don't understand what this means? Don't you worry, we have it covered. A massive solar flare erupted from Earth's star as it got active in its new cycle. A sunspot exploded and produced flares which lasted for 8 hours. The event led to a shortwave radio blackout for 8 hours over Japan and Southeast Asia. Before we get into the technicalities of what caused this, let's learn about solar flares. A solar flare is an intense, localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation in the sun's atmosphere. Its occurrence will disrupt radio signals. The occurrence of solar flare also varies upon 11-year cycle. The solar flare unleashed superheated plasma from the sun, powering them at speeds ranging in millions of kilometers per hour. The growing sunspot AR3032 exploded, producing M3 class flares that lasted nearly 8 hours. It hurled towards the inner planets, including Earth, ionized the top of the atmosphere with the extreme ultraviolet radiation released from the sun. Geomagnetic storms are a major disturbance of Earth's magnetosphere that occurs when there is a very efficient exchange of energy from the solar wind into the space environment surrounding Earth.
The onset of monsoon is creating mayhem across the country. From Maharashtra and Gujarat to Telangana, no respite from heavy rainfall has been predicted. The Met Department has issued several heavy rains warnings across Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana and MP. Gujarat has been reeling under the aftermath. schools and colleges in Valsad district have been shut. Rescue operations were held on Monday to help those stranded in the heavy rains. In Telangana, the Met Department has issued a red alert in the North district after several low-lying areas in the region were flooded amid heavy rainfall. Telangana declared a 3-day holiday for schools and colleges. In light of the predictions, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has instructed officials to be on high alert in the event of a high-level situation. Monsoon mayhem has also rocked Maharashtra's regions. The state is on high alert amid IMD issuing a red and orange alert across several districts. Meanwhile, in MP, the IMD has issued an orange alert in 33 districts. Officials have been asked to remain vigilant. The Met Department has issued an orange alert in Kerala as well.
भोपाल संभाग के इलाके जिसमें रायसेन, विदिशा और भोपाल शामिल हैं। साथ ही साथ होशंगाबाद संभाग के इलाकों में भी हमें काफ़ी अच्छी बरसात देखने को मिल रही है और आंकड़े भी हमें 100 से 200 mm के आसपास के मिले हैं। कई जिलों से आने वाले समय में भी 48 घंटों के लिए ऑरेंज अलर्ट की स्थिति पे काफ़ी जिलों को रखा गया है, जिसमें भोपाल संभाग, नर्मदापुरम, जबलपुर, शहडोल संभाग के इलाके और उज्जैन और इंदौर संभागों के जिले इसमें सम्मिलित किए गए हैं। और आने वाले 48 घंटों में भी मध्य प्रदेश में मानसूनी गतिविधियां सक्रिय रहेंगी। थंडर और लाइटनिंग से भी जनसाधारण को सचेत रहने की आवश्यकता है।
जैसे कि ईओसी और रिलीफ कमिश्नर ने एनडीआरएफ की टीम की डिमांड की अमरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए, उसी वजह से कल वीवीएन प्रसन्ना श्री कमांडेंट एनडीआरएफ के सुपरविज़न में मैं टीम लेके शाम को अमरेली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पहुंचा हूं और आज मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिज़ास्टर मामलेदार से डिस्कस करूंगा कि कौन से एरियाज़ है जो लो लाइन है जहाँ पे भारी बारिश के बाद पानी भर सकता है और नुकसान हो सकता है, तो उन एरियाओं को रेकी करेंगे और उसके बाद टीम यहाँ पे हेडक्वार्टर में प्रिकॉशनरी डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए तैनात है कि जब भी अगर कोई भारी बारिश होती है और फ्लड सिचुएशन अर्बन और रूरल एरियाज़ में होती है तो टीम साजो सामानों के साथ यहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में पूरी तरह सुसज्ज है।
As the monsoons have shown their fury and there is a whiplash and a sudden downpour since the last 3 days in the Deoghar village in Navsari's Gujarat area. We are in this village. As you can see that the water has already submerged my knees and for a few more hours it will rise to the waist level or even go on to the chest level. It is because of the overflowing Ambika river that goes through Navsari. The residents of this area have been demanding for a wall to be set up and they say that this kind of rainfall had occurred last 11 years back in 2011. I will try and understand and also speak to a few girls who are residents of this village. आप लोग से कुछ समझना चाहूँगा कि किस तरह की कठिनाई और किस तरह का परिश्रम करना पड़ता है ये पानी से जाने के लिए।
इधर लगातार बारिश हो रही है 48 आवर से, हमको इधर पानी में हम लोग फंसे हुए हैं। आधे लोग को तो खाने का भी प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है और ये जो लड़के सब बाहर रहते हैं वो लोग ही हमको खाना पहुंचाते हैं और कहीं के घर में तो पानी भी घुस गया है अंदर और 2 दिन से हमारी यही परिस्थिति हो रही है।
आपकी सरकार से या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से क्या विनती रहेगी, आपकी क्या डिमांड है ताकि इस प्रॉब्लम को कहीं ना कहीं रोका जा सके?
वो कुछ करे तो अच्छा है क्योंकि हर साल ऐसा ही हमारा हाल रहता है क्योंकि यहाँ पानी बहुत पड़ जाता है, उसकी वजह से स्कूल कॉलेज सब बंद हो जाता है और मेन रोड भी ब्लॉक हो जाता है, इसकी वजह से हमें बहुत तकलीफ होती है।
These were some young girls who are also residents of this Deoghar village and they are equally submerged in water. They are saying that they have to deal with this problem year after year. It is not a new phenomenon. The wall that the villagers have been demanding be built in Navsari inside the Ambika river has fallen on deaf ears, which is why they're forced to wade through this chest deep, waist high and knee deep water year after year.
Well, as floods wreak havoc across several states in India, the next report is on a tale of valor and humanity. Rescue angels continue with their heroic efforts to save lives, sliding down from choppers and diving into swollen rivers. Here's more.
Walloped by the floods. From up in the Himalayan mountains, the plains of Gujarat in the west, to the coastline down south, and the swollen streams in the east. Relentless torrents breaching banks and floodwaters lapped into homes. The saviors slid down from the rescue choppers. Several families plugged to safety in Gujarat's worst-hit Valsad. Divers saved 4 children from a river in a spate at Durg in Chhattisgarh.
5 बच्चे नहाने के लिए गए थे और 5 बच्चे नहाते नहाते अचानक से भाग गए। 5 में से 4 बच्चों को बाहर निकाल लिया जो सकुशल है और एक बच्चा तुषार साहू पिता भागवत साहू 14 वर्ष वो भी लापता है। गोताखोरों की टीम और प्रशासन की टीम पुलिस की टीम वहाँ पर लगी हुई है। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी रिकवर कर लें।
Rescue angels from the Indian Air Force and the Army in a frantic search for the missing from Friday's cloudburst at Amarnath.
The main thing which we were concentrating on was planning and coordination of assets and coordination between various agencies like the civil admin with the divisional commander, the camp commanders at various places towards the shrine, the army commanders, BSF as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police.
A young man alerted fellow residents about a man clinging to his tractor toppled by a flash flood. And civilians pulled him out of the roaring waves with whisper-thin ropes. Standing firmly in defiance to the crisis, this is a testament to humanity and valor. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, that's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues in 2 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the headlines in this edition first. RSS Neta's big attack claims conspiracy to turn Muslim prayer day of Friday into stone pelting day. Slams open beheading calls by Islamist fanatics as un-Islamic.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया।
Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly off to Friday. BJP guns for Hemant Soren government calls it Muslim appeasement. Inquiry has been ordered. Right-wing groups are called for Bandh over Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festival Sikh Maidan to be designated as a playground. Big climb down by Uddhav Thackerays backs NDA President nominee Draupadi Murmu after pressure from Sena MPs. Cracks in Aghadi, BJP gloats. Prime Minister Modi's mega Vikas push in Jharkhand and Bihar. He will inaugurate the Deoghar Airport and launch projects worth 16,000 crores. He will also perform special aarti at Baba Baidinath Dham. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Gujarat knee-deep in deadly deluge. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra. RSS leader Indresh Kumar stoked a fresh controversy, alleging that some people were trying to weaken the country's social fabric. The RSS Neta has claimed a conspiracy was underway to pit people against each other in the name of religion and community and weaken the country's unity. He said Friday is the day for prayers for Muslims, but some people have converted it into a day for stone pelting. The RSS Neta also went on to say some people were working towards weakening the country's social fabric and vitiating its atmosphere, adding that in situations like this, Muslim outfits don't just need to come forward and condemn them, but identify and deal toughly with them.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Amit Bharadwaj is getting us more details on that story. This has come from Indresh Kumar, a very senior RSS leader there, Amit. What have Muslim groups or religious organizations said about these comments about the Friday prayer? Friday is essentially being turned into stone pelting days, which unfortunately is the truth.
Well, Sneha, you know, there are two parts of this comment made by Rashtriya Muslim Manch Chief Indresh Kumar, who is also senior RSS leader. Now, he has said that Sar Tan Se Juda is un-Islamic and unconstitutional, illegal. That is something that even the Muslim organizations, you know, from different array of leadership have already said. Number two that he has referred to is that Friday is now being converted into stone pelting day. Patthar war banaya ja raha hai Shukrwar ko. That is what he said. And he is also claiming that there is conspiracy behind this entire stone pelting sequences which is happening on Fridays. But, you know, I have spoken to a number of Muslim organizations and they are very clearly saying that if there is a word of this kind coming from the RSS leader Indresh Kumar, then these should not be mere words. Rather, if he thinks, you know, there are claims that there are conspiracies of converting Friday into stone pelting day, then what are the agencies, central agencies and the investigative agencies doing? Instead of making such claims, the RSS leader should approach the investigative agencies.
We'll just come back to you, Amit. I'm coming back to you with those on that story in a moment from now. We're staying with this. Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS is also now joining us. Tanveer Ahmed, your reaction to what has been said. इंद्रेश कुमार का ये कहना है कि फ्राइडेज जो है वो स्टोन पेल्टिंग डे में कन्वर्ट किया गया रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, मुस्लिम रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को आगे चल के ये बातें करनी चाहिए. दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन नीड्स टू बी, दिस इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्वर्सेशन इज व्हाट इंद्रेश कुमार इज सेइंग दैट दीज मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, रिलीजियस ग्रुप्स मस्ट हैव with the youth who've been misled.
पहली बात, इंद्रेश कुमार जी अगरचे फ्राइडे का दिन स्टोन पेंटिंग ना हो इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका स्वागत करते हैं. बट इंद्रेश कुमार जी की नीयत वो नहीं है. ही वांट्स टू रियली create a fear psychosis in people's mind on Friday. That is, and Friday being an important day on for Muslims across the globe. And he is trying to play a psychological game and political game. It has nothing to do with you know, asking the community or the community leaders to come forward to make the India forward. No, absolutely nothing. His intentions are absolutely. The writing on the wall is very clear. He wants to paint the community with a brush of his choice.
Essentially, he's also gone on to say that these are very controversial comments that have been made. The one that we heard at the rally, Sir Tan Se Juda, this is un-Islamic is what he said. Do you agree with him?
It is very un-Islamic, very un-Islamic. And no person has the right to cut anybody's head. We have constitution, we have legal bodies, we have judiciary system. I agree on that statement of his.
Okay.
But talking on Friday and painting with his brush is absolutely uncalled for. And I think the gentleman before that, your reporter, was telling, what are the intelligence agencies doing? We have such a vast intelligence agencies. We have a home minister who calls himself as Iron Man. He needs to really take appropriate measure to curb it.
Okay. Tanveer Ahmed, I'm thanking you for the moment for sharing your views with us on that controversial statement from senior RSS leader Indresh Kumar. Amit continues to be with us. Amit, you were in fact telling us about the kind of steps that can be taken to ensure that there is peace during this time. What about the intelligence? These are some of the questions that members of the Muslim community are also asking, that you can in fact use the law and order enforcement machinery to settle all of this.
Well, absolutely right, you know, and in fact they are saying that Indresh Kumar is a senior RSS leader, heads the Rashtriya Muslim Manch. So if he is making such claims, instead of making such claims, he should approach the investigative agencies and ask them to, you know, investigate as to whether there are any involvement of certain elements as being claimed by him. And in fact, these Muslim organizations and the clerics are saying that, you know, in case there are involvements, the action should be taken and people who are behind this should be arrested. But they are also maintaining that, instead of putting out bare words and stoke controversy, steer controversy, either the leaders should stay away from making such statements, or they should, act upon their words and approach the investigative agencies. Otherwise, it just creates controversy. It creates a little bit of stress and unrest for the community people as well as the community leaders. But one thing that needs to be noted here, Sneha, is that all Muslim organizations, including Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind, Jamaat-e-Islami, had said it very clearly that slogans such as Sar Tan Se Juda are completely un-Islamic, unconstitutional and illegal, and anybody provoking such sentiments or making such slogans or making such claims should be acted against. So clearly you have, as far as Indresh Kumar's one part of the comment is concerned, it is something on the lines of the Muslim organizations and clerics have said in the past. But as far as this particular aspect where he's talking about Fridays being converted into Pathar Wars or stone pelting days, that is something is stirring controversy. Over to you, Sneha.
Amit, thanks for getting us those details. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that developing controversial story. Now, primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are giving weekly holidays on Fridays instead of Sundays to students. Over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly off instead of Sunday. The new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from Muslim community to enable them to offer Friday prayers. People of Baryapur, one of the villages where the change is implemented, insists that the middle school has been following Friday off since its inception. The Friday off system was earlier being followed by Urdu schools. Now it's being extended to other schools as well. The BJP has objected to this, calling it Muslim appeasement by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire, the JMM Congress government has ordered an inquiry into this matter.
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की। आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर यह छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है, लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Right-wing organizations have called for bandh demanding the celebration of Hindu festivals at Idgah Maidan in Chamarjapet area of Bengaluru. Now, the ownership of the Idgah Maidan ran into controversy in June after Hindutva organizations sought permission from BBMP to hold events on the ground. They demand Idgah Maidan be designated as a playground for all. The Karnataka State Board of Waqf has contested that 2-acre 10 guntas of land of the Maidan is registered Waqf property. Pending a resolution, the Bengaluru civic body has clarified that no official permission should be given or would be given for any event on the ground. These organizations as well as local groups have joined hands to wage a legal battle as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Idgah Maidan. Heavy police deployment at Idgah Maidan is there now and it has been cordoned off. Shifting focus to politics in Maharashtra, where the Maha that recently lost power in the state is at a break point. After a mega climb down by Uddhav Thackerays, the beleaguered Sena chief has now been forced to back the NDA presidential candidate, Draupadi Murmu. The massive U-turn comes after majority of Sena MPs rooted for her. Uddhav, along with Maha ally Sharad Pawar, had earlier backed opposition president nominee Yashwant Sinha. The U-turn led to murmurs of dissent among Uddhav's allies, but led the ruling Eknath Shinde BJP combined openly gloating. Uddhav, who recently lost 40 of his MLAs to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and BJP had other little option in fact to avert a split amongst the MPs.
You see, as you may recollect, that Mr. Uddhav Thackerays had joined in to file the nomination papers of Mr. Jayant Sinha as the MVA candidate, or the UPA candidate, as you may call him, from the earlier decision which was taken. Now, it seems there is a change of stand of the Shiv Sena. I can understand the type of pressure which Mr. Uddhav Thackerays is going through. And obviously, it is his first priority to save his party from disintegrating further. So, I think due to the pressure of the MPs of his party, and in order to save his party, there may be a change of stance, which probably Mr. Thackerays has taken, that it seems like. So, it is one individual decision of the Mr. Thackerays, and not there's of course hardly any 2-3 days left for the voting. So, I won't say much on this, but definitely overall the MVA further existence and issues, when we take a collective decision and there's a change of stand, it requires some sort of thinking at what would be the long-term strategy in years to come.
Well, these are all very unconfirmed reports as of now. I remember that meeting of Shiv Sena MPs took place recently under the chairmanship of Uddhav Thackerays, and the decision to support the candidate has been entrusted with the party president, Mr. Uddhav Thackerays. So we have no official information on that. But let me remind you one such incident when Pratibha Patil was the nominee for president from the Congress side, and she was very much part of the NDA. That time, Balasaheb did choose to support Pratibha Patil because she belonged to Maharashtra and she was a Marathi lady. So I will not be surprised if something like that happens. Secondly, there is no whip as far as the presidential elections are concerned. What we have read in the newspapers, I am not party to that discussion, so I really would not be knowing. But the Shiv Sena MP seems to be building some pressure on the party president, and the decision to support which candidate lies with Uddhav Thackerays. I am sure that he does not want to support the BJP, but as far as the candidate is concerned, at this moment I have no opinion on that.
First, we welcome his decision, because Draupadi Murmu is the face of Adivasis, face of Vanvasis, the face of our tribal community. So all of his MPs, including MLAs, they wanted to vote and support Draupadi Murmu ji. So finally, he heard their inner voice and has taken this decision to support Draupadi Murmu. So we welcome this decision, and other things we do not comment about their internal party issues. But when we talk about the president post, and the first time we have seen that the kind of face our party has going to give for the country and the president is from the tribal community. So all the opposition should also come forward, and they should also take a decision the way Mr. Uddhav Thackerays has taken.
We welcome this decision because, all MPs, they represent 20-25 lakh people. And these are the sentiments of Maharashtra. So that everybody come together and should support Draupadi Murmu ji. And I think they rightly have put before Uddhav's sentiments, and he has taken a good decision. We welcome this decision. We think that this should create a kind of good atmosphere, or this is a good thing that for us it's a ray of hope That is what I feel.
There's with us for more details on that story. Vidya, it's evident now that Uddhav Thackeray in many ways is feeling extremely cornered with these reversal in positions. That is for us to see really. Yesterday there were comments from Sharad Pawar on renaming of Aurangabad. All of this also speaks volumes of the fact that all is clearly not well within the Mahavikas Aghadi also, isn't it?
Well, the Mahavikas Aghadi, remember Sharad Pawar has also said that the next elections would be fought with the MVA in together. Certainly at this juncture it will be slightly difficult to say whether the MVA still stands or doesn't stand. But at this juncture, yes, Uddhav Thackeray has to take a decision which probably will help, in getting the entire party together. Remember, the entire Shiv Sena is a split house right now, with Eknath Shinde and others have actually revolting and moving out, them being thrown out by Uddhav Thackeray. It is the MPs who are trying to get, Uddhav Thackeray to get on to the other side as well, but it really remains to be seen whether he'll understand that supporting Murmu would also entail that Eknath Shinde's camp is the one which is being favoured, because clearly all the MPs also...
We'll come back to you. Navneet Rana, independent MP from Amravati, is also now joining us. Navneet Rana, there is a U-turn on the part of Uddhav Thackeray, who now is supporting the NDA's presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. How do you look at this development? What is the reason behind this U-turn?
We all should thank respected Narendra Modi ji to take a decision and to give a president nomination to a one religion, particular if she belongs to a tribal community. And this has happened in the history first time. And this everything understood by Uddhav Thackeray's member of parliament, and they went against Uddhav Thackeray and given a letter and notice. We all request you to support the candidate what respected Narendra Modi ji has given. And after this, all MPs were against, because all these things incident happened from last 1 month. 40 plus MLAs went out, leaving Uddhav Thackeray, and create their own party in the name of Sena. Because of that scaredness, now Uddhav Thackeray has taken U-turn, and I'm very thankful to him also.
Okay.
Because these days, tribal people need a support from every party, because none of the other parties, or either Congress or either Sonia ji, because I have requested Sonia ji Gandhi also to give us support to this candidate. But still they have not decided, and I still request, and the decision what I have taken by Uddhav Thackeray's committee, Uddhav Thackeray ji's committee members, I thank them also, but I definitely thank the members of parliament who has taken a decision before itself and given a notice to the person who are leading them.
But it does appear also in all of this, especially because this is a U-turn, that Uddhav Thackeray is under a lot of pressure from the other Sena MPs, who have in fact been fairly vocal about the fact that they want to support this particular presidential candidate that has been put up by the NDA. Essentially, he doesn't want to lose control of the party is what is being seen, isn't it?
He's already lost all the control, because otherwise the member of parliament or any member from the party, they won't go against who is the president of the party, but they all went against. Now Uddhav Thackeray ji got scared. If I won't listen to them, if I won't support this candidate, what has given by Modi ji, so this all MP will go, leave me and go immediately, because they had this opportunity. If he doesn't listen to us also, we'll leave this party and go. But still, these all MPs will go in a side and leave Uddhav Thackeray ji and join Eknath Shinde ji. That is very sure. But I still request our respected Sharad Pawar ji, who belongs to NCP party, we all respect him. But from very first, all tribal people are supporting them and supporting other parties also. They all should come in support of Murmu ji. Because it is a need for the community.
Okay.
All parties, seeing besides all this opposition, they all came in front and they have all supported Murmu ji.
You know, Navneet Rana, also one final comment from you on the manner in which The split within the Mahavikas Aghadi is also out in the open, and this is a development from yesterday, where Sharad Pawar came out and said that we were not consulted while renaming of Aurangabad. You know, some of these issues have been coming to the fore. That just gives an indication that all is really not okay within the Mahavikas Aghadi. What do you have to say about that?
See, in future, many more developments will happen. Because when you come under pressure and when you take a decision, but still the cabinet was held under Mahavikas Aghadi, and that meeting and that Mahavikas Aghadi meeting was held after the governor of Maharashtra has given a notice to the state government that you should not conduct any of the meeting or take any of the decision of anything. After this, once you prove your majority, then you have all the right to conduct any meeting. But still, Uddhav Thackerays, in the pressure of the MLAs who were pressuring him and his agenda, this thing was there in campaigning in 2019 and 14. We will change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhaji Nagar. But in forceful, what force he's got from pressure he was facing, because of that he's taken all this decision. But now everybody is going back step. But yes, they all were present. They all knew this is going to happen and this is happening. And this kind of comment coming from Pawar Sahib, I think nobody can digest, because he always supported Uddhav Thackerays. So this decision has taken by everybody. Yes.
Yes, that's a question that we did ask. Yes, that's a question that we did ask also, as far as the Aurangabad issue is concerned. But right here, the story that we're getting for our viewers is of Uddhav Thackeray doing a U-turn and supporting the NDA presidential nominee. Navneet Rana, thank you for your perspective. Some news just coming in. RSS workers are protesting against the attack at their office in Kerala. Earlier, a bomb was hurled at RSS office in Payanur, in Kannur district. The incident happened early this morning with window panes of the building broken in the attack, as per the police. Now we have the RSS, in fact, protesting against this attack. It was a bomb attack, and this, remember, was caught on camera. Pictures of RSS workers protesting against the attack at their office in Kerala. Earlier, a bomb was hurled at RSS office in Payanur in Kannur district. This incident took place early this morning with window panes of the building also broken in the attack, as per the police. Pictures on the left side of your screen are from the attack this morning, where a bomb was hurled at the RSS office in Kannur, and now these RSS workers are protesting. The bomb attack, however, did not cause any casualties or injuries, is what the police has said. This was hurled at an RSS office in Payanur in Kannur district. It happened earlier today. Window glasses of the building were damaged also in the attack, is what the police has said, saying that there were no casualties. In fact, on your screen are pictures of the RSS workers protesting against this attack earlier today. My colleague Shibi Mol is getting us more details on that story. The RSS is protesting, thankfully. No one was injured in today's attack, Shibi, but the RSS is putting across the point that they have been under attack and that this continues, isn't it, in the state of Kerala?
Yes, the RSS has right now taken out a protest in Kannur's Payanur, alleging that CPIM is behind this, because it was yesterday, it was the 6th death anniversary of a CPIM worker named Dhanraj, and the CPIM had accused RSS behind the murder of Dhanraj, and now the RSS is saying that it was the CPIM taking out a revenge for this murder, and the attack yesterday was the result of this revenge that CPIM took out against them. Now, Kannur is popular for these kind of political attacks and political killings, like bomb attacks against various offices keep taking place here. Now, this took place yesterday, and there was nobody in the office and nobody has been injured, but just the windows of the office, the front windows of the office were attacked. Now, the police, the heavy police, as you can see in the visuals from the protest, also the police is accompanying the workers, saying that, considering how politically sensitive Kannur is, and it can lead to more repercussions and it can lead to more violence. And the police is taking precautions beforehand, as they don't want to have any more situations like this again. And now the police has not got any leads. As we saw in the CCTV visuals also, there was a bomb hurled and you can't see anybody in the visuals. You can just see a lot of smoke and a blast. So the police has started the probe and they're looking into the details, and they are making sure that there is, even outside the RSS office also, heavy police has been deployed to make sure that any more violence or any more attacks don't take place again. And like I said, Kannur is popular for these attacks, and even in the last week there was a clash between Congress and CPI.
Yes, and famous for these attacks. Kerala has in fact seen several of these clashes between these two groups, and this is one of them. The RSS workers are protesting, staging a storm. It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, rain fury continues to sweep India. Gujarat knee-deep in deadly deluge. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra as well. We're getting into that story in 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Is the monsoon season bringing relief to you from the hot summers? Well, what if we tell you that it can rain diamonds? Not certainly on Earth, but yes, it is raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. The temperature and pressure conditions on these planets are extreme. Due to this, carbon atoms can be crushed into diamonds. Uranus and Neptune are known by their unique blue shades. Both planets have a common condition to harden carbon atoms. But unfortunately, the inhospitable environment of the planet won't allow you to collect those diamonds. The blue color of these planets is due to methane. Methane has carbon in it. The carbon can be crushed by immense pressure that happens in the atmosphere. And when it gets hot and dense inside the planets, these diamonds are formed and accumulated. This causes them to rain in the atmosphere. Tell us what you think about this unique phenomena.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
The onset of monsoons is creating mayhem across the country. From Maharashtra and Gujarat to Telangana, there's no respite from heavy rainfall. The Met Department has issued several heavy rains notices across Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana and MP. Gujarat has been reeling under the aftermath. Schools and colleges in Valsad have been shut for today and rescue work was held on Monday to help those stranded in the heavy rainfall. In Telangana, the Met Department has issued a red alert in the North District after several low-lying areas in the region were flooded amid heavy rainfall. Telangana has declared a 3-day holiday for schools, colleges. In light of these predictions, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao has instructed officials to be on high alert in the event of a high-level situation. Monsoon mayhem has also rocked Maharashtra's regions. The state is on high alert amid IMD issuing red and orange alert across several districts. The Met Department has issued an orange alert in 33 districts in MP as well, and also an orange alert in Kerala.
As the monsoons have shown their fury and there is a whiplash and a sudden downpour since the last 3 days in the Deoghar village in Navsari's Gujarat area. We are in this village. As you can see that the water has already submerged my knees, and for a few more hours it will rise to the waist level or even go on to the chest level. It is because of the overflowing Ambika river that goes through Navsari. The residents of this area have been demanding for a wall to be set up, and they say that this kind of rainfall had occurred last 11 years back in 2011. I will try and understand and also speak to a few girls who are residents of this village. आप लोग से कुछ समझना चाहूँगा कि किस तरह की कठिनाई और किस तरह का परिश्रम करना पड़ता है ये पानी से जाने के लिए।
इधर लगातार बारिश हो रही है 48 आवर से। हमको इधर पानी में हम लोग फंसे हुए हैं। आधे लोग को तो खाने का भी प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, और ये जो लड़के सब बाहर रहते हैं वो लोग ही हमको खाना पहुंचाते हैं, और कहीं के घर में तो पानी भी घुस गया है अंदर, और 2 दिन से हमारी यही परिस्थिति हो रही है।
आपकी सरकार से या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से क्या विनती रहेगी, आपकी क्या डिमांड है ताकि इस प्रॉब्लम को कहीं ना कहीं रोका जा सके?
वो कुछ करे तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि हर साल ऐसा ही हमारा हाल रहता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पानी बहुत पड़ जाता है। उसकी वजह से स्कूल कॉलेज सब बंद हो जाता है और मेन रोड भी ब्लॉक हो जाता है। इसकी वजह से हमें बहुत तकलीफ होती है।
These were some young girls who are also residents of this Deoghar village, and they are equally submerged in water. They're saying that they have to deal with this problem year after year. It is not a new phenomenon. The wall that the villagers have been demanding be built in Navsari inside the Ambika river has fallen on deaf ears, which is why they're forced to wade through this chest deep, waist high and knee deep water year after year.
As floods wreak havoc across several states in India, our next report is on a tale of valor and humanity. Rescue angels continue with their heroic efforts to save lives, sliding down from choppers and diving into swollen rivers. Here's more.
Walloped by the floods. From up in the Himalayan mountains, the plains of Gujarat in the west, to the coastline down south and the swollen streams in the east. Relentless torrents breaching banks and floodwaters lapped into homes. The saviors slid down from the rescue choppers. Several families plugged to safety in Gujarat's worst-hit Valsad. Divers saved 4 children from a river in a spate at Durg in Chhattisgarh.
5 बच्चे नहाने के लिए गए थे और 5 बच्चे नहाते नहाते अचानक से बह गए। 5 में से 4 बच्चों को बाहर निकाल लिया जो सकुशल है, और एक बच्चा तुषार साहू पिता भागवत साहू 14 वर्ष वो भी लापता है। गोताखोरों की टीम और प्रशासन की टीम, पुलिस की टीम वहाँ पर लगी हुई है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी रिकवर कर लें।
Rescue angels from the Indian Air Force and the Army in a frantic search for the missing from Friday's cloudburst at Amarnath.
The main thing which we were concentrating on was planning and coordination of assets and coordination between various agencies like the civil admin with the divisional commander, the camp commanders at various places towards the shrine, the army commanders, BSF as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police.
A young man alerted fellow residents about a man clinging to his tractor toppled by a flash flood, and civilians pulled him out of the roaring waves with whisper-thin ropes. Standing firmly in defiance to the crisis, this is a testament to humanity and valor. Bureau Report, India Today.
Protests continue to rock Lanka as the unrest in the island nation enters day 4. Sri Lanka President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's younger brother Basil Rajapaksa tried to leave the country last night. Immigration staff at Colombo International Airport rebelled from duty and refused to go to the VIP suite to stamp his passport. Lankans have stopped the president's brother from leaving the country. Basil is the former finance minister of Sri Lanka and recently resigned. Sources close to India Today have revealed that Gotabaya Rajapaksa yesterday signed his resignation letter, dated for the 13th of July. The letter was signed and handed over to a senior government official who will supposedly hand it over to Parliament Speaker. The Speaker will make a public announcement tomorrow ending Gotabaya Rajapaksa's presidency. Sources have also revealed that Rajapaksa was still in the country and was being protected by the armed forces.
We are standing close to the President's office and close to the President's palace as well. Several people, not just from Colombo but from various locations, have come over here, and the past 3 days are here only. They are visiting the various locations with their family, with their children, and to make sure that they don't go hunger. Food is also being arranged. Now, we spoke to people over here who state that these food are not provided in the form of money. These are food materials that have been donated by various public who come together, who are supporting their struggle, and this is how food is also being given to the people here. And for the day, the delicacy is milk, rice and kanaba, which is a form of a Sri Lankan delicacy which is being given, and here are the people who are taking it over and they are eating it also. And the thing is that for the third day, the protest still continues, and the D-Day for the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya, comes tomorrow, where he has promised to resign, and people here believe that he will resign, but still they don't want to leave the place. They are here. There are so many tents and various people are here. Yes, there are certain drafts, plans also to choose the next president for Sri Lanka. But for now, the people will have said that they will not leave until their president leaves, and determinedly they are standing over here for the past 3 days. The crowd here is actually a floating crowd coming and going, but all measures have been made sure that people will get food and water and continue their protests. There have been stalls also across the place to make sure they get any form of help. This is on the third day of protest in Sri Lanka's Colombo, where people are still waiting for their president's resignation. From Colombo, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
For 4 days now, angry Sri Lankan citizens have laid siege to the capital city of Colombo. They first stormed the presidential palace, cooling off in the pool, slam dunking in the streets and working out in the gym. They then set ablaze the Prime Minister's private residence. Even now, agitators are camping on the steps of the presidential secretariat, asking for Gotabaya Rajapaksa and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe to go.
These images symbolize the fall from grace of the Lankan regime. Protesters romping, wrestling on the personal bed of Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe. after barging inside with no security force present to challenge them.
After winning the elections as a president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa spent all his tenure here at his house, and this is his master bedroom. That's the bed which Gotabaya Rajapaksa used, and this is a huge area, around 400 square feet. This is the presidential bed. Of course, you can see the protesters and the local Sri Lankan people are now really having fun on that.
Similar fate awaited the lavish four-poster bed of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. A group of protesters were seen lying on this bed.
Mr. President, thank you. I'm sleeping on your bed.
The protesters were also seen taking turns to sit on the president's chair, clicking selfies and queuing up for their turn. Protesters also tried their hand at the board games inside the halls of the presidential mansion. Some were seen even playing the piano placed as a showpiece at the presidential house. While others flocked to the presidential gymnasium using the exercise machines and working out at the gym reserved for the President Gotabaya and his family. Some were seen enjoying the delicacies at the president's kitchen, even helping themselves to cook inside. Diving into the swimming pool of the president. Lazing around in an afternoon sun in the water. Strolling in the lavish parks and the forecourt of the presidential house.
The protesters, those who barged in the presidential palace in Colombo, the most images that were talked about globally was seen here at this swimming pool, the presidential swimming pool in Colombo, where huge number of the protesters were seen enjoying the pool. Of course, the water has totally changed its color, and still you can see few of these protesters enjoying at the poolside, enjoying the gym, enjoying the presidential complex.
The protesters clearly declared the presidential palace as a public property, the graffiti here saying it is open for all. Many others ransacked the president's residence, even spending a night inside. Days after storming the president palace, Lankans were seen counting cash found in Rajapaksa's house left behind by the fleeing president.
On 9th of July, Sri Lanka saw a major civil protest, and many are still calling it as a revolution. For them, it is definitely a revolution. Thousands and thousands of people gathered and they stormed into various government buildings. In fact, this is a location called as Golf Face, and on the opposite side, there are beautiful beaches, and still there are tents where students have come together, Sri Lankans have come together, and they are protesting against their president, claiming, "Go home, Gota."
Well, nothing has changed except the deadly violence that we saw last evening. Nothing has changed. The gathering, the crowd that remained continue here at the Gulf Face protests right in front of the Colombo port city. That's right behind me is the President Secretariat, Sri Lanka's most VVIP and highly, securely covered, and that's the Presidential Secretariat, which is now under the captivity of the protesters here. So remember, this is the office of the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
That is not all. A newly wedded couple were seen recording a photo shoot right outside the same presidential palace.
This is Shehan and Dilshan, and they're getting married just a few feet away from the President's Palace, and the gates that were broken by the protesters 2 days ago, and they stormed into, and they are going to start a new life, and they also hope and believe that Sri Lanka will also start a new life.
The Lankan rampage inside the once powerful seats of authority in Colombo signifies the shocking decline in the fate of once supremely influential Rajapaksas. With Shanuka Pereira, Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, there's a big development in Colombo amid speculations of Rajapaksa fleeing from Sri Lanka. Sources have claimed President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is at the Air Force base at the Colombo airport. The president has to submit his resignation on Wednesday, and now reports of his presence at the Air Force camp near the international airport are coming in. Interestingly, the workers' union Sri Lankan Nidaha Sevaka Sangamaya has decided to walk away from operations at the Silk Route terminal at the BIA, the Colombo International Airport terminal. With immediate effect, the same union opposed the exit of Besala Rajapaksa from Sri Lanka when he was leaving the country. Ashutosh Mishra is getting us more details, joining us from Colombo right now. Ashutosh, what really is going on? Where is the president moving? There is a lot of speculation that he is being protected by the army.
Well,
What
Sneha,
more
that's a
can you
big
tell us?
development. Well, Sneha, the major development that's happening here is the multiple rounds of meeting taking place. One in the ruling party camp, other is in the opposition camp here, the leader of opposition's house. In the meanwhile, the information that we are accessing is that the president, who was, the speaker in the interview, said that he perhaps fled the country and went somewhere near Maldives. What we are hearing, the president is very much in Sri Lanka, and he's at the Air Force base near the Colombo International Airport. Perhaps he has left to Trincomalee dock at the naval base, and now since he has to resign, very much he will be in Colombo on Wednesday when he has to submit the papers. In the meanwhile, the labor union, the workers union at the international airport, which is the Silk Road, which is accessible only by the VIPs, which includes the ministers, the member of parliaments, prime minister and the president. There was a chaos last night when the Basil Rajapaksa, the former finance minister, he was trying to flee to United States via Dubai. The immigration staff virtually went on strike. They opposed his exit and did not allow him to leave country. Muzabir Rahman, the member of parliament from the opposition camp, is joining me in the broadcast from Colombo. Last night there was a chaos almost virtually at the airport. The entire union has gone on strike. Is this an attempt to prevent any the ministers or the leaders from the Rajapaksa family to leave the country?
Yes, of course. That is what has happened yesterday night in the airport. That means people are angry with the Rajapaksa family. If they are sowing everywhere in the country, if they sow the Rajapaksas, they are going to be a big problem. Even
there was strong buzz that president perhaps could fled to Maldives, but speaker later, went back. He retracted his statement. But now we're hearing that he could be at the Air Force station at near the Colombo International Airport.
I heard yesterday, but he was in the army camp in the Trincomalee. Yesterday he has come to Colombo. In the morning, I heard he's living in next to the airport. There is a big Air Force camp. He's in the Air Force camp.
So he has to submit resignation.
Trying to go, I think. It's very close by. Next to the airport, there is a Air Force camp.
That's the charge the opposition leveling, that even the president is like, trying to flee. Of course, when he has to resign, there are severe charges against the Rajapaksa family, and perhaps there will be pressure even on the next regime, next government, that there has to be probe against the corruption charges against entire Rajapaksa family, be it the prime minister, the president, or even the cabinet ministers from the family. But that's a big development. The president is very much in Colombo, and tomorrow is going to be really a big day here in Sri Lanka, in the island.
All right, the resignation letter has been signed is what we are hearing. Thank you, Ashutosh, for getting us all of those developments. We'll keep coming back to you, Ashutosh Mishra, with that ground report from Colombo. Shifting focus now, Elon Musk has mocked Twitter's threat to sue him following his move to abandon the $44 billion takeover deal. Musk demands Twitter to disclose more information on bots and spam accounts in court. Here's more.
Elon Musk mocked Twitter's threat to sue him on its own platform on Monday after the world's richest person moved to abandon his $44 billion takeover deal, sending the social media company's shares reeling in early trading. Just after midnight Eastern Standard Time, Musk posted a meme depicting him laughing progressively harder, saying, quote, "They said I couldn't buy Twitter. Then they wouldn't disclose bot info. Now they want to force me to buy Twitter in court. Now they have to disclose bot info in court." The Tesla CEO said he intended to terminate the deal late Friday, claiming Twitter had failed to provide information about fake accounts on the platform and had breached provisions of the merger agreement. People familiar with the matter told Reuters that Twitter is planning to sue Musk as early as this week to force him to complete the takeover. One analyst from Jefferies told Reuters that his firm believes that, quote, "Musk's intentions to terminate the merger are more based on the recent market sell-off than Twitter's failure to comply with his requests. Legal experts say Twitter has a strong case against Musk, but could opt for a renegotiation or settlement instead of a long court fight. The tweets from Musk on Monday, which also included an image of Chuck Norris playing chess, amounted to the billionaire's first public response since announcing his intention to ditch the Twitter deal. Twitter shares were down sharply on Monday, trading between $33 and $34 a share, more than a third off the price of Musk's per-share offer.
All right, that report brings us to the end of this edition. I'm going to leave you with this story from Kerala, where Lulu Mall, one of the largest malls in India, had conducted a midnight sale of 50% off. Guess what? There are several videos now showing a huge crowd of people thronging the mall outlets in Kochi and Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, and this is spread on the internet like wildfire. The midnight sale was open to the people from midnight of the 6th of July till the morning of 7th of July. Thousands of people gathered to get a minimum of 50% of discount on almost all products.
Watching India Today.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
You are watching India.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
You are watching India.
Powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates. Har Gustakhi Saaf.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. This is Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. The headlines in this edition first. RSS Neta's big attack claims conspiracy to turn Muslim prayer day of Friday into stone pelting day. Slams open beheading calls by Islamist fanatics as an un-Islamic.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है।
Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly off to Friday. BJP guns for Hemant Soren government. Calls it Muslim appeasement. Inquiry has been ordered. Right-wing groups call for Bandh over Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals. Seek Maidan to be re-designated as a playground. Big climb down by Uddhav Thackerays backs NDA President nominee Draupadi Murmu after pressure from Sena MPs. Tracks in a Ghadi, BJP gloats. Prime Minister Modi's mega Vikas push in Jharkhand and Bihar. He will inaugurate the Deoghar Airport and launch projects worth 16,000 crores. He will also perform special aarti at Baba Baidhanath Dham. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Deadly deluge killed 61 in Gujarat. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra. A top story at this hour, the Mahavikas Aghadi, which recently lost power in Maharashtra, is at a break point. After a mega climb down by Uddhav Thackeray, the beleaguered Sena chief has now been forced to back the NDA presidential candidate, Draupadi Murmu. The massive U-turn comes after majority of the MPs rooted for Draupadi Murmu. Uddhav, along with Mahavikas Aghadi ally Sharad Pawar, had earlier backed opposition president nominee Yashwant Sinha. Now, this U-turn led to murmurs of dissent among Uddhav's allies, but led the ruling Eknath Shinde BJP combine openly gloating. Uddhav also recently lost 40 of his MLAs to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and BJP had little other option to avert a split amongst his MPs.
You see, as you may recollect, that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray had joined in to file the nomination papers of Mr. Jayan Sena as the MVA candidate or the UPA candidate, as you may call him, from the earlier decision which was taken. Now, it seems there is a change of stand of the Shiv Sena. I can understand the type of pressure which Mr. Uddhav Thackere is going through. And obviously it is his first priority to save his party from disintegrating further. So I think due to the pressure of the MPs of his party, and in order to save his party, there may be a change of stance, which probably Mr. Thackere has taken, that it seems like. So it is his own individual decision of the Mr. Thackere, and not this, of course, hardly any 2-3 days left for the voting. So I won't say much on this, but definitely overall the MVA further existence and issues, when we take a collective decision and there's a change of stand, it requires some sort of thinking at what would be the long-term strategy in years to come.
Well, these are all very unconfirmed reports as of now. I remember that meeting of Shiv Sena MPs took place recently under the chairmanship of Uddhav Thackere, and the decision to support the candidate has been entrusted with the party president, Mr. Uddhav Thackere. So we have no official information on that. But let me remind you one such incident when Pratibha Patil was the nominee for president from the Congress side, and she was very much part of the NDA. That time, Balasaheb did choose to support Pratibha Patil because she belonged to Maharashtra and she was a Marathi lady. So I will not be surprised if something like that happens. Secondly, there is no whip as far as the presidential elections are concerned. What we have read in the newspapers, I am not party to that discussion, so I really would not be knowing. But the Shiv Sena MP seems to be building some pressure on the party president, and the decision to support which candidate lies with Uddhav Thackere. I am sure that he does not want to support the BJP, but as far as the candidate is concerned, at this moment I have no opinion on that.
First, we welcome his decision because Draupadi Murmu is the face of Adivasis, face of Vanvasis, the face of our tribal community. So all of his MPs, including MLAs, they wanted to vote and support Draupadi Murmu. So finally, he heard their inner voice and has taken this decision to support Draupadi Murmu. So we welcome this decision, and other things we do not comment about their internal party issues. But when we talk about the president post, and the first time we have seen that the kind of face our party has going to give for the country and the president is from the tribal community. So all the opposition should also come forward, and they should also take a decision the way Mr. Uddhav Thackere has taken.
We welcome this decision because, all MPs, they represent you 20-25 lakh people. And these are the sentiments of Maharashtra. So that everybody come together and should support Draupadi Murmu. And I think they rightly have put before Uddhav's sentiments, and he has taken a good decision. We welcome this decision. We think that this should create a kind of good atmosphere, or this is a good thing that for us it's a ray of hope. That is what I feel.
We all request you to support the candidate what respected Narendra Modi ji has given. And after this, all MPs were against, because all these things incident happened from last 1 month. 40 plus MLAs went out, leaving Uddhav Thackere, and create their own party in the name of Shiv Sena. Because of that scaredness, now Uddhav Thackere ji has taken U-turn, and I'm very thankful to him also.
Okay.
Because these days, tribal people need a support from every party, because none of the other parties, or either Congress or either Sonia ji, because I have requested Sonia ji Gandhi also to give us support to this candidate.
My colleague Ritvik Bhalikar is getting us more details on that story, joining us for more on what really is on the mind of Uddhav Thackere, given that there's been a lot of pressure, and if you were to not back the presidential nominee of the NDA, there could be serious trouble in terms of his MPs then rebelling, isn't it, Ritvik?
Yes, absolutely. It clearly seems that Shiv Sena has softened its stand on supporting presidential candidates after yesterday's meeting. Because in yesterday's meeting, all the MPs who were present, they all, in consensus, told Uddhav Thackere that being a tribal community leader and a woman, the first Adivasi woman, we should unanimously support Draupadi Murmu because Bala Saheb Thackere in earlier days, he also took the stand. He was under no pressure to take his own stand to support a presidential candidate, be it Pratibha Patil, which was a UPA candidate at that time, be it Pranab Mukherjee. So now, after Sanjay Raut himself, who was very much in support of Yashwant Sinha, today, while talking to press, has said that supporting Draupadi Murmu is not to be understood that it's a support to BJP, and we have to consider the public sentiment, is what he says. He's also given the list of representatives from Shiv Sena party who are from Adivasi community, who are from tribal community. So it seems that now Shiv Sena is turning its stand, and they are going to declare it no sooner than later that they will be supporting Draupadi Murmu.
All right, Ritvik, thanking you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more on that developing story. And staying with Maharashtra now. Now there is trouble for Uddhav Sena leader Aditya Thackere. The Child Rights Panel has issued a notice to Mumbai Police Commissioner directing him to file an FIR against Aditya for using minors in the Save Our protests. The commission has directed the Mumbai Police Commissioner to take action against Aditya within 3 days and submit an action report as well. Uddhav Thackeray's son Aditya Thackere is accused of using minor children in his Save Our protest campaign. Uddhav Sena stoutly backed Aditya Thackere, claiming that during the peak COVID, BJP made children carry its flag in protest against the then Aghadi government.
देखिए, ये आरे मेट्रो शेड के मामले में पहली बार नहीं है कि इसके प्रोटेस्ट में बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। 2.5 साल पहले भी हमारे पास कंप्लेंट आई थी जिसमें स्कूल से बच्चों को लाए जाने की बात थी और उस मामले को भी हमने इंक्वायर करवाया था और उसमें ये पाया गया था कि स्कूल से ऐसा कहा गया कि बच्चों को लेकर के जाना है। रिपीटेडली इस तरीके की घटनाएं हो रही हैं जब इस प्रकार के प्रोटेस्ट के लिए बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। तो अगर किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को, किसी एक्टिविस्ट ग्रुप को कहीं प्रोटेस्ट करना है, दे आर फ्री टू होल्ड प्रोटेस्ट इन इंडिया, लेकिन बच्चों का इस्तेमाल किसी भी प्रकार के प्रोटेस्ट के लिए किया जाना ये गलत है और बच्चों का इस प्रकार से उपयोग किए जाने से आयोग को अगर शिकायत मिलेगी तो आयोग डेफिनेटली फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए पुलिस को देगा।
Meanwhile, the AIIMS is on a war path over renaming of Aurangabad to Shambhajinagar. AIIMS MP Imtiaz Jalil has appealed to the people of Aurangabad to move court and take to streets to protest the renaming of the district to Shambhajinagar. The move was, in fact, after the erstwhile Uddhav government in its last order renamed Aurangabad as Shambhajinagar and Osmanabad as Dharashiv. AIIMS says changing the name of Aurangabad will put a burden of around 1,000 crores on the government. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar too had slammed the move, calling it unilateral action by Uddhav government, which was never part of the erstwhile Aghadi government.
Well, an action committee against renaming of Aurangabad has been formed. It consists of all political parties except Shiv Sena, the two Shiv Senas and BJP. Rest all political parties, they have come together and formed an action committee, and they have given a call that on 12th at 2 o'clock they are going to organize a morcha from Bhadkal Gate from the statue of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The morcha will proceed from there till Amkhas Maidan, and then a delegation of the Action Committee will present a memorandum to the Divisional Commissioner. We have also decided to participate in that morcha because we feel that this decision of renaming Aurangabad is being thrust on the people of this city.
अशी सूचना आमच्या पक्षाच्या वतीनं झाली नव्हती पण ही गोष्ट आम्हाला मान्य करावं लागेल. शेवटी मंत्रिमंडळाचा निर्णय त्या मंत्रिमंडळामध्ये आम्ही सगळेच होतो. या सगळ्या विभागाची त्या शहरांच्या ज्या खऱ्या ज्या मूलभूत समस्या आहेत त्याच्यात अधिक लक्ष देण्याची गरज होती. या नावामधून
पाण्याचा प्रश्न सोडवला पाहिजे
असा हा मूलभूत प्रश्न आहे. याच्यात लक्ष द्यायला हवं होतं.
Some news just coming in. Well, a day after the Prime Minister unveiled the emblem, the national emblem controversy has peaked. TMC cries insult to the national emblem. TMC Neta Jawad Sarkar has tweeted, insult to our national symbol, the majestic Ashokan Lion's original is on the left. Graceful, regally confident. The one on the right is Modi's version, put above the new parliament building, snarling, unnecessarily aggressive and disproportionate. Shame, change it immediately is what Jawad Sarkar has said. There's a controversy brewing over the national emblem that was in fact inaugurated just yesterday by the Prime Minister. Ritvik Model is getting us more details on that story. The opposition here, the TMC, talking about the changes as far as the national emblem is concerned, saying that the one that has now been put up is aggressive. The TMC is taking the BJP head on. Ritvik, on this matter.
Exactly, it seems like that opposition like TMC unfolding a war of words with the centre over this issue. We do know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday unveiled the national emblem that cast atop of new parliament building. We did see that several top leaders of Trinamool Congress like Jawad Sarkar tweeted against it, and of course amid the controversy that has erupted over Moha Moitro's comment just a while back, Moha Moitro, TMC MP, she also tweeted a picture of a national emblem. She didn't mention anything on that particular tweet, but it seems like there are another Twitter war and another it's a head-on situation between TMC and particularly the opposition TMC and the centre over this issue. Amid there are a number of controversies that have been continuing between these two parties. But it would be interesting to see that at a time when Mamata Banerjee is addressing many programs today, she is scheduled to address several programs in North Bengal. So whether it would be interesting to see whether she say anything about it or not. Back to you.
Well, yes, absolutely. But any response from the state BJP at least, given that they have in fact taken the Bharatiya Janata Party head on, saying that this must be replaced immediately and this in fact is an insult?
At this point in time, we do not have any reaction from the Bharatiya Janata Party's Bengal chapter over this issue. As per the TMC is concerned, that we do see that they are targeting centre, left, right and centre over this issue, raising slogans and raising several, demanding, criticizing this issue. But we do not have any, reaction from the BJP as of now.
The political controversy brewing, and this has in fact been underscored by Jawad Sarkar of the TMC, who's spoken about the fact that this is an insult to our national symbol, the majestic Ashokan Lions. Original on the left, graceful, regally confident. The one on the right is Modi's version, put above the new parliament building. We'll try and get a reaction from the BJP as well over this allegation of the TMC as to why the slight change, even though that's really not visible. But the TMC, of course, hasn't picked this matter up, saying that the national emblem that has been put up And what was inaugurated by the Prime Minister yesterday has a lion which is snarling and unnecessarily aggressive. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is with us. What do you have to say about the TMC saying that why has there been a change? Gaurav Bhatia, the TMC says this is unnecessary. This lion that has been put up in the national emblem is aggressive and this is unnecessary. This is something that should be done away with.
Whether it is the Congress or the TMC and other opposition parties, they are rudderless today. They do not have any issues because of the positive agenda that is being undertaken by the Prime Minister of the country. And whenever the nation is celebrating, these people are whining and they're trying to point out mistakes in all the actions that the government decides to take. I think they've got a befitting response from the people of the country in the past. They'll be replied to again in the elections in the future. But this kind of opposition for the sake of opposition is not welcomed by the people of India.
But at the end of the day, questions are being asked by the opposition that why is there a change in the national emblem? At the end of the day, we have the lions who are in fact, the TMC says, unnecessarily aggressive and disproportionate. You should be changing it immediately, is what the TMC is saying.
No, I've made it clear. A lion is a lion and, everybody respects the Sarnath Stamp. It is sad that the TMC is trying to, make an issue out of it. The country is proud of the fact that such an emblem has been unveiled by the Honorable Prime Minister. It's a proud moment for everyone.
Gaurav Bhatia, I'd really like to ask you, did you notice this change at all when this emblem was revealed yesterday when the Prime Minister did the inauguration? Did you see it yourself and did you think to yourself that this is a slight change?
I don't think any other comment is necessary. If they're trying to politicize it, we don't need to comment on that. As I've said, the nation is rejoicing. Let's celebrate the occasion. Let's celebrate the Amrit Mahotsav. And these things will happen in the future because this is the character of the opposition today.
But I'm just asking you a simple question, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Gaurav Bhatia, they're not wanting to talk about whether he noticed the change or not. But TMC certainly has. TMC leader Shashi Panja is now joining us. Shashi Panja, the BJP says this is much ado about nothing. Why are you politicizing this issue? This change was not even evident. And this is not something that that's going to be changed, because the demand from TMC's Jawar Sarkar is that this is shameful and that the emblem must be changed immediately.
Good morning, ma'am. This kind of controversy, which unfortunately the central government or even their political party starts off, is very unfortunate. Now, the point we want to establish is just this much, that we are also very loyal Indians. And as, a new parliament building or a Central Vista project, etc., when we did object to it, it was during COVID times, because of COVID mismanagement was happening, and there the government seemed to be very busy with the Central Vista project. Now, it appears that because the opposition had placed certain objections at that time, and that's why none of the leaders of the opposition were called also for the event or for the opening yesterday. But we respect our emblem, we do. Now, all said and done, we have seen the tremendous haste and tremendous crucial things from which the opposition is, omitted from such occasions. Mm-hmm. So that is where the objection, that why is the opposition not getting its due respect? I mean, there's nothing, why is the opposition being obviated? That is all we have to say.
So is this a question of constitutional propriety, Dr. Panja?
No. Yes, if the parliament belongs to the opposition as much as it belongs to the ruling as the treasury benches. So what is the idea of obviating or even showing disrespect to us? I mean, we respect the emblem. We respect the constitution. There's nothing that we have to, we are happy that it is now in the making. Everything's all right. Mm-hmm. But why this, a concerted effort to keep the opposition out? I mean, what is the harm if there were leaders from the opposition parties who were also invited for the occasion?
Okay, that's a point that I get, that you've made. And the Congress has made it as well. But my question specifically is about what Jawahar Sarkar, your colleague in the party, in TMC, has tweeted, saying that this is an insult to a national emblem. He's actually referring to the slight change in the Ashoka Chakra, the majestic Ashokan lions, because they seem to be more aggressive here. Is that something that the TMC opposes as a party as well?
No, what we are trying to say is, why we could have even suggested, I mean, we could all have put in our heads together and, so that this kind of a controversy or a division doesn't arise. So that's all, and that's why we did, Jawahar Sarkar, Honorable MP, did tweet about, the technical problems or the technical, differences which have arisen. So this also would not have happened if they had, or we could have all put our heads together. But somehow, every decision is just a one-sided decision. And, we are almost always doing a post-mortem analysis, which is very unfortunate.
All right, Shashi Panja, thank you so much for sharing your views with us. The TMC there clearly saying that this is not done, not just one controversy, but several others. For example, why was the opposition, Ritvik, not part of the celebrations of the inauguration? Because the parliament, the constitution is not essentially something that belongs to the BJP as a political party. Other political parties also should have been a part of this. Ritvik.
Exactly. Even yesterday we did see that when a certain project of metro railway was inaugurated by Smriti Irani, let me tell you that on the very note that no one from the state government or the party, even the member of parliament of that Chorungi constituency here in Kolkata and a local MLA were also skipped that particular event, which is a protocol. But they claim, TMC claiming that it is insult to the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, which is why they tried to make distance from this event. But let me tell you that it seems like this is going to be another flashpoint between BJP and TMC, particularly at a time when TMC is raising, demanding the removal of this national emblem that has been unveiled by Prime Minister yesterday. And we did see that the Moha Moitro, she also the same voice is echoing on her tweet that while she tweeted just a while back that both the pictures, one is the previous emblem and the new one that has been inaugurated yesterday, and Jawahar Sarkar went on demanding the withdrawal or the removal of that of that particular national emblem that has been unveiled by Prime Minister yesterday. So, and we just heard Shashi Panja, a very prominent leader of Trinamool Congress, and it seems like, and as per the sources inside Trinamool Congress is concerned, amidst the row is continuing over Moha Moitro's Kali controversy, and at a time when BJP is continuing mounting pressure on the party, demanding immediate arrest of Moha Moitro. This is going to be another flashpoint on a significant issue where Trinamool or opposition like Trinamool can target BJP here in a state as well as in centre. That the decision has been taken, which is why we are getting several reactions, particularly on Twitter, over this issue. Back to you.
All right, Ritik, thanking you for the moment. We'll come back to you for more on that story. RSS leader Indresh Kumar has stoked a fresh controversy, alleging that some people are trying to weaken the country's social fabric. The RSS Neta claimed that a conspiracy was underway to pit people against each other in the name of religion and community and weaken the country's unity. He said that Friday is a day for prayers for Muslims, but some people have converted into a day of stone pelting. The RSS Neta further went on to say some people are working towards weakening the country's social fabric and vitiating its atmosphere, adding that in situations like these, Muslim outfits don't just need to come forward and condemn them, but identify and deal toughly with them.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर, पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
दुर्भाग्य से कुछ लोग इस प्रकार से फिरका परस्ती लोग हैं जो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी जहर डालने का काम करते हैं। जामताड़ा उसका उदाहरण है कि वहां पर रविवार के छुट्टी के बजाय वहां पर शुक्रवार को छुट्टी दी जा रही है बच्चों को, और ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। कानून सम्मत, नियम सम्मत, धर्म के आधार पर शिक्षा को बांटने का प्रयास नहीं करना चाहिए।
पहली बात, इंद्रेश कुमार जी अगरचे फ्राइडे का दिन स्टोन पेंटिंग ना हो इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका स्वागत करते हैं, बट इंद्रेश कुमार जी की नीयत वो नहीं है। He wants to really create a fear psychosis in people's mind on Friday. That is, and Friday being an important day for Muslims across the globe, and he is trying to play a psychological game and political game. It has nothing to do with asking the community or the community leaders to come forward to make the India forward. No, absolutely nothing. His intentions are absolutely, the writing on the wall is very clear. He wants to paint the community with a brush of his choice.
Moving on, primary schools in two wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara giving weekly holidays on Fridays instead of Sundays to students. Over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly off instead of Sunday. The new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from Muslim community to enable them to offer Friday prayers. People of Bariapur, one of the villages where the change is implemented, insist the middle school has been following Friday off since its inception. The Friday off system was earlier being followed by Urdu schools. Now it is being extended to other schools as well. The BJP has objected to this move, calling it Muslim appeasement by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire, the JMM Congress combined, the government in the state has ordered an inquiry into this matter.
सिख कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की, आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग इस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई, और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया, और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर ये छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है, लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Right-wing organizations have called for a ban demanding the celebration of Hindu festivals at Idgah Maidan in Chamarajapet area of Bengaluru. The ownership of the Maidan ran into controversy in June after Hindutva organizations sought permission from BBMP to hold events on this ground. They demand Idgah Maidan be designated as a playground for all. The Karnataka State Board of Waqf has contested that the 2-acre, 10 guntas of land of the Maidan is a registered Waqf property. Pending a resolution, the Bengaluru civic body has clarified that no official permission would be given for any event on the ground. Hindu organizations as well as local groups have joined hands to wage a legal battle as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Idgah Maidan. Heavy police deployment at Idgah Maidan has been seen and this has now been cordoned off.
The police hadn't given any permission to hold a protest here, but still a lot of people have gathered. What are the demands?
So we do not require any permission from any authority because we are doing peaceful function, peaceful protest in the interest of the public and in the interest of to maintain as it is for the public field. So the difference of opinion in between the officials, they are making a misuse of it. So it is difficult to maintain the peaceful in Chamarajapet because of the misuse of the misunderstanding between the officials. The property belongs to whom? Whether it belongs to BBMP or belongs to someone. They told that if anybody present the documents, we will make a quota. That is improper. So we request the government to maintain as it is and the maintain the field as it is, and what are the verdict given by the Supreme Court. We have to maintain once in a year. They have to pray for pray, and rest of the time it should be as a public field. So we request the government to maintain as it is in the interest of the public.
Some news just coming in. Bajrang Dal activist Kant Raju has been attacked. Allegations that he was attacked by Muslim community members with weapons last night. Kant Raju was involved in stone pelting incidents during Harsha murder protest in Shivamoga a few months ago. Miscreants fled the spot after the attack is what we are learning. My colleague Priyanka is getting us more details on that story. Priyanka joins us from Bengaluru. Priyanka, tell us more about this incident.
Right, Bajrang Dal worker who's been identified as Kant Raju was attacked by Muslim community who had weapons last night. Now Kant Raju was on the road near his house when his family heard his screams and they rushed to the spot, and after he was attacked, the miscreants fled the scene. Now Kant Raju was one of the protesters who was involved in stone pelting incidents during Harsha murder protests in Shivamoga in February and March. Harsha was a Bajrang Dal worker, 27-year-old Bajrang Dal worker who was hacked to death by a local Muslim gang in February in Shivamoga. Harsha's murder had led to a number of protests and other incidents in the city as well. The Karnataka police back then had also indicated that Harsha's murder could be part of a larger conspiracy as he was involved in organizing protests against the hijab issue as well.
With us, Priyanka, I'm just going to come back to you for more on that. We have a soundbite of a worker of the Bajrang Dal. Listen in.
ಮಚ್ಗಿಚ್ಚಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಹೌದಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತಾ?
ಅದೇ ಹಳೆ ದೇಶ ಬಜರಂಗ ಸಾಹಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹೌದಾ?
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಸನ ಸಭೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೂತ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಬೂತ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಳೆ ಜಿದ್ದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ
ಹಳೆ ಜಿದ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಹಣದ ವ್ಯವಹಾರನ ಅಥವಾ ಏನು?
ಹಣದ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಹಿಂದೆ.
ಹೌದಾ?
More news is coming in from Karnataka. Congress claims threat to Kannadiga writers. Surjewala has tweeted in a quote, Kannada writers face live threats from lumpen elements as Bomai government remains mum. is Chief Minister Bommai waiting for a repeat of MM Kalburgi or Gauri Lankesh assassination? Dharma of the state is to protect every citizen, irrespective of their views. Follow the Raj Dharma is what the Congress is talking about, saying that Kannadiga writers have been under threat and that a repeat of Gauri Lankesh or MM Kalburgi should be avoided at any cost. This is the Dharma of the state, to protect every citizen, irrespective of their views. Follow the Raj Dharma is what the Congress says. Priyanka continues to be with us. Priyanka, specifically, the Congress has raised this issue today. What threat is the Congress really talking about? Has there been a specific incident? Tell us more.
Right, so progressive writers in Karnataka have been receiving multiple death threats. There are reports which Randeep Surjewala was referring to, which said that since April this year, 19 death threat letters have been sent to writers in Karnataka, one of them being to an eminent writer called B.L. Venu in Chitradurga. That's a recent letter, and Randeep Surjewala has questioned the state government that despite all these death threat letters the writers are receiving over the years, no action has been taken. Now Lalita Nayak, who's also a progressive writer and who's fought against Hindu fringe groups after Gauri Lankesh's murder, she's also received a number of death threats. So the reference is to all these death threat letters these writers are receiving. Remember, eminent writers and writer-journalists Gauri Lankesh and others had been assassinated, and this is in reference to that.
Has there been any response just yet, Priyanka? Because I'm expecting this issue to even snowball further, given that Karnataka heads to polls in just a few months from now.
The writers have alleged that...
Be with us, Priyanka. I'm just going to come back to you in a few moments from now. S. Prakash of the BJP is now joining us. S. Prakash, how do you react to what the Congress says, that you have to protect everyone? There can't be a repetition of Kalburgi or a Gauri Lankesh in the state of Karnataka, and that Kannadiga writers are facing a lot of threat. You have to protect them. The state has to do it.
It is the duty of the state to protect every single Kannadiga, every resident of Karnataka, not just the Kannada writers. And Karnataka government is committed to protecting all those who are threatened. And certainly the investigation into these letters written to several writers are under investigation, and those who are culprits will be brought to books, and the government will ensure the safety and security of all those who are threatened by unknown elements.
Mr. Prakash, it's a fact that the state failed in its duty to protect at least two who were, in fact, who had views which were extremely different from that of, the BJP's ideology. They were very different ideologically, and the sense is that... Yes.
The state did not protect when Mr. Siddaramaiah was the chief minister. The murder of Kalburgi and Gauri Lankesh happened when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister. This question should be posed to him.
But the investigations are on, and there have been allegations that there has been a delay as far as the investigations, at least in the Gauri Lankesh case, is there, and that the state is deliberately protecting those who went behind Gauri Lankesh.
It is by these allegations are made by those ignorant of the development of what is happening in the court. The court proceedings has already started. They are being cross-examined by the court also. The case is on now, and it took several more than 2 years to crack the case, and they ultimately nabbed the culprits. We should appreciate the good job done by the police, not attack them needlessly for political reasons.
S. Prakash, my last question to you. Do you admit that there indeed is a threat? The Congress says that many of these writers are extremely worried, concerned. They've written letters as well. So there is a threat, right?
There is no threat to anybody, any writer in Karnataka. This narrative is being built up. The letter as they have received is already with the police. I am sure the real motive behind these letters will be known very shortly.
All right. Thank you so much, S. Prakash of the BJP, for sharing your perspective on what the Congress has now said, claiming a threat to Kannadiga writers in the state of Karnataka. Shocking images of an attack on an RSS office has now surfaced. Bombs were hurled at an RSS office in Payanur area of Kerala's Kannur district in the wee hours of Tuesday. The incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. and nobody was injured in the attack, though the window panes on front side of the office were shattered. India Today has accessed the CCTV footage of the attack, which is being examined to ascertain the number of attackers and to nab the culprits. Enraged by the attack, RSS workers in Kannur hit the streets, staging a massive demonstration against the attack. With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break and news continues in just 2 minutes.
अरे आ गई। कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ई-स्पोर्ट्स?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई-स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
You are watching You are watching
Some news just coming in. WWE wrestler The Great Khali has allegedly misbehaved with a toll employee in Philor and slapped him. The toll employee allegedly entered his car to click the photographs when Khali lost his cool. You're getting this video there of the toll employee, who in fact was in a tiff with the Great Khali there. This incident has taken place in Philor in Jalandhar district, where Khali was involved in a tiff. We'll get more details of that story, but this video since has gone viral. Allegedly, the toll employee was trying to enter the car of The wrestler to click photographs with him when Kali lost his cool.
ब्लैकमेल नहीं किया थप्पड़ मारे तू ये कैमरे पर चेक करा देने ये ब्लैकमेल कर जाता है नहीं खोल सके तुमने थप्पड़ क्यों मारे थे हेलो हेलो मारना नहीं तो मैं रास्ता है धक्का नहीं करना हेलो ब्लैकमेल कर रहे हैं गड्डिया नंबर है खली दिखा आई कार्ड दिखा हैं ब्लैकमेल नहीं कर रहे मैं ब्लैकमेल नहीं कर रहे तू है चपेट क्यों मारी आई कार्ड काट दिया आई धक्के किने मारे थप्पड़ मारे थप्पड़ क्यों मारा थे मुलाजिम खड़े ब्लैकमेल नहीं किया थप्पड़ मारे तू ये कैमरे पर चेक करा देने थप्पड़ क्यों मारे थे हेलो हेलो मारना नहीं तो मैं रास्ता है धक्का नहीं करना हेलो ब्लैकमेल कर रहे हैं
Now, the onset of monsoon is creating mayhem across the country. From Maharashtra and Gujarat to Telangana, there's no respite from heavy rainfall. The Met Department has issued several warnings in Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana and MP. Gujarat has been reeling under the aftermath of the rains. Schools and colleges in Valsad have been shut today. Rescue operations have been on. In Telangana, the Met Department has issued a red alert in the North District after several low-lying areas in the region were flooded amid heavy rainfall. Telangana declared a 3-day holiday for schools and colleges. Telangana Chief Minister KCR has instructed officials to be on high alert. Monsoon mayhem has also been reported from Maharashtra, several regions there, where orange alert has been issued across several districts. Meanwhile, in Madhya Pradesh, the Met Department has issued an orange alert for heavy to heavy rainfall, very heavy rainfall in 33 districts. The department has issued an alert in Kerala as well.
As the monsoons have shown their fury and there is a whiplash and a sudden downpour since the last 3 days in the Deoghar village in Navsari's Gujarat area. We are in this village, as you can see that the water has already submerged my knees, and for a few more hours it will rise to the waist level or even go on to the chest level. It is because of the overflowing Ambika river that goes through Navsari. The residents of this area have been demanding for a wall to be set up, and they say that this kind of rainfall had occurred last 11 years back in 2011. I will try and understand and also speak to a few girls who are residents of this village. आप लोग से कुछ समझना चाहूँगा कि किस तरह की कठिनाई और किस तरह का परिश्रम करना पड़ता है ये पानी से जाने के लिए।
इधर लगातार बारिश हो रही है 48 आवर से। हमको इधर पानी में हम लोग फंसे हुए हैं। आधे लोग को तो खाने का भी प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, और ये जो लड़के सब बाहर रहते हैं वो लोग ही हमको खाना पहुंचाते हैं, और कहीं के घर में तो पानी भी घुस गया है अंदर, और 2 दिन से हमारी यही परिस्थिति हो रही है।
आपकी सरकार से या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से क्या विनती रहेगी, आपकी क्या डिमांड है ताकि इस प्रॉब्लम को कहीं ना कहीं रोका जा सके?
वो कुछ करे तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि हर साल ऐसा ही हमारा हाल रहता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पानी बहुत बढ़ जाता है। उसकी वजह से स्कूल कॉलेज सब बंद हो जाता है और मेन रोड भी ब्लॉक हो जाता है। इसकी वजह से हमें बहुत तकलीफ होती है।
These were some young girls who are also residents of this Deoghar village, and they are equally submerged in water. They are saying that they have to deal with this problem year after year. It is not a new phenomenon. The wall that the villagers have been demanding be built in Navsari inside the Ambika river has fallen on deaf ears, which is why they're forced to wade through this chest deep, waist high and knee deep water year after year.
Protests continue to rock Lanka as the unrest in the island nation enters day 4. Sri Lanka President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's younger brother Bisala Rajapaksa tried to leave the country last night. Immigration staff at Colombo International Airport rebelled from duty and refused to go to the VIP suite to stamp his passport. Lankans have stopped the president's brother from leaving the country. Bisala is the former finance minister of Sri Lanka and recently resigned. Sources close to India today have revealed that Gotabaya also yesterday signed his resignation letter, which is dated the 13th of July. The resignation letter was signed and handed over to a a senior government official who will hand it over to the Parliament Speaker. The Speaker will make a public announcement tomorrow, ending Gotabaya's presidency. Sources have also revealed that Rajapaksa was still in the country and was being protected by the armed forces.
We are standing close to the President's office and close to the President's palace as well. Several people, not just from Colombo but from various locations, have come over here, and the past 3 days are here only. They are visiting the various locations with their family, with their children, and to make sure that they don't go hunger. Food is also being arranged. Now, we spoke to people over here who state that these food are not provided in the form of money. These are food materials that have been donated by various public who come together, who are supporting their struggle, and this is how food is also being given to the people here. And for the day, the delicacy is milk, rice and kanaba, which is a form of a Sri Lankan delicacy which is being given, and here are the people who are taking it over and they are eating it also. And the thing is that for the third day, the protest still continues, and the D-Day for the President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya, comes tomorrow, where he has promised to resign, and people here believe that he will resign, but still they don't want to leave the place. They are here. There are so many tents and various people are here. Yes, there are certain drafts, plans also to choose the next president for Sri Lanka, but for now the people will have said that they will not leave until their president leaves, and determinedly they are standing over here for the past 3 days. The crowd here is actually a floating crowd coming and going, but all measures have been made sure that people will get food and water and continue their protests. There have been stalls also across the place to make sure they get any form of help. This is on the third day of protest in Sri Lanka's Colombo, where people are still waiting for their president's resignation. From Colombo, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
Well, details of that story and much more is always up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching. PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometriosis.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates. Har Gustakhi Saaf.
Mega face-off erupts after Modi unveiled national anthem. TMZ says original emblem was graceful and confident, while the one unveiled by Modi is aggressive, calls it shameful. RSS Neta's big attack, claims conspiracy to turn Muslim prayer day of Friday into stone pelting day, slams open beheading calls by Islamist fanatics as un-Islamic.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया।
Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly off to Friday. BJP guns for Hemant Soren. Government calls it Muslim appeasement. Inquiry ordered. Right-wing groups call for Band over Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals. Sikh Maidan to be designated as playground. Big climb down by Uddhav Thackerays backs NDA president nominee Draupadi Murmu after pressure from Sena MPs. Cracks in Aghadi. BJP gloats. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Deadly deluge kills 61 in Gujarat. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded off in Maharashtra. Breaking news just coming in, an explosive face-off over Smriti Irani getting charge of Minority Affairs Minister. TMC targets Smriti Irani, calling her a hardcore Hindu married to a Parsi who got charge of Muslims and Christians in India, questioning if this is BJP's brand of secularism. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju hits back, calling it fake secularism and reminding TMC that Sikhs, Jains and Parsis are also minorities. Kamaljit is now joining us for the very latest. Kamaljit, what is the issue if Smriti Irani is the minority minister? Why this backlash?
Well, ever since Mukhtar Naqvi actually stepped down, there is this contention, and this is not something new between BJP as far as TMC is concerned. There has been an ongoing tutu meme between the two, but it all started with Rajya Sabha MP Deoghar Sarkar. He obviously hitting out, calling Smriti Irani a hardcore Hindu married to a Parsi, and Kiran Rijiju hitting right back, saying this is a pseudo-secular comment that the Parsi, along with Sikhs and Christians as well as Muslims, are part of minority community. So obviously hitting back at Deoghar Sarkar. But clearly, there have been several questions, even speculations.
Shehzad Poonawala is now joining us for a quick reaction on this. Shehzad, I don't understand what is the TMC's problem. How does the BJP respond to this? How does it matter whether she's a Hindu married to a Parsi who got charge of Muslims and Christians in India as long as she's fulfilling her duties? How do you respond to the TMC?
First of all, the TMC has proven that it doesn't mean Trinamool Congress, it means Tushikaran Mujhe Chahiye, because in the conception of the TMC, only Muslims and Christians comprise minorities. What about the Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis? Aren't they minorities? As per the NCM Act, they are actually. So this shows their mindset that they only want to appease one community for the sake of vote bank politics. And having said that, this country and this government particularly looks at the competence and the character of a person, not at the community. But unfortunately, those who indulge in the practice of community before character and competence has led the Muslim community down garibi, and we've seen the Satchar Committee report testify that. The more important point, Chaiti, in this, however, is that this is time and again become part and parcel of the politics of Trinamool Congress party. They play vote bank politics on court orders. They play vote bank politics on policy issues. This is a government that has given 80 crore people rations. Mohammed and Mohit weren't distinguished between. This government gave 12 crore toilets to households. Shilpa and Sultana both got those toilets. We gave 6 crore tap water connections to households. Everybody got it, irrespective of their religion. But unfortunately, today when there is is there a compulsion that a particular person has to belong to a particular religion to head a ministry? Absolutely not. It's the character and the competence, and Smriti Irani embodies that more than anybody else.
I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, Shehzad. Shehzad, TMC says that she's a hardcore Hindu and she's been made in charge of minorities. If you would explain to the TMC what is the selection criteria and process like?
Well, it is unfortunate that the TMC is making that jibe at the Hindu community. The Hindu people are the most secular people. The Hindu people are the most tolerant people and the most mature community that has never indulged in any kind of negative communalized politics. And to say that because she is a Hindu, she can't discharge her responsibilities towards the constitution faithfully is actually not an insult just of Smriti Irani ji, but of the entire Hindu community. We have had prime ministers who belong to Hindu community. Did they not work for the Muslim upliftment? Did Nehru not work for Muslim upliftment in his conception because he's a Hindu? So this kind of ridiculous argument being made by Mr. Jawahar Sarkar actually he's a serial offender when it comes to this. But I would like to ask Mamata Banerjee ji that does the Trinamool Congress mean to say that Sikhs are not minorities, Buddhists are not minorities, Jains are not minorities? And is there a particular community that can only head this particular ministry? Is there a compulsion? Is there a law?
TMC has also gone ahead and made a remark that Smriti Irani, who's a hardcore Hindu, who has been married to a Parsi. How does it matter who she's married to? And even if she's married to a Parsi, that should probably serve the interests better because Parsis are minority in this country.
Smriti Irani ji's personal life and her personal choices are not up for debate. It is her character and her competence that is at test when she's in public life. She has been an exceptional minister. We are proud of her as a minister and her leadership. And therefore, she has been given this additional task of handling this ministry. And she will do far better job than those who only gave this country 10 big riots in which 10,000 to 12,000 Muslims and Sikhs got massacred, whether it's the Delhi Sikh riots or the riots that took place in Bhiwandi, Nelli, Jalgaon, Hashimpura, Meerut, Malyana. So I think it is the competence and the character of the person, not the community. But unfortunately, Trinamool Congress and the Congress and their ilk only look at people through the lens of communalism, through the lens of vote bank, not through the lens of character and competence. That is not the view of this government.
All right, we'll try and get a reaction from TMC on what Shahzad has just said. Shahzad, thanks very much for joining us with that quick input right there. Bharatiya Janata Party, Shahzad Poonawala with his first up reaction on this comment coming in from TMC. I'm going to take this across to Kamaljeet Sandhu as well. Kamaljeet, any reactions coming in from the TMC in terms of further going on to explain why they have said what they have said? Because as Shahzad said, it is the competence that matters.
Well, we'll really have to see whether the TMC really supports Deoghar Sarkar's comment, because earlier we saw, as far as Mahua Mitra was concerned, they were distancing of the comment that she had made. And this time around, it is Deoghar Sarkar. And remember, Smriti Irani has held portfolios earlier, whether it's HRD, whether it's Ministry of Textiles. And now she has another feather in her hat. This obviously goes to show that the choice has been made. The government has faith in her as far as holding the portfolio is concerned. Sensitive as it may be in times, especially there have been comments coming in from the BJP regarding how the opposition parties have indulged, especially the Congress and the TMC, in the likes of appeasement of the Muslim community or appeasement of the minority community. So this is a fresh war of words which has now begun. Deoghar Sarkar first earlier making a comment, Kiran Rijiju hitting it out, and we've seen how BJP is now scaling it really up. So whether Deoghar Sarkar gets support of TMC, that now needs to be seen, or whether this is going to only escalate into a war of words.
Yes, absolutely. And what do you think is the biggest problem here? TMC is indulging in just politics for the sake of it, or do they have a real problem in taking objection to Smriti Irani been given this charge?
Well, Smriti Irani is one of the prominent leaders, whether it is taking on Rahul Gandhi, whether it's taking on opposition. So yes, she is being in the eye of controversy over a several period of time. But right here, it does seem that Deoghar Sarkar has obviously hit out at her, calling her a hardcore Hindu. That is where it's seen who's been married to a Parsi. So for the first time, it does seem that not just the religious complexity, but her marital status has been brought into question. And that is where saying that she's the one who's holding the portfolio.
भी प्रदान कर रहे हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को। आप सबकी तरफ से जोरदार तालियां अभिनंदन स्वरूप। बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब मैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री महोदय से निवेदन करती हूं, कृपया अंगवस्त्र प्रदान कर स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का। माननीय नागरिक विमानन मंत्री महोदय अंगवस्त्र के साथ स्वागत कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद। और अब मैं माननीय सांसद श्री निशिकांत दुबे जी से निवेदन करती हूं, श्री बाबा बैद्यनाथ मंदिर का महात्म्य ये पवित्र पुस्तक प्रदान करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय सांसद महोदय। झारखंड राज्य का प्रसिद्ध तीर्थ स्थल 12 ज्योतिर्लिंगों में से एक बाबा धाम अपनी नैसर्गिक सुंदरता, ऐतिहासिक, धार्मिक और सांस्कृतिक पहचान तो रखता ही है, अब देवघर तैयार है विकास की एक नई तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करने के लिए। ऐसे में आपके स्वागत हेतु मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूं माननीय सांसद श्री निशिकांत दुबे जी को स्वागत संबोधन हेतु।
भारत माता की। हम सबों के अभिभावक, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता, जिनके मन में हमेशा दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, महिलाओं, बच्चों के लिए मैंने दर्द देखा है एक सांसद होने के नाते, उनके कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, वैसे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी इस देवघर में पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर बाबा बैद्यनाथ का पूजा, 75 साल में कोई प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर पूजा करने के लिए नहीं आया। वैसे हम सबों के नेता, देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मंचासीन सभी शीर्षस्थ मंच और आए हुए तमाम बहनों भाइयों, प्रधानमंत्री जी गुजरात से देवघर का एक अलग कनेक्शन है। 1925 में महात्मा गांधी जी यहां आए थे और उन्होंने अपनी आत्मकथा में लिखा कि वो अपना आजादी का आंदोलन देवघर से ही चलाना चाहते थे। बाद में वो सेवाग्राम गए, लेकिन जब 1934 में वो दोबारा आए तो इसी बैद्यनाथ मंदिर में उस वक्त अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति के लोगों का प्रवेश नहीं था। अछूत के नाम पर जो है उनका प्रवेश नहीं होता था, और महात्मा गांधी जी को इसके लिए लाठी डंडा सब कुछ यहां खाना पड़ा, लेकिन उन्होंने इस मंदिर में अछूत का प्रवेश कराया। आज आप आए हैं इसी झारखंड के जो कड़ी महात्मा गांधी जी ने 1934 में छोड़ी थी, उसको आज आपने पूरा किया है। इस देश के अनुसूचित जनजाति की आवाज द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को आपने, जो कि झारखंड की हैं, क्योंकि 1936 तक उड़ीसा और झारखंड और बिहार ही था, बिहार का अंग था, उनके बाप दादा सभी इसी झारखंड के हैं, उनको आपने राष्ट्रपति बनाया है। मैं उसके लिए आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने महात्मा गांधी की कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू को बनाकर आज इस भूमि में प्रवेश किया है। एक सांसद होने के नाते आपने जो मुझे दिया, इसके लिए मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है। इस गोड्डा लोकसभा में 1 लाख करोड़ की योजना चल रही है, चाहे वो अल्ट्रा मेगा पावर प्लांट हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट प्लांट हो 1600 मेगावाट का जो कि अगले महीने चालू होने वाला हो, चाहे एम्स हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट हो, चाहे पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज हो, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हो, डैम हो, आप नाम लीजिए, केंद्रीय विद्यालय हो, एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज हो, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हो, सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क हो, प्लास्टिक पार्क हो। मैं यदि गिनाता चलूं तो मुझे शायद जो है 15-20 मिनट जो है उसी योजनाओं को लगेगा। आपने 1 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर की योजना, ये 2014 जो गोड्डा जो मेरी लोकसभा है, आजादी के 75 साल बाद पिछले साल आपके जन्मदिन के ऊपर 17 सितंबर को मैंने जो है वो रेल गोड्डा के लोगों ने देखा। वो रेल देखने के लिए कम से कम लाखों की भीड़ उस गोड्डा स्टेशन में थी। आप इसी से अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि इलाका कितना पिछड़ा था और आपने कितना कुछ किया। इसके अलावा मेरे पास आपको धन्यवाद देने के लिए कोई शब्द नहीं है। एक व्यक्ति के नाते मैं आपको नमस्कार ही कर सकता हूं। आप महामानव हैं और आपने जो इस पिछड़े इलाके को दिया वो शायद भूतो न भविष्यति कोई प्रधानमंत्री नहीं दे सकता। आप आए, इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
स्वागत संबोधन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय सांसद महोदय। और यकीनन आज जब देश के विमानन मानचित्र पर देवघर भी शामिल हो रहा है, हमारे बीच उपस्थिति है माननीय केंद्रीय उड्डयन मंत्री श्री ज्योतिरादित्य एम सिंधिया जी की। बेहद ऊर्जावान माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री महोदय को अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूं आपके संबोधन के लिए।
There you go, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Deoghar right there. We'll get you more details. He's going to be inaugurating the Deoghar Airport in Jharkhand. There is an address as well. We'll bring you all those details as we go along the way. "24 hours after Prime Minister Modi unveiled the national emblem, the TMC was quick to attack the centre over the unveiling, claiming that Prime Minister Modi's version of the emblem was looking ferocious. TMC MP Mahua Moitra and Jawar Sarkar claimed that the emblem was an insult to the national symbol. TMC's Jawar Sarkar claimed that the original emblem was graceful, regally confident, while Prime Minister Modi's version above the Parliament building was snarling and unnecessarily aggressive and disproportionate. AIIMS Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has accused the Prime Minister's office of violating constitutional norms. Congress has jumped in the debate. Sandeep Dixit questioned as to why opposition parties were not present during this unveiling.
And other opposition parties, they are rudderless today. They do not have any issues because of the positive agenda that is being undertaken by the Prime Minister of the country. And whenever the nation is celebrating, these people are whining and they're trying to point out mistakes in all the actions that the government decides to take. I think they've got a befitting response from the people of the country in the past. They'll be replied to again in the election in the future. But this kind of opposition for the sake of opposition is not welcomed by the people of India.
We are also very loyal Indians. And as, a new parliament building or a Central Vista project, etc., when we did object to it, it was during COVID times because of COVID mismanagement was happening, and there the government seemed to be very busy with the Central Vista project. Now, it appears that because the opposition had placed certain objections at that time, and that's why none of the leaders of the opposition were called also for the event or for the opening yesterday. But we respect our emblem, we do.
Ritik Mondal is now joining us from Kolkata. Ritik, walk our viewers through what is the exact objection that the TMC is taking at this point of time over this entire controversy. In fact, Asylum has also reacted to this particular emblem and called it unconstitutional. What is the TMC stance?
See, actually, Prime Minister Narendra Modi Monday unveiled the new emblem which has been placed atop of Central Vista there in Delhi, and what we have the very next day that TMC, it seems like it's triggering a new flashpoint between opposition TMC and BJP particularly after Deoghar Sarkar tweeted that and I quote that it is an insult of our national symbol, the majestic Ashokan lion, and Deoghar Sarkar demanded immediate change of this emblem. On that particular tweet, Sarkar also posted two pictures of national emblem. One was the previous one and the new one. Let me also mention that just a while back, Moha Moitro, TMC member of parliament, she also tweeted the same picture but didn't mention anything. But it seems like now TMC is targeting particularly BJP and centre over this issue. Amid the situation, the opposition brigade are targeting and criticizing this event, what exactly happened yesterday in Delhi. And remember, at a time when BJP particularly are targeting TMC and its Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the Kali controversy, it seems like another flashpoint that has erupted, that has triggered by TMC senior leaders like Moha Moitro or Deoghar Sarkar, and this is going to be very interesting to see what stance BJP takes to react on this, as it has been decided by TMC to raise their voice over this issue when BJP is mounting pressure on TMC over Kali controversy. So now TMC chose to hit back the BJP.
Rahar Sarkar of the Trinamool Congress is now joining us for a quick reaction on this story. Mr. Sarkar, firstly, your reaction to this particular emblem.
See, I have already mentioned in my tweet that it is a distortion. Okay. However slight the distortion may appear to be, it is a distortion. And under the Act that guide the reproduction of national symbols, the national flag, there is no scope for even a hair to pass. There is no scope for distortion. Now, this distortion has been made in respect of certain features, like the aggression that comes out of the mouth of the lion that has been foisted, the lions that have been foisted. Ashokan lions symbolize royalty in its splendor, in their restraint. You have to understand Ashoka. You don't have to go too far to, architects and visualizers are available here and there. But Ashoka and his philosophy has to be understood in the light of this controversy. Ashokan lions were regal. They were sangyam, as we put in Hindi. They were restrained. They were restrained, they were peaceful. They were trying to convey a placid regality that was peaceful and caring where the people were concerned. These aggressive lions obviously represent the cult of a particular group, but are not in tandem with what India and its symbolism is. So
right, if I could also ask you to elaborate legally where this is flouting the law of the land.
See, we have two acts guiding the national flag, insult to the national flag, dishonor to the national flag. And we also have an act guiding the national symbols.
Correct.
And there are laws guiding the national symbols, the scale, the size, the color, everything is guided. You cannot go and put a national symbol on top of your car. You can't.
Yes.
There's a strict law about it, and you can't put fat lions and get away with it. Not on official stationery, not on official thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have taken from the printer wrong symbols of the national emblem and we have discarded them. Because even if it's fractionally wrong, it hurts the eye and it draws adverse attention. Now here is a case where you will see the scale, the shape, there is a distortion. I just can't understand. All
right, Mr. Sirkar, if I could just ask you to stay on with us because Priyanka Tibrewal would like to respond to you of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ms. Tibrewal, you know, according to the TMC leader, Mr. Sirkar, this is flouting the law of the land and you cannot be tampering with the emblem like that. How do you respond?
No, if he's talking about the law of the land, then I think media is not the correct forum. He should go before the courts of law. He should point out what are the mistakes which have been done, if there are any. Now, you see, TMC as an opposition, they are always ready to oppose each and everything. And in that, they forget the federal structure as well. Now, they are just trying to jump over each and everything the Prime Minister does. They are trying to show faults in each and everything. But now, this thing what Mr. Sirkar is doing, this is actually not the thing which they are wanting to prove. Now what they are trying to do, because of this Mahua Mitra statement which she gave on Kali, which is all over there in India, which has hurted the feelings of Hindus, and everyone is there on the road doing rallies and protests. So in order to cover that up, they came out with something new. So that if this is there in the media, then people will forget that.
No,
but
that's
I
your
don't
assumption,
think that this
Mr.
will help.
Tibrewal. That's a different issue altogether. What Mr. Sirkar is saying is about the emblem. And like you mentioned, that media is not the platform. Then what is the platform? Do you want them to go to court? Mr. Sirkar, are you planning to approach the court with this?
Of course, he said that the law of the land has hurt. If you are hurting the law of the land, then go to the courts of law.
I agree. Let Mr. Sirkar respond to that. Are you planning to take this up legally, Mr. Sirkar? Your party, rather.
We will decide as a collective group. We are not led by a single person as some other parties are. There is a leadership from a particular section, but these decisions are taken in a very democratic manner. And we have good lawyers with us. We will go into that part. But this is not the way of deflecting the issue. The issue at heart is whether there is a distortion. And the lady on the other side must answer that, like we did in a particular seminar just now. The BJP candidate admitted that there is a distortion. The snarl on the face of the lion is
so that's a very pointed question you asked, Mr. Sirkar. Ms. Tibrewal, is there a distortion as alleged by the TMC?
Now, that is what I'm saying. Whatever they are seeing through their eyes, we will answer to that. If they think that there is legally any fault in the same, you go to the court of law and we'll answer you there, if required. But like I said, just to cover up things, just to cover up their faults, they are coming with these kind of issues. And we all know that and understand that well.
Mr. Sirkar, the BJP says you're opposing for the sake of opposing, but your point here is the distortion of the emblem. If you could respond to Ms. Tibrewal on this.
That is a very painful reply, a painful response, because it sort of upsets the entire background of what I have done in my life. I am not an originally political person. I had to come out to the streets to oppose the destruction of democracy, but that's a different question.
Yeah.
We are on a very pointed issue of whether there is a distortion in the statue or not. I am claiming that there is distortion. So if government has necessarily to set up an artist committee or a committee of experts, then you can go into the issue. Number two, where the nation's property is concerned and visual world has become so strong, the visuals can go parallelly for the nation to take a call. Why should the nation's decision on everything? The nation has eyes. The nation can take its own calls whether the eyes meet the reality, whether it's distortion. So whether it is reality or distortion is a question that the public themselves can do it. And
Mr. Sarkar, would you say this is against federalism because the Parliament House is not going to be occupied by one particular party alone? It will be occupied by the opposition as well.
No, the person who spoke does not know F of federalism. Every act in the last 8 years has been anti-federal. Anti-federal, from demonetization that was not consulted with the states, to every act is an act of drama, is an act of hegemony, is an act of stupendous force being rammed down the throats of the people of India and the states. Expansion of the jurisdiction of PSF. Whatever they have done is done with a unitary principle in mind, with very little respect for either democracy, plurality or federalism. The person has absolutely no right to speak on federalism, non-federalism. They have no idea. She's distorting the issue. She's absolutely
Mr. Tibrewal, what's your
Look
response
who's
to Mr.
talking of
Sarkar?
federalism. That is what I'm saying. Look who's speaking about federalism.
One by one. Mr. Tibrewal, respond.
Please. Let me complete. I did not interfere when you were speaking.
Yes, Mr.
Look
Tibrewal,
who is speaking about federalism where the TMC fails. Where they fail to respect the federal structure. Here in the state of West Bengal, no schemes of the central government are implemented here. Whether it is Ayushman Yojana, whether it is Awas Yojana, TMC doesn't, or whether it is the Kisan Samman Nidhi, TMC doesn't allow any scheme to reach to the people. And now they're talking about the federal structure. Although they always demand funds from the center, but they fail to
But you know,
provide the audits and
I
reports
feel,
to the
Ms.
same.
Tibrewal, both of you, with all due respect, let's not digress to the other issues. Here we're talking about the emblem. Let's restrict our conversation about the emblem. How do you respond to Mr. Sarkar on the violation of federalism?
I have specifically stated that whether it is a violation or not, only their opposing will not prove the same. If he feels that there is a violation, if he feels that something has been distorted, then he should do it before the court of laws and we'll answer it there.
And one question here, as a journalist, I want to ask Ms. Tibrewal here is that were there other political parties who were invited and consulted before this new emblem was unveiled?
I am not aware of the same. I am not aware of the same. But yes, once again, I'm saying that we believe in the federal structure, we believe in the constitution. So if they think that something has gone wrong as per law, then they can proceed.
Mr. Sarkar, was the TMC approached?
Listen, as a member of parliament, why are you branding me all the time as TMC? I'm a member of parliament with a broader heart than the person who's
Absolutely. Were there any other political parties?
We are talking, no parliamentarian was consulted at all about what building is being made for them, why it is being made, why is it necessary to spend hundreds and thousands of crores in the beautification of an area that would perhaps have to be renamed after a particular individual. The seeking of personal glory and immortality does not obviate the necessity of day-to-day administration and the crisis that we have to lead to. No parliamentarian was consulted in this. I have asked repeated questions as to why Parliament was not consulted, to which the Minister has said, we consulted the Speaker, we consulted such and such, we consulted a small group. That's all. It is an undemocratic thing. The whole thing is undemocratic. So what are we talking about? And obviously things done in autocratic haste through favoritism of architects and designers is bound to land up in such messes. Let them samhalo the mess.
Now, like I said, just because they want to oppose each and everything,
Mr. Sarkar's limited point here that the parliamentarians were not consulted. Is that true?
Now, that's what I'm saying. Whether this is true or not, all parliamentarians should answer this. No, only with his claim, this will not turn out to be true. We haven't heard about this from the other parliamentarians. It is only he. And if the opposition unitedly says that they were not consulted, then we will come to a conclusion. But only him speaking and yelling, because this is TMC, as I said. They have a nature of objecting and opposing each and everything. And this started when this Central Vista project started. Only then they started doing it. So whatever the government does, They will oppose because that is in their nature. That is in their nature. And Mr. Sarkar, I think you are not even aware that when in West Bengal, the entire office was shifted from Writers Building to Nabanna, I would like to ask you how many members of the Legislative Assembly were consulted.
You know, since
they don't work there. They don't work either in Writers or in Nabanna. Get your facts clear. Get your facts clear. They don't work there.
All right. Who doesn't work there? You shifted everything from Writers to Nabanna. No one was consulted. Now, like I said, your basic nature is to oppose, and that is the reason you're opposing.
MLAs don't work in Writers Building. Don't bring on distortions and imaginary points from
that
here.
Is exactly
Mr. Sarkar, there is a growing chorus coming in from the BJP. I just spoke to Shehzad Poonawala a little while back as well, who said that, you know, the TMC has started opposing things for the sake of opposing. Case in point, the Smriti Irani issue and giving her the charge of Minority Affairs Ministry as well. Any reaction from you as far as that is concerned, Mr. Sarkar?
No. I'm glad that they have woken up to the reality of the issue. The more they shout, the more the public issue will come out. And let that be adjust for the people. That's all. They were passing through the building of Parliament and others in a rush. That's all.
No, Mr. Sarkar, I agree. On another story entirely, if I could get your quick reaction on the TMC targeting Smriti Irani, calling her a hardcore Hindu married to a Parsi who got charge of Muslims and Christians in India. How do you respond to that? Because how does it matter who she's married to, what her religion is? This is a separate story. I want your reaction.
I said it is secular. I said this is secular. Please distinguish between the negative and the positive. I said this is secular. This is secular. This is the way India behaves, has behaved all along. That's all. That's all. Don't send every tweet that I do to the dissection factory on the 4th floor of some building in Rouse Avenue. I mean, don't get in. Let's not get in for all that. It's a very positive tweet I made. That's all. I remain stand by it. That is a very positive tweet. And that ended with a question mark also.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Agarwal, would you like to respond?
Conclude would say that whatever his queries are, he can once again, I would say and suggest that go to the court of law. We'll answer it there. And I really sympathize because of the issues that they are having regarding the new parliament building and everything. So the public at large will not give them a chance much to sit in the building.
We've moved on to your reaction on Smriti Irani. Being given the charge of Minority Affairs Ministry, and of course the TMC has taken objection to it as well. Mr. Agarwal, what do you have to say to the TMC at this point?
This Smriti Irani has always proved through her work that she can handle each and every responsibility which has been given to her. This is yet another responsibility which has been given to her. And what is the wrong which TMC is seeing in this, I do not understand. Although here we see a TMC who does the politics of appeasement here in West Bengal, and that is the reason that when sentiments of Hindus are hurt, they are quiet and mum on that, they do not speak, because that is the intention. That is the intention, that is the reason they have not for once spoken what Mahua Mitra said against Kali. So this appeasement politics is done by TMC, and we do not appreciate speaking on such issues.
Mr. Sarkar?
It is called secularism. It is called secularism, which is an integral part of our constitution, which is distorted by fanatics to call it as appeasement politics. It is called secularism. It is called plurality. These are the pillars on which our constitution is based. The distortion of these principles by unprincipled people who believe only in communalism, communal riots, and in the killing of Muslims and other minorities does not obviate us from the fact that both secularism and plurality are integral parts of our
Mr. Sarkar, I don't understand. Your tweet says that Smriti Irani has been assigned the charge of Ministry of Minority Affairs after Naqvi has resigned. Hardcore Hindu, married to a Parsi, given charge of Muslims, Christian. Is this the BJP's brand of secularism? I don't understand where the problem is. If you could just explain what you're trying to say.
There is no problem. I'm asking them a question, so they take it after a week, after analyzing everything that they can bring up. There is no objection. It's just a question. Is it your brand of secularism? Because remember, they had made the word secularism into secularism, a very dirty word.
Yeah.
They had made, it is we who cherish secularism. It is we who do not look at religious barriers. So now by obviating religious barriers, are you secular? That's all. They don't need it to
And
India
we are not
today.
as secular as they are.
All right,
We are not as
this can
secular
go
as
on.
they are because
So
hurting
leave
the
it at
feelings
that.
and religious feelings deliberately with the intent to wound their religious feeling is secularism as per them. And when the Chief Minister was shouting and yelling to arrest Nupur Sharma, was their appeasement to Muslims, and now they are quiet on the same issue. So this is what
see the
their
dirty
secularism
word-
is.
dirty word
This
appeasement
is
to
your
Muslims.
secularism. Yes, of course, this is your deliberate
Dirty word.
secularism with the intent to wound the religious feelings of Hindus. You are quiet and mum. But when it is about
To be
the
fair, Ms.
appeasement to
Tibrewal, they
Muslims,
have condemned
you call
the
them
issue.
doodh
To be
peene
fair,
wali
Ms.
guy.
Tibrewal, the TMC has condemned what Mahua Moitra has said. I'm going to let you both go. And thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We're slipping into a short commercial break. When we return, right-wing groups call for a ban over Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals. Seek Maidan to be designated as a playground.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. RSS leader Indresh Kumar has stoked a controversy, alleging that some people were trying to weaken the country's social fabric. The RSS Neta claimed that conspiracy was underway to pit people against each other in the name of religion and community and weaken the country's unity. He said that Friday is the day for prayers for Muslims, but some people have converted it into a day for stone pelting. The RSS Neta further said that some people were working towards weakening the country's social fabric and vitiating its atmosphere, adding that in situations like this, Muslim outfits do not need to come forward and condemn them, but identify and deal toughly with them.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
पहली बात, इंद्रेश कुमार जी अगरचे फ्राइडे का दिन स्टोन पेंटिंग ना हो इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका स्वागत करते हैं, बट इंद्रेश कुमार जी की नीयत वो नहीं है। ही वांट्स टू रियली create a fear psychosis in people's mind on Friday. That is, and Friday being an important day on for Muslims across the globe, and he is trying to play a psychological game and political game. It has nothing to do with asking the community or the community leaders to come forward to make the India forward. No, absolutely nothing. His intentions are absolutely. The writing on the wall is very clear. He wants to paint the community with a brush of his choice.
The primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are giving weekly holidays on Fridays instead of Sundays to the students. Over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly off instead of Sunday. The new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from the Muslim community to enable them to offer Friday prayers. People of Baryarpur, one of the villages where the change is implemented in the middle of the school, has been following Friday off since the inception. The Fridays off system was earlier being followed by the Urdu schools. Now it is being extended to other schools. The BJP objected to the move, calling it Muslim appeasement by Hemant Soren government. Under fire, the JMM Congress government has ordered an inquiry into this particular matter.
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की, आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे, नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर यह छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है, लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Right-wing organizations have called for a ban demanding celebration of Hindu festivals at Idgah Maidan in Chamarajapet area of Bengaluru. The ownership of the Idgah Maidan ran into controversy in June after Hindutva organizations sought permission from BBMP to hold events on ground. They demanded Idgah Maidan to be designated as a playground for all. The Karnataka State Board of Okaf has contested the 2-acre 10 guntas of land of the Maidan is registered as Waqf property. Pending a resolution, the Bengaluru civic body has clarified that no official permission would be given for any event on the ground. Hindu organizations as well as local groups have joined hands to wage a legal battle as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Idgah Maidan. Heavy police deployment at Idgah Maidan that has been cordoned off.
The police hadn't given any permission to hold a protest here, but still a lot of people have gathered. What are the demands?
So we do not require any permission from any authority because we are doing peaceful function, peaceful protest in the interest of the public and in the interest of to maintain as it is for the public field. So the difference of opinion in between the officials, they are making a misuse of it. So it is difficult to maintain the peaceful in Chamarajapet because of the misuse of the misunderstanding between the officials. The property belongs to whom? Whether it belongs to BBMP or belongs to someone. They told that if anybody present the documents, we will make a quota. That is improper. So we request the government to maintain as it is and the maintain the field as it is, and what are the verdict given by the Supreme Court. We have to maintain once in a year. They have to pray for pray, and rest of the time it should be as a public field. So we request the government to maintain as it is in the interest of the public.
The Maha Aghadi that recently lost power in Maharashtra is at a breaking point after a mega climb down by Uddhav Thackerays. The beleaguered Sena chief has now been forced to back the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. The massive U-turn comes after majority of the Sena MPs rooted for Draupadi Murmu. Uddhav, along with Maha Vikas Aghadi ally Sharad Pawar, earlier backed opposition president nominee Yashwant Sinha. The U-turn led to the murmurs of dissent amongst Uddhav's allies, but led to the ruling Eknath Shinde BJP combined openly gloating. Uddhav, who recently lost 40 of his MLAs to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the BJP, had little other option than to avert a split of his MPs.
You see, as you may recollect, that Mr. Uddhav Thackerays had joined in to file the nomination papers of Mr. Jayant Sena as the NVA candidate or the UPA candidate, as you may call him.
Cutting straight across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Deoghar. Take a look.
के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। इनसे झारखंड के आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी, ऊर्जा, स्वास्थ्य, आस्था और पर्यटन को बहुत अधिक बल मिलने वाला है। हम सभी ने देवघर एयरपोर्ट को और देवघर एम्स, इसका सपना लंबे समय से देखा है। ये सपना भी अब साकार हो रहा है। साथियों, इन प्रोजेक्ट से झारखंड के लाखों लोगों का जीवन तो आसान होगा ही, व्यापार कारोबार के लिए, टूरिज्म के लिए, रोजगार स्वरोजगार के लिए भी अनेक नए अवसर बनेंगे। विकास की इन सभी परियोजनाओं के लिए मैं सभी झारखंड वासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, ये झारखंड में भले शुरू हो रहे हैं, लेकिन इनसे झारखंड के अलावा बिहार और पश्चिम बंगाल के भी अनेक क्षेत्रों से सीधा लाभ होगा। यानी ये परियोजनाएं पूर्वी भारत के विकास को भी गति देगी। साथियों, राज्यों के विकास से राष्ट्र का विकास, देश पिछले 8 वर्षों से इसी सोच के साथ काम कर रहा है। पिछले 8 वर्षों में हाईवेज, रेलवेज, एयरवेज, वाटरवेज, हर प्रकार से झारखंड को कनेक्ट करने के प्रयास में भी यही सोच, यही भावना सर्वोपरि है। आज जिन 13 हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है, उनसे झारखंड की बिहार और पश्चिम बंगाल के साथ साथ बाकी देश के साथ भी कनेक्टिविटी मजबूत होगी। मिर्जा चौकी से फरक्का के बीच जो 4 लेन हाईवे बन रहा है, उससे पूरा संथाल परगना को आधुनिक सुविधा मिलने वाली है। रांची जमशेदपुर हाईवे से अब राजधानी और इंडस्ट्रियल सिटी के बीच यात्रा का समय और ट्रांसपोर्ट के खर्च दोनों में बहुत कमी आएगी। पलामा गुंडला सेक्शन से छत्तीसगढ़ तक वहां पहुंच बेहतर होगी। पारादीप पोर्ट और हल्दिया से पेट्रोलियम पदार्थों को झारखंड लाना भी और आसान हो जाएगा, सस्ता हो जाएगा। रेल नेटवर्क में भी जो आज विस्तार हुआ है, उससे पूरे क्षेत्र में नई ट्रेनों के लिए रास्ते खुले हैं। रेल ट्रांसपोर्ट और तेज होने का मार्ग बना है। इन सभी सुविधाओं का सकारात्मक असर झारखंड के औद्योगिक विकास पर पड़ेगा। साथियों, मुझे 4 साल पहले देवघर एयरपोर्ट का शिलान्यास करने का अवसर मिला था। कोरोना की मुश्किलों के बावजूद भी इस पर तेजी से काम हुआ और आज झारखंड को दूसरा एयरपोर्ट मिल रहा है। देवघर एयरपोर्ट से हर साल लगभग 5 लाख यात्रियों की आवाजाही हो पाएगी। इससे कितने ही लोगों को बाबा के दर्शन में आसानी होगी। साथियों, अभी ज्योतिरादित्य जी कह रहे थे, हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई यात्रा का आनंद उठा सके। इसी सोच के साथ हमारी सरकार ने उड़ान योजना की शुरुआत की थी। आज सरकार के प्रयासों का लाभ पूरे देश में दिख रहा है। उड़ान योजना के तहत पिछले 5-6 सालों में लगभग 70 से ज्यादा नए स्थानों को एयरपोर्ट, हेलीपोर्ट और वाटर एरोड्रम्स के साथ उसके माध्यम से जोड़ा गया है। 400 से ज्यादा नए रूट्स पर आज सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिक को हवाई यात्रा की सुविधा मिल रही है। उड़ान योजना के तहत अभी तक 1 करोड़ यात्रियों ने बहुत कम मूल्य पर हवाई यात्रा की है। इनमें से लाखों ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने पहली बार एयरपोर्ट देखा, पहली बार हवाई जहाज पर चढ़े। कहीं आने जाने के लिए कभी बस और रेलवे पर निर्भर रहने वाले मेरे गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के भाई बहन अब कुर्सी की पेटी बांधना, ये भी उन्होंने सीख लिया है। मुझे खुशी है कि आज देवघर से कोलकाता के लिए फ्लाइट शुरू हो चुकी है। रांची, पटना और दिल्ली के लिए भी जल्द से जल्द फ्लाइट शुरू हो, इसके लिए भी प्रयास चल रहे हैं। देवघर के बाद बोकारो और दुमका में भी एयरपोर्ट्स के निर्माण पर काम चल रहा है। यानी झारखंड में आने वाले समय में कनेक्टिविटी निरंतर और बेहतर होने वाली है। साथियों, कनेक्टिविटी के साथ साथ देश के आस्था और आध्यात्म से जुड़े महत्वपूर्ण स्थलों पर सुविधाओं के निर्माण पर भी केंद्र सरकार बल दे रही है। बाबा बैद्यनाथ धाम भी प्रसाद योजना के तहत आधुनिक सुविधाओं का विस्तार किया गया है। इस प्रकार जब संपूर्णता की सोच से काम होता है तो पर्यटन के रूप में समाज के हर वर्ग, हर क्षेत्र को आय के नए साधन मिलते हैं। आदिवासी क्षेत्र में ऐसी आधुनिक सुविधाएं इस क्षेत्र की तकदीर बदलने जा रही है। साथियों, पिछले 8 वर्ष में झारखंड को सबसे बड़ा लाभ गैस आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था की तरफ बढ़ते देश के प्रयासों का भी हुआ है। जिस प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूर्वी भारत में था, उसके चलते गैस आधारित जीवन और उद्योग यहां असंभव माना जाता था। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री ऊर्जा गंगा योजना पुरानी तस्वीर को बदल रही है। हम अभावों को अवसरों में बदलने पर अनेक नए ऐतिहासिक निर्णय कर रहे हैं। आज बोकारो आंगुल सेक्शन के उद्घाटन से झारखंड और ओडिशा के 11 जिलों में सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क को विस्तार मिलेगा। इससे घरों में पाइप से सस्ती गैस तो मिलेगी ही, सीएनजी आधारित यातायात को बिजली, फर्टिलाइजर, स्टील, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, कोल्ड स्टोरेज, ऐसे अनेक उद्योगों को भी गति मिलने वाली है। साथियों, हम सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर चल रहे हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश कर विकास के रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए रास्ते खोजे जा रहे हैं। हमने विकास की आकांक्षा पर बल दिया है, आकांक्षी जिलों पर फोकस किया है। इसका भी लाभ आज झारखंड के अनेक जिलों को हो रहा है। मुश्किल समझे जाने वाले क्षेत्रों पर, जंगलों, पहाड़ों से घिरे जनजातीय क्षेत्रों पर हमारी सरकार विशेष ध्यान दे रही है। आजादी के इतने दशकों बाद जिन 18,000 गांवों में बिजली पहुंची, उनमें से अधिकांश दुर्गम क्षेत्रों के ही थे। अच्छी सड़कों से जो क्षेत्र वंचित थे, उसमें भी ग्रामीण, आदिवासी, दुर्गम क्षेत्रों का हिस्सा सबसे अधिक था। दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में गैस कनेक्शन, पानी कनेक्शन पहुंचाने के लिए भी पिछले 8 वर्षों में ही मिशन मोड पर काम शुरू हुआ है। हम सभी ने देखा है कि पहले किस तरह बेहतर स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं भी सिर्फ बड़े बड़े शहरों तक ही सीमित थी। अब देखिए, एम्स की आधुनिक सुविधाएं अब झारखंड के साथ साथ बिहार और पश्चिम बंगाल के एक बड़े जनजातीय क्षेत्रों को मिल रही है। ये तमाम प्रोजेक्ट्स इस बात के प्रमाण है कि जब हम जनता की सुविधा के लिए कदम बढ़ाते हैं तो राष्ट्र की संपदा का निर्माण भी होता है और विकास के नए अवसर भी बनते हैं। यही सही विकास है। ऐसे ही विकास की गति को हमें मिलकर तेज करना है। एक बार फिर झारखंड को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi right there in Deoghar in Jharkhand, and we're getting you all the very latest details of the inauguration of Deoghar Airport as well. Mega Aarti at Jharkhand Deoghar Temple too. Those are the live visuals coming in of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's East outreach. We'll continue getting you more details as we go along the way, but that was the Prime Minister inaugurating the Deoghar Airport, his East outreach right there. We'll bring you more details of the centenary celebrations in Bihar too, but for now, we are getting you some breaking news that is coming in. All right, big breaking news coming in. Pakistan columnist explosive claim. Nusrat Misra, a Pakistani columnist who has visited India many times during the Congress party rule, has now boasted on camera that he used to pass on information collected during his visit to Pakistan's ISI. He said, and I quote, "I was invited to India at the time of vice presidentship of Muhammad Hamid Ansari," unquote. This is a big breaking news coming in at this point of time. Let's get our reporters and our editors to get you a better perspective on this story. This is a big story where the Pakistani columnist has claimed he passed information to the ISI from his India visits. Listen to what he had to say.
2010 में फिर हमें बुलाया गया है जब हामिद अंसारी साहब नायब सदर थे, तो एक सेमिनार था बहुत बड़ा जिसमें टेररिज्म पे था, तो उन्होंने उस वक्त भी हमने इन्हें 2011 में मैं लास्ट गया था जब वो एक दिल्ली में एक जफरुल इस्लाम साहब हैं जो मिल्ली गजट निकालते हैं वहाँ का अखबार अंग्रेजी में, उन्होंने हमें बुलाया था, तो फिर हम यहाँ से हम ले गए थे। तो अब मतलब ये है कि रीजनेबली हम समझते हैं। तो अब बात ये है कि आपको जो काम करना है तो उसका जो आपके यहाँ पाकिस्तान में क्या होता है कि एक चीफ गया तो उसने जो सारा का सारा जो पुराने वाला चीफ काम करके गया था उसको सबसे तौबा की और अपना नया प्रोग्राम शुरू कर दिया। इस तरह से DGI चला गया। खुर्शीद कुसरी ने मुझसे कहा कि भाई ये जो तुम इंफॉर्मेशन लाए हो ये तुम इसको दे दो क्यानी को। उस जमाने में क्यानी DGI था। मैंने भाई मैं तो नहीं दूंगा, लेकिन आप देना चाहते हैं दे दें, मैं आपको ये दे के जा रहा हूँ। तो खैर वो उन्होंने दे दी थी। फिर बाद में किसी आदमी ने एक ब्रिगेडियर ने मुझे फ़ोन किया, कहा कि साहब ऐसी इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें और मिल जाए तो अच्छा। तो मैंने कहा भाई ये इन्फॉर्मेशन काफ़ी नहीं है, इस पर ही काम करो। तो इनका एक रिसर्च विंग ज़रूर है, ये नहीं कह सकते कि आप ये लोग वहाँ के हालात को नहीं जानते हैं। हमारे जो ISI जो है वहाँ के सारे शहरों के बारे में इनके पास इंफॉर्मेशन है, उनकी जो लिविंग है, उनके यहाँ जो कमजोरियां हैं, जहाँ पर वो सब जानते हैं, ये लोग जानते हैं।
All right, this is an explosive India Today exclusive news break of Spygate revelations right there. Pakistani columnist is on camera. There you can hear him, you can watch him claiming that he's passing information to ISI from his India visits. Gaurav Sawant is now joining us for the very latest on this. Gaurav, what is going on over here? He used to come to India, pass on information to the Pakistani ISI, and all this took place during the UPA rule.
You know, these are damning allegations that are being leveled by a very, very senior Pakistani journalist and columnist. Nusrat Mirza, in fact, has been writing columns for close to 50 years. He writes for prestigious newspapers like The Jung. He's been a former advisor of the Chief Minister of Sindh province. And he says that he has come to India repeatedly on invitation extended, for various seminars and talks, including one on terrorism. And that's his point. In 2011, when Hamid Ansari was the Vice President of India, and he says whatever information he was able to glean while traveling to India, he would then pass on that information to Pakistan's ISI, including on the advice of one Pakistan Army general to then DG ISI, Lieutenant General Kayani. So very, very damaging. And that is point one. Point two, we are still waiting to hear, if at all, from the former Vice President Hamid Ansari. I've been trying to reach out to some who had worked with him when he was the Vice President of India, but we are still waiting for a response. But clearly, the former Vice President Hamid Ansari, who was Vice President from 2007 to 17, is no stranger to some issues being raised, including once by a former RAW officer when Hamid Ansari was posted in Iran.
All right, Gaurav, continue to be with us right there. Sushant Sareen is joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek Bhalla is also joining us. First, I want to take this across to Abhishek Bhalla. Abhishek, what does this mean for India? I mean, how could this even have been allowed by the UPA? Because he came on the invitation of Hamid Ansari.
Well, it clearly looks like a betrayal from Pakistan, because when you allow somebody in your country as a guest, as a journalist, you don't really expect them to go back and share information with the ISI. And, also raises questions on our background checks, our intelligence agencies, because clearly if this was a plot by Pakistan, then this particular journalist shouldn't have got a visa to come to India in the first place. And it's not once, he's come to India several times. In fact, he himself has said that he was extended a lot of favors. Usually Pakistanis get a visa to visit 2 to 3 cities, but he would get visas to visit multiple cities. And in his various visits to the country, he's literally roamed around the country and gone back and shared inputs on ISI. Now, what the question remains here is, and everybody needs to know, what kind of information did he pass on to the ISI, and what really did ISI want him to share with them? All this needs to be answered, not just by our intelligence agencies, but by Pakistan as well.
Absolutely. I want to get Sushant Sareen in as well. Your first up reaction to this explosive Spygate story that is breaking here on India Today. Pakistani columnist there going on to claim passing information to ISI from his visits to India.
Look, my approach is quite different from everybody else's. Number one, if the ISI depends on a guy like Nusrat Mirza to get information out of India, then I think we have nothing to worry about. Nusrat Mirza is a clown. He comes on Pakistani television. Have you ever read any of his columns in Urdu? The man is a low-level conspiracy theorist, number one. Number two, in Pakistan, it's a very normal thing. You think all these other fellows who come from Pakistan, the journalists who come from Pakistan, do not get debriefed when they go back to Pakistan? I know it for a fact. Many people I know who have come to India have often told me that when they go back, the ISI gets in touch with them, not because there is some classified information they are carrying back from India. Very often, these guys basically go and give their impression. Many intelligence agencies do it, especially in the third world, to get an independent kind of a view. Although in the case of Nusrat Mirza, everybody knows what kind of an establishment tout he has always been throughout his life. But I really suggest that you listen to his conspiracy theories, which are utterly bizarre. Number three, look, when things were not as bad as they are between India and Pakistan, many people would get certain exceptions, and not for any other reason, simply because they would just get some exceptions that instead of 1 or 2 cities, they would get 4, 5, 6 cities which they could go and visit. So again, nothing exceptional in that. Number 4, I don't know whether Mr. Ansari directly invited him or he was associated with a particular program in which this fellow had come. I'm not aware of that, those details. But frankly speaking, I think maybe we are just flying off the handle, because Nusrat Mirza is a loudmouth. He went onto a television program and he said that he went to a program which was organized by Mr. Ansari. Mr. Ansari as vice president, I don't think would be organizing any program. He could be associated with some. Again, we don't have the details on that. If indeed there is something very serious against Mr. Ansari, then I think the government should come out with it, or order an inquiry into it and come out with it. But on the face of it, frankly speaking, I don't see anything really amiss. And frankly, Nusrat Mirza is a bit of a joke, honestly.
I want to bring in my colleague Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, how do you respond to Mr. Sareen going on to say that the likes of Nusrat Mirza cannot be taken very seriously? Because here the question is also about the nation's security.
I disagree with Sushant Sareen on the aspect that Pakistanis coming to India post 26/11, getting easy access to visas, getting to go to multiple cities. Remember, he's talking about 2011. So you've already had a 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. You've already burnt your fingers with a David Coleman Headley, who, being a Pakistani spy with an American passport, was snooping around at very sensitive locations, including at National Defense College and several other locations in different parts of the country. Despite that, Pakistanis were getting visas and easy access to India. Why was that happening? And that's very serious. Why is it that you have top leaders and including those at constitutional authorities, were they waking up to the kind of threat?
Yes, go on, Gaurav. All right, we've lost Gaurav right there. I want to bring in Abhishek Bhalla also. Abhishek, there are certain aspects on which Gaurav Sawant disagrees with Mr. Sareen. What's your take on this?
Well, we still don't know what the nature of information is that he shared with the ISI. If he's just given a perspective of his visits and things that are already in public domain, then obviously it's not a problem. It remains to be seen. Facts and details need to still come out as to what access did he have in India, who were the people that he met, if there were official functions that he attended, where the vice president had gone or was part of, then I don't really think that he would have had his hand to any information that was extremely critical. But the larger question is this the norm for ISI? Anybody coming to India, if he goes back and gives a brief to the ISI, that's something that needs to be looked into. Right. And perhaps a review needs to be done by the Indian government on who to give visas to.
Absolutely. Smita Prakash is also joining us. Smita, do you feel that there have been many like Mr. Mirza who have come and passed on information to the ISI over the course of the years, but probably Pakistan has not acted on it since FATF came into existence, and they've been scared because the FATF has been keeping a close eye on Pakistan for not fulfilling the parameters to counter terrorism in the country. But, when you have visas which is given to the likes of Mr. Mirza who go on and pass this kind of information, does this not become a huge security threat to the country?
Well, Pakistanis have been coming, especially Pakistani journalists have been coming in to India on the invitation of the Indian External Affairs Ministry, on the invitation of several news organizations which hold conclaves. They've been coming and going for a long time till 26/11 happened. And then there was a kind of a slowing down, crackdown, what you may call it. Similarly, Indian journalists have also been going to Pakistan. And, what happens is that did the ISI act on what information was given to them? Many times journalists who come here, they meet up with the same kind of ecosystem, same kind of journalists, who talk about betterment of ties and all. But at times they do meet up with former intel people, they meet up with serving intelligence officers, with serving government officers. They used to go to Indian government offices, meet up with them. Now, what information they could gauge out of that, what they could fathom about how Indian policy making is going to be, what did they feed back to the ISI is not something which is in the control of India. When you give visas and when the country gives visas to journalists, they give them for two states or two cities in India. I think it's two cities. So they used to come to two cities. So invariably it would be Delhi and Amritsar. That's what everybody wanted to do. Or it would be Delhi and Ajmer. They would go to Ajmer and these are the two places. Now, what did they give that information? I think it's premature to say that A journalist or B journalist phuka hua kartoos hai, useless hai, small fry tha. Sometimes people who we think are useless and who have a very jovial kind of an exterior, they are the ones who run deep. So you really don't know what is that facade that they had.
Mr. Sareen, would you like to respond to what Smita Prakash has said? Because you said, there is no threat as far as Mr. Mirza is concerned. But as Smita Prakash is saying that, you cannot take this lying down.
No, look, the point which Smita is making is unexceptional. You don't underestimate anybody. But frankly, none of you, I follow Pakistan very closely. So I've seen this joker on television. I've seen his columns. I really want you people to look at what he writes. The man is a bizarre conspiracy theorist, number one. Number two, he could still be used. I'm not denying it. But I don't think he's the kind of a guy who would get any kind of an access anywhere. Let me tell you something. There are the more fated Pakistani journalists, the Hamid Mir, the Najam Sethi. They are the real snakes who come into India and try and pry out. You mean to tell me that these people don't go back and report to the ISI? Hamid Mir has been known to be involved with jihadist organizations. He was running a newspaper which used to peddle jihadist propaganda. And what do your journalists out here do? They have elevated him to some kind of a demigod status as a great journalist in Pakistan. Even the Washington Post, that rag carries his stuff. Do you know what Hamid Mir's background is? So I can name you another 15, 20 of these characters who used to keep coming into India, keep going back and bad-mouthing India. What are we talking about? So, I am not saying that these guys would not have gone back and reported. All of them do it. Virtually every single journalist who comes in, number one, they are first questioned when they go for a visa to the Indian High Commission. Have you ever seen any Indian who goes to a Pakistani? Smita Prakash has gone a number of times to Pakistan. Has she ever been questioned by anybody in the Indian security establishment? Why did you go to the Pakistan High Commission? Every single Pakistani who goes anywhere near the Indian High Commission in Islamabad is questioned out there. No, so these are two separate countries, separate systems we are talking about. You're talking about a virtual police state in Pakistan, where anybody who goes anywhere near India is questioned out there. So all of these.
My question here is on the due diligence when he was invited as well. When Nusrat Mirza was invited you had the Congress regime at that point of time. Gaurav Sawant is also with us. Shouldn't there be some level of due diligence done on these people when they're invited here to India? Gaurav, can you hear me?
Go on. Come again, please. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that, whoever it is, when a man like Mr. Hamid Ansari is inviting a Pakistani columnist, journalist, what have you, shouldn't there be a layer of due diligence done before a man like that is invited into India?
I completely agree with Sushant Sareen. You're absolutely right in terms of where the threat comes from. The threat could be from anywhere. The only point, and especially post 26/11, is the kind of leeway that was given to those with coming from Pakistan. Why would we invite anybody from Pakistan, especially when Pakistan's not taking any action against India-centric terror? They still refuse to, and there is this entire ecosystem in our country that wants to continue to engage with them at people-to-people level, despite inaction against India-centric terror. This entire thought process in our country that says, let civilian rule prevail in Pakistan. So what if there are a couple of terror attacks? My only grouse is on those issues, that India has to hold Pakistan's feet to fire, whether it's the military leadership, the civilian leadership, people whom we may consider clowns, or people who may run rags in that country and be taken very seriously in our country. It's the entire country that we need to beware, given the tendency to promote terror, given the tendency to look at Kashmir separately in their country. So that is where India as a nation needs to adopt a policy where some of our constitutional leaders, political leaders, civil society, they need to wake up to the kind of threats our country is facing.
Smita, do you agree with that, or do you have a different point of view on this?
No, I agree with Gaurav. I agree with Gaurav as well as Sushant to some extent. I think, this whole thing about having a kind of a list of those journalists, suppose we open up army, a hypothetical situation. If you open up your country to allow Pakistanis to come and take part in events out here, whether they're journalists or think tankers or whatever, is there a good list or a bad list? What happens in these kind of situations is that those who write venomously anti-India articles are considered anti-India. Unko invitation nahi milta hai. They are not allowed to come to India. They are not invited. right? Because we think they are rabidly anti-India and they will feed the ISI.
Correct.
Where the problem occurs is where you think that, oh, X person is very soft towards India. They believe in, good India-Pakistan relations. Those were the guys who used to keep coming and going back. And many of them, once they go back and once after 3-4 years, we saw them writing absolutely anti-India articles. What happened to that bonhomie? They were obviously soft targets. The same thing can be said here, that a person like Gaurav or Sushant will never get invited, will never be asked to take part in conclaves about India-Pakistan because they talk about holding Pakistan's feet to fire. Whereas there are the soft ones who are the soft guys who will be invited to these places because they are considered nice guys. They are the ones who will be invited. So just remember that just an exterior or just their writing is not something that we can gauge what they are up to.
You want to take it forward from here?
Look, all I want to say is, in fact, my experience of Pakistan is that normally anybody who is rabidly anti-India, I trust that person a lot more than I trust anybody who sounds reasonable in Pakistan. Simply because in Pakistan, they have perfected this deception into an art. And I can name people like Najam Sethi and others, who try and act very reasonable. A lot of Indians get taken in by them. They get beguiled by their softness. They give them all kinds of facilities. Their families, when their lives are in threat by terrorists, they want to come to India. Then they go back and say, what are the Hindu hospitality, stuff like that they go and talk.
Right. Apologies to all our guests right there. I just want to quickly dip into Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's in Deoghar right now. He's conducting a road show. Let's take a look. We'll come back to the story, I promise you, but let's take a look at the road show in Deoghar at the moment.
और गाड़ियों के साथ में रोड के किनारे लोग दौड़ रहे हैं, भाग रहे हैं ताकि प्रधानमंत्री के साथ जो है वो भी चल सके, उनके काफिले के साथ में चल सके और जितनी देर हो सके प्रधानमंत्री का दीदार कर सके। ये देखिए, ये तस्वीरें अब हाथ हिलाकर प्रधानमंत्री का स्वागत करते हुए, फूलों से स्वागत करते हुए, उनके ऊपर फूल बरसाकर उनके काफिले पर। ये देखिए, ये विहंगम दृश्य सड़क के किनारे और दोनों तरफ से खड़े हुए हजारों की संख्या में स्त्री पुरुष।
All right, see thousands of people who have gathered right there for the welcome of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is out there in an outreach program in the East. The grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Deoghar right there in Jharkhand. We got you the visuals earlier of him addressing the people in Jharkhand for the inauguration of the Deoghar Airport as well. It is the development push and an outreach coming in for East India. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi right there getting a grand welcome from a sea of supporters in Jharkhand. There are sloganeering that is going on, people going Modi, Modi, and you can see scores of supporters right there listening to what's going on.
जिस जगह पे प्रधानमंत्री अभी नहीं पहुंचे, वहां बहुत धैर्य के साथ में बहुत घंटों से लोग खड़े हुए हैं। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, किस तरह से बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का हुजूम उमड़ा हुआ है और सुरक्षा कर्मियों को कड़ी मशक्कत करनी पड़ रही है इन लोगों को रोकने में। आभार जताने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री का, उनको धन्यवाद देने के लिए, विकास के एक नए सोपान जो उन्होंने गढ़े हैं झारखंड में, उसके लिए, और उसके साथ ही साथ उनकी एक झलक पाने के लिए, उनका स्वागत करने के लिए ये काफिला जो है आगे बढ़ता हुआ। हमारे संवाददाता अभिषेक सिंह ने जानकारी दी कि ये 10 किलोमीटर लंबा ये पूरा रूट है। एयरपोर्ट से जब निकले हैं प्रधानमंत्री, और जैसे ही ये गाड़ियों के काफिले की झलक लोगों को मिलती है, उनका जो उत्साह है वो दोगुना हो जाता है और जो नारे लगाने की, जयकारे लगाने की जो गति है वो उसमें और तेजी आ जाती है।
supporters gather right there in Deoghar, in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi waving out to the crowds who have come there to welcome him. All his supporters in Deoghar, in Jharkhand, as he makes this outreach, inaugurates the airport and pushes for a development agenda in the east. Prime Minister's development push in east. You can see the Prime Minister's cavalcade right there, waving out. He himself is waving out in scores of his supporters right there. Many, as you can see, scores and scores of people gathered right there to welcome the Prime Minister. Take a listen to what's going on.
स्वागत का धन्यवाद दे रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री भी एक तरह से, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। मातृशक्ति का वंदन करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री हाथ जोड़कर उन्होंने नमस्कार किया। महिलाओं का दल जो एक खड़ा हुआ था सड़क के किनारे, उनका गीत गाकर स्वागत करते हुए। तो मोदी के नारों से गूंजता हुआ भारत माता की जय, हर हर मोदी, घर घर मोदी के नारों से गूंजता हुआ ये पूरा इलाका 10 किलोमीटर का ये लंबा रोड शो है प्रधानमंत्री का। और यहाँ इस पूरे इलाके में सड़क के दोनों तरफ बड़ी संख्या में लोग उमड़े हैं प्रधानमंत्री की एक झलक पाने के लिए, उनका स्वागत करने के लिए, उनका आभार जताने के लिए, उन्हें धन्यवाद देने के लिए। देवघर में रोड शो के दौरान जनता द्वारा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत जो है वो जारी है। ये सीधी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। दरअसल ये जो रोड शो है इसको भी बहुत ऐतिहासिक कहा जाएगा। किसी प्रधानमंत्री का इस तरह से स्वागत शायद ही कभी हुआ हो। इतनी बड़ी संख्या में, हजारों की संख्या में लोग उमड़े हैं। और कल जिस तरह से स्वतः स्फूर्त लोगों ने देव दीपावली मनाई, वहां पर दीपोत्सव मनाया गया, 1 लाख से अधिक दिए जलाए गए और उसमें बड़ी संख्या में आम लोगों ने बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया। सड़क के बीच में जो डिवाइडर्स बने थे उस पर लोगों ने दिए जलाए, जिसमें महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया। ये तस्वीरें दूसरे कैमरे से हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने आज 16,800 करोड़ से अधिक की परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास और उद्घाटन किया और देवघर को, झारखंड को के विकास को एक नई गति दी। एक एयरपोर्ट का, देवघर एयरपोर्ट का उन्होंने उद्घाटन किया। एम्स अस्पताल का उन्होंने उद्घाटन किया और उसके साथ ही साथ 13 रोड और हाईवे की परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन और शिलान्यास किया। तमाम परियोजनाओं का उन्होंने उद्घाटन और शिलान्यास किया। विकास की एक नई राह पर अब चल रहा है देवघर, उसके आसपास के जिले संथाल परगना पूरा और झारखंड। तो लोगों के मन में जो सपना था, जो उनके आंखों के जो सपने थे, उसको प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सच किया है, एनडीए सरकार ने सच किया है। और यही वजह है कि प्रधानमंत्री की लोकप्रियता जो है वो आप देख सकते हैं। ये तस्वीरें उसको बयां करने के लिए काफ़ी हैं कि किस तरह से बड़ी संख्या में सड़क के दोनों ओर खड़े हुए, इतने बड़े रूट पर, 10 किलोमीटर लंबा ये रूट है और आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरे रूट पर पूरा कहीं जिसको कहते हैं कि तांता नहीं टूट रहा है लोगों का और लोग वहाँ खड़े हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का कथन कि अगर 125 करोड़ लोग एक कदम आगे बढ़ाएं तो हम 125 करोड़ कदम आगे बढ़ेंगे। उस सूक्ति वाक्य को भी लोगों ने वहां पर अपने हाथ में उसके पोस्टर बनाकर अपने हाथ में लिए हुए हैं। महिलाएं गीत गा रही हैं और जो तमाम सारे लोग हैं वो तालियां बजाकर, नारे लगाकर गीत गाकर अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का सड़क के किनारे खड़े हुए बहुत समय से। और सबसे खास बात है कि संथाल परगना के इस आदिवासी इलाके में भी ये एक बहुत अच्छी बात है कि लोगों के हाथ में मोबाइल फ़ोन्स हैं, और ये मोबाइल फ़ोन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तमाम योजनाओं के बाद जिस तरह से उन्होंने उन योजनाओं को गति दी है, उसके बाद से लोगों के हाथ पे मोबाइल फ़ोन और उसके ज़रिए जो कनेक्टिविटी है उसको किया है। लोगों के अकाउंट में जिस तरह से सीधे पैसे पहुंचने लगे हैं, लोग मोबाइल फ़ोन्स का इस्तेमाल करने लगे हैं। डिजिटल इंडिया की जो एक धमक है वो उसकी भी एक झलक ये मोबाइल फ़ोन दिखाता है कि संथाल परगना के इलाकों में ये दूसरा एक इलाका है। हमारे दूसरे कैमरे से देखिए, यहाँ तक बड़ी संख्या में लोग, ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में बहुत कुछ कहती हैं। ये एम्बियंस आप सुनिए और समझिए कि इसके क्या मायने हैं।
Paulami Saha now joins us for the very latest. Paulami, walk our viewers through this rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is getting right there in Deoghar, and the agenda as far as the development push is also concerned. Over to you.
That's right. The Prime Minister, of course, receiving there a rousing welcome from, of course, the citizens of Jharkhand. He is, of course, there to inaugurate the new airport in Deoghar, which he had, in fact, laid the foundation stone of just a few years ago. He will, in fact, visit today Deoghar and Patna. He will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone, in fact, for various developmental projects, close to about 16,800 crore rupees in Deoghar itself, after which he will perform darshan and puja at the Baba Baidyanath temple, one of the 12 Jyotirlings as well. He, of course, is going to, like I said, inaugurate the Deoghar Airport, which is the second international airport in Jharkhand after Ranchi. So he will, in fact, lay the foundation. He will, in fact, inaugurate that airport, and this is going to be a key step in terms of, providing direct connectivity to Baba Baidyanath Dham, which is, of course, an important religious destination for devotees from all across the country. The Deoghar Airport itself, it has been constructed at an estimated cost of about 400 crore rupees. The terminal building of the airport is set to be able to handle over 5 lakh passengers annually. That is what the claim is, that it is equipped to handle over 5 lakh passengers annually. Also, AIIMS Deoghar is going to be a boom for the healthcare sector of the entire region. Services at, in fact, AIIMS Deoghar will get a further boost as the Prime Minister will dedicate it to the nation, and the inpatient department and the operation theatre services at AIIMS Deoghar. This is in accordance with the Prime Minister's own vision of course, providing healthcare facilities in all parts of the country. So an important push over there as far as the projects that he is, of course, going to inaugurate in Deoghar as we speak. And he's, of course, receiving the rousing welcome from the people of Jharkhand as well. What we understand is
do we have more on his agenda as far as the centenary celebrations of the Bihar Assembly is concerned as well, Paulami?
That's right. He is, of course, going to be in Patna later this evening. He will address the closing ceremony of the centenary celebrations of the Bihar Legislative Assembly. He will also inaugurate the Shatabdi Smriti Stamp, which has been built to commemorate 100 years of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. He will also lay the foundation stone of the Vidhan Sabha Museum, different galleries in the museum, which demonstrate the history of democracy in Bihar and the evolution of the current civic structure.
And what about the railway projects? We're picking up that he's going to be laying the foundation for 3 railway projects as well in Jharkhand?
That's right. He, in fact, will be dedicating 2 railway projects. That is the Boda-Hansiha electrified section and the Garhwa-Mahuria doubling project to the nation. Now, these projects, as the Prime Minister's office say, will help in facilitating seamless traffic movement of goods for industries and powerhouses. Remember, the Jharkhand houses a lot of industry. They will also ensure, as the statement from the Prime Minister's office says, the ease of train movement from Dumka to Asansol as well in West Bengal. So he will be laying the foundation stone for 3 projects as well, which is including the redevelopment of Ranchi railway station, the Jasida bypass line, and the NHP coach maintenance depot at Boda. The proposed redeveloped Ranchi station will, as has been claimed, will have world-class passenger amenities, including a food court, an executive lounge, cafeteria, air-conditioned waiting halls, etc., for ensuring ease of movement as well as comfort for passengers. So many projects that he will in fact
And Palmi,
be
how
inaugurating and also laying the
important is
foundation
this
stone of.
connectivity push in this particular area? If you could just give us viewers a sense of understanding, because that would, emphasize on the importance of a strip right there.
Well, connectivity is extremely important. If you're laying out, all of these developmental projects and infrastructure projects, connectivity is going to be extremely critical to it, because it is about not just about just reaching these sites, but ensuring smooth ease of movement for goods and, movement of goods, so to say. So there are multiple road projects as well, worth about 10,000 crores, which will be in fact inaugurating and laying the foundation stone for these projects that are being inaugurated. Include the 6-laning of Gorhar to Barwada section of NH2, widening of the Rajganj Chas up to West Bengal border section of the NH32, among others. Also, major projects whose foundation stone he will be laying include the 4-laning of the Mirza Chowki Farakka section of the NH80, the 4-laning of the Hariharganj to Parva Mode section of NH98, the 4-laning of the Palma to Gumla section of NH23, and the elevated corridor of Kateri Chowk to Pitka Mode section of NH75, among others. So huge infrastructure projects in terms of connectivity, which, the centre says will provide a further boost to connectivity in the region, ensure ease of movement for the people. And also, like I said, because industry is big in this region of Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, for the movement of goods as well. These are major projects that the Prime Minister will in fact be inaugurating and laying the foundation stone for, which includes some energy infrastructure projects as well, worth about 3,000 crores for the region. These projects, as far as the energy projects that are to be inaugurated, include the Bokaro-Angul section of the Jagdishpur-Haldia-Bokaro-Dhamra pipeline of GAIL. There's a new LPG bottling plant of HPCL at Badi, Hazaribagh, and also the Bokaro LPG bottling plant of BPCL. So the foundation stone also of Parbatpur gas collection station, Jharia block, coal bed, methane asset of ONGC will also be laid. So a big push for development projects and infrastructure projects that will be given today by the centre. Like I said, worth more than about 16,800 crore rupees.
All right, Palmi, hang on right there, hold on right there. Let's, in fact, listen into the kind of rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is receiving, listening to all the action coming out from there.
लोगों के उत्साह का बांध जो है क्या बच्चे, क्या स्त्री, क्या पुरुष, क्या बुजुर्ग, क्या महिलाएं, सभी जो है बड़ी संख्या में उमड़े हैं अपने प्रधानमंत्री की एक झलक पाने के लिए। मोदी मोदी, हर हर मोदी, घर घर मोदी, वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय जैसे नारों के साथ में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत किया जा रहा है। और ये प्रधानमंत्री की जो अपार लोकप्रियता है उसका परिचायक है, किस तरह से लोग उमड़े हैं यहाँ पर। इससे पहले हम नहीं देखते थे कि किसी साधारण कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री पहुंचे और वहां पर उनका स्वागत करने के लिए इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग सड़कों पर उमड़ आए। ये दृश्य अभूतपूर्व हैं हम सब के लिए, और खासतौर पर झारखंड और देवघर के लोगों के लिए तो यह अभूतपूर्व है ही। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने आज देवघर में 16,800 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास और उद्घाटन किया। देवघर एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन किया, एम्स समेत तमाम परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन किया। और इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का रोड शो चल रहा है जो कि 10 किलोमीटर लंबा है, और सड़क के किनारे दोनों तरफ लोगों की भारी भीड़ उमड़ी है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का स्वागत करने के लिए, उनकी एक झलक पाने के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने देवघर हवाई अड्डे का शुभारंभ किया। 400 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की लागत से बना ये जो हवाई अड्डा है, ये लोगों के सपनों का सच होने जैसा है। तमाम सारी जो परियोजनाएं हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने देवघर और उसके आसपास के ज़िलों पूरे संथाल परगना को दिया है, जो विकास की एक नई इबारत लिखेगा, विकास की जो गति है उसको और तीव्र करेगा। और जिस विकास की बाट लोग जोह रहे थे अब तक, वो अब उनको मिलने लगा है।
All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's East outreach out there. You saw the kind of rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is getting right there in Deoghar. A big push to connectivity in that area and development push as well. My colleague Paulomi has some updates. Over to you, Paulomi.
That's right. Two very important projects which have been inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. One, of course, like we've been telling our viewers, the Deoghar Airport in Jharkhand as well. This was an airport whose foundation stone was in fact laid by Prime Minister Modi himself on the 25th of May 2018. It will be the second international airport in Jharkhand after Ranchi. And prior to 2014, the centre says that India had about 74 airports in India. But in the last 7 years, 66 new airports have been established, taking the total to 140 airports. This includes, of course, heliports and water domes as well. This is the figure as of April 2022. Now, under the Udan scheme, more than 420 routes have been operationalized as far as air routes are concerned. Up until June 2022, more than 179,000 flights have flown under this scheme, is what the government says. The Udan scheme has immensely benefited several sectors pan-India, including especially, of course, because it's targeted towards the hilly states, it's targeted towards the northeastern region and the islands, which lacked connectivity. Had laid earlier the foundation stone of AIIMS Deoghar on the 25th of May 2018. Now, the setting up of the new AIIMS at Deoghar will, the centre says, help in achieving the dual purpose of providing super specialty healthcare to the population while also helping to create a large pool of doctors and other healthcare workers in the region. The centre again says that there were only 7 AIIMS before 2014. During the last 8 years, 16 AIIMS have been approved out of these 16 AIIMS. MBBS classes and OPD services have started in 10 new AIIMS. The limited IPD services have also been operationalized in 6 AIIMS. So this is, basically the brief outline of the mega projects which have been inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi today. That Deoghar Airport, of course, being one of the crucial big pushes that the region has received. Like I said, the second international airport, which in fact has been inaugurated in Jharkhand after Ranchi. It, of course, has been built at a certain cost as well, which is estimated to be about 400 crores. And the terminal building, like I said earlier, the airport is equipped to handle over 5 lakh passengers annually. And critically, what it does say is that it will be, of course, providing connectivity to Baba Baidyanath temple, which is, of course, one of the 12 Jyotirlings, and it is located in Deoghar. So a big religious push as well in terms of providing connectivity to Baba Baidyanath temple to the Deoghar Airport. Shetty.
Absolutely. And a word, Paulomi, on the kind of rousing welcome that the Prime Minister is getting over there. Paulomi?
BJP is obviously looking to make inroads in Jharkhand because it is, of course, ruled by the opposition GMM in, of course, support with the Congress. The BJP has been looking to make inroads in Jharkhand after losing power in the last election to the JMM-led government. So they're looking for a massive push in 2024 with its eyes set on the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. The BJP now targeting states where it has obviously not been able to either make inroads or lost power in previous assembly elections. So a big push this for Jharkhand and the region that the BJP hopes will, of course, tilt in its favor come 2024. So a big push over there, and definitely I said on Lok Sabha 2024 as far as Jharkhand is concerned.
Well, absolutely. Paulomi, continue to be with us right there. This is the East outreach of Prime Minister Narendra Modi that we're bringing to you. Those visuals that you see of kids, of women, of people who are just gathered over there to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Deoghar. He is giving a big development push in that particular area. Development, devotion, people connect. That is the big story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi with that rousing welcome. You take a look at that cavalcade, the live visuals coming in at the moment. He's waving out to the crowd, showing unwavering support to the Prime Minister right there. We're getting you these live visuals that are coming in at this point of time. We'll continue updating you on this story, but just take a look at the popularity that he's enjoying. He's unveiling development projects of more than 16,800 crore rupees in Deoghar. Deoghar Airport is going to be the second international airport in Jharkhand after Ranchi, and it's a big moment, Paulami, you know, to have an international airport in Deoghar in Jharkhand, because Ranchi has an international one and Deoghar will become the second one.
Absolutely. You know, Jharkhand has, of course, lacked in connectivity for a very, very long time. You know, it's been one of the neglected states, so to say, in terms of after, of course, being carved out of Bihar a few years ago. And it has the biggest, you know, drawbacks for the region, which is obviously, you know, it thrives in minerals, it thrives in natural resources. There's a big push that industry can receive in the region, but connectivity was one of the drawbacks as far as the region is concerned. So today, the kind of projects which have been inaugurated, of course, and foundation stones, of course, also being laid for some of them, they definitely, the big push is on connectivity. And especially with Deoghar, obviously, you know, the religious angle of it is being highlighted. But the fact that this is the second international airport in Jharkhand after Ranchi, it's a big boost for, in terms of the region receiving a big push as far as connectivity goes. So a big day as far as Jharkhand is concerned with the inauguration of this airport, which, like I said, is expected to handle at least about 5 lakh passengers annually, built with a cost of estimated cost of about 400 crore rupees. Big push over there, a project which was, you know, inaugurated in the foundation stone of it was laid on the 25th of May 2018, and just within 4 years' time, the project, of course, is being inaugurated as well. So this is definitely a big push as far as the developmental aspect of Jharkhand is concerned.
Yes, absolutely. So it is a very big push right there, as Paulami just explained. Paulami is getting us those latest details right there of what is going on. It's a big one as far as Jharkhand is concerned, and people gather over there in large numbers welcoming the Prime Minister. That's the visuals that are coming in on your screens that you see at this point of time. In fact, he's also going to be visiting Bihar. Paulami, if you could just give us a little bit of sense of what's going to happen in Bihar as well.
Right. Several projects that, of course, have been and will be inaugurated as the Prime Minister visits both states today. Jharkhand, of course, like we've been talking, it's all about Deoghar Airport and about the AIIMS in Deoghar as well. Big infrastructure push for, of course, the state. But as far as Patna is concerned, where he will be reaching in the second half of the day, the Prime Minister will be addressing the closing ceremony of the centenary celebration of the Bihar Legislative Assembly. He will inaugurate the Shatabdi Smriti Stamp, which has been built to commemorate 100 years of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. He will also lay the foundation stone of the Vidhan Sabha Museum, different galleries in the museum, which will, of course, demonstrate the history of democracy in Bihar and the evolution of the current civic structure as it is in Bihar. It will also have a conference hall with a capacity of about more than 250 persons. The Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone of the Vidhan Sabha guest house on the occasion. So he's expected to, after, of course, completing his Jharkhand leg of his tour today, he's expected to proceed towards Bihar at about, you know, like a little later in a couple of hours, because he's expected to reach there at about 6 p.m. That's when he's addressing the closing ceremony of the centenary celebrations of the Bihar Legislative Assembly. Now, of course, after the inauguration of these projects worth about 16,800 crore rupees, as we've been saying in Deoghar, he will also perform darshan and puja at the Baba Baidyanath temple, one of the 12 Jyotirlings, which, of course, we have been, of course, providing that connectivity to Deoghar Airport. So at about 6 p.m., he is expected to address the Bihar Legislative Assembly in Patna.
All right, so that was an update from Polemy on the Prime Minister's itinerary in Bihar as well. We just brought you, we're bringing you those visuals from Jharkhand on your screens right now. Mega Aarti at Deoghar Temple as well. The Prime Minister is also likely to be dedicating AIIMS in Deoghar. Polemy, how many of these are going to be dedicated?
As far as AIIMS is concerned, this is a project which the foundation stone for this was in fact laid in 2018 on the same day as the foundation stone for the Deoghar Airport. So AIIMS, of course, is another big step as far as development in the region is concerned. Of course, it is being described as a boom for healthcare sector of the entire region. Services at AIIMS Deoghar will, of course, get a further boost as the Prime Minister will dedicate to the nation the inpatient department and the operation theatre services at AIIMS Deoghar. This is, of course, in order to, provide excellent healthcare services in the region, which has been, of course, bereft of some of these services. So this is how, of course.
All right, Polemy continues to be with us on this broadcast, who's bringing us up to speed with the very latest development. Visuals coming in from Jharkhand right there. On these visuals, we're taking a short commercial break. Pooja Shali on the other side with the top headlines.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You
United States, Britain and their allies are hitting the Russian gold this time. At the G7 summit, the countries decided to ban the purchase of newly mined and refined gold from Russia. Gold is Russia's second largest export industry after energy. And for the first time since the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, Russia appears to have defaulted on its foreign debt. So far, Russia has used its gold reserves and swapped it with liquid foreign exchange to bypass the economic sanctions. But things are about to change. Russia has increased its gold purchase since 2014. It is one of the world's biggest producers of gold. Now the country holds $100 billion to $140 billion in gold reserve, which is roughly 20% of the holdings in Russian central bank. Russia is being sustained by a high level of export receipt since sanctions were imposed after February 24. The gold ban will impact the ability of Russia to earn export revenue. Secondary sanctions could be imposed on countries that trade with Russia. It could also lead to the seizure of gold exports from countries that have participated in the ban. For instance, Swiss customs officials are tracking roughly 3 tons of Russian gold worth more than $202 million. This gold entered Switzerland from the United Kingdom. and is being monitored for potential violations of economic sanctions against Russia. However, Russia will still be able to sell gold to other countries outside G7. India is the world's second largest consumer.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a mega face-off erupting after Modi unveiled the national emblem because Trinamool Congress says original emblem was graceful, confident, while the one unveiled by Prime Minister Modi is aggressive. They are even calling it shameful. It's an explosive face-off over Smriti Irani getting the charge of Minority Affairs Minister. The Trinamool Congress says a hardcore Hindu made the in charge of Muslims and Christians. RSS Neta's big attack claims conspiracy to turn Muslim prayer day of Friday into stone pelting day, slams open beheading calls by Islamist fanatics as un-Islamic.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है.
Over 100 Jharkhand schools change weekly off day to Friday. BJP is gunning for Hemant Soren government, calling it Muslim appeasement. An inquiry has been ordered. Right-wing groups call for Bandh over Bengaluru's Eidgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festival, seeking Maidan to be designated as playground. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Deadly deluge killing 61 in Gujarat. It's a 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert in Maharashtra. It's been 24 hours since Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled the national emblem. But what happened ever since? The Trinamool Congress was first and quick to attack the government at the centre over the unveiling, claiming that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's version of the emblem was looking ferocious as opposed to how it was earlier. Now, TMC MP Mahua Moitra and also Jawahar Sarkar are claiming that the emblem is an insult to the national symbol as it stands today and was unveiled by Prime Minister Modi. TMC Jawahar Sarkar not just that but also claimed that original emblem was graceful, regally confident, while Prime Minister Modi's version above the new parliament building is snarling, unnecessary, aggressive and disproportionate. Owaisi has also jumped in, AIIMS chief, who has accused Prime Minister's office of violating constitutional norms because he's the one that who inaugurated that specific bronze cast in the new building. Congress also has reacted. Sandeep Dixit of the Congress party questioning as to why were opposition parties not present during the unveiling.
Representation which has been adapted now, if you look at it, is the same emblem with 4 lions. But the point is, look at the face. It is full of anger. It snarls, no, which is not the case, because this is not something which gives you relief, which gives you peace, no, which gives you any sort of solace. It makes you angry. Why the lion is angry? Why should it look? Why should it snarl? You know? So that is something which is absolutely different from what we adopted.
75 साल की आज़ादी में जितने कस्टम प्रतीक जो थे हमारे प्रजातंत्र के जो बनाए गए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार एक-एक करके सबको नष्ट कर रही है.
We believe in the federal structure, we believe in the constitution, so if they think that something has gone wrong as per law, then they can proceed.
Listen, as a member of parliament, why are you branding me all the time as TMC? I am a member of parliament with a broader heart. No parliamentarian was consulted at all about what building is being made for them, why it is being made, why is it necessary to spend hundreds and thousands of crores in the beautification of an area that would perhaps have to be renamed after a particular individual. The seeking of personal glory and immortality does not obviate the necessity of day-to-day administration and the crisis that we have to lead to.
And suggest that go to the court of law, we'll answer it there. And I really sympathize because of the issues that they are having regarding the new parliament building and everything. So the public...
Whether it is the Congress or the TMC and other opposition parties, they are rudderless today. They do not have any issues because of the positive agenda that is being undertaken by the Prime Minister of the country. And whenever the nation is celebrating, these people are whining and they're trying to point out mistakes in all the actions that the government decides to take. I think they've got a befitting response from the people of the country in the past. They'll be replied to again in the elections in the future. But this kind of opposition for the sake of opposition is not welcomed by the people of India.
We are also very loyal Indians. And as, a new parliament building or a Central Vista project, etc., when we did object to it, it was during COVID times because of COVID mismanagement was happening and there the government was seemed to be very busy with the Central Vista project. Now, it appears that because the opposition had placed certain objections at that time, and that's why none of the leaders of the opposition were called also for the event or for the opening yesterday. But we respect our emblem.
Now, amid this goddess Kali controversy that is still ongoing, Minister Smriti Irani conducted a puja at the Kali temple in Howrah's Panchla in Bengal. This, remember, just day after the BJP also performed Kali Puja in Krishnanagar, which is the constituency of TMC MP Mahua Moitra. Now, Smriti Irani is conducting and performing a puja at the Kali temple in Howrah Panchla. Now, of course, right now she hasn't said anything exactly about the ongoing controversy, but this is in the backdrop of the comments of TMC MP, but also initially how it started was the poster of a film of a smoking goddess Kali, smoking a cigarette, and the filmmaker also has received a backlash on that, police complaints and FIR. The BJP has said this is deliberate religious sentiments that are hurt. Let's take a look at the ground report coming in.
Smriti Irani is in Howrah right now, in Howrah's Panchla, and right now she is offering her prayers to a very popular Kali Ma's temple over here in Panchla. Panchla becomes important for BJP because this is where their party office was burnt in Howrah during the Agniveer protests. Right now, there is another subtle message with the ongoing controversy on the Kali film poster. We can see that the Union Minister herself is over here. She was here in Calcutta since yesterday, and right now in Howrah's Panchla, she is offering her prayers at a Kali temple. With camera person Shamchandar Ghosh, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Howrah.
But there is now an ugly, explosive face-off over Union Minister Smriti Irani getting also now the charge of the Minority Affairs Ministry. What exactly happened will surprise you. TMC's Jawahar Sarkar targeted Smriti Irani personally, calling her a hardcore Hindu married to a Parsi who has now got the charge of Muslims and Christians in India. Taking to social media site Twitter, Jawahar Sarkar, who's a Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament, questioned if this was BJP's brand of secularism. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju was quick to hit back at this personal attack made against Smriti Irani. Now, calling it fake secularism and reminding TMC, Rijiju said, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis are also minorities designated in the country.
I said it is secular. I said this is secular. Please distinguish between the negative and the positive. I said this is secular. This is secular. This is the way India behaves, has behaved all along. That's all. That's all. Don't send every tweet I do to the dissection factory on the 4th floor of some building in Rouse Avenue. I mean, don't get in. Let's not get in for all that. It's a very positive tweet I made. That's all. I remain stand by it. That is a very positive tweet. And that ended with a question mark also.
Miss Smriti Irani has always proved through her work that she can handle each and every responsibility which has been given to her. This is yet another responsibility which has been given to her. And what is the wrong which TMC is seeing in this, I do not understand. Although here we see a TMC who does the politics of appeasement here in West Bengal, and that is the reason that when sentiments of Hindus are hurt, they are quiet and mum on that, they do not speak, because that is the intention. That is the intention, that is the reason they have not for once spoken what Mahua Mitra said against Kali. So this appeasement politics is done by TMC, and we do not appreciate speaking on such issues.
So that's the big story that is coming in, how the TMC MP has made that charge. Let's bring you other stories as well now. RSS leader Indresh Kumar today stoked a fresh controversy by saying and alleging that some people are trying to weaken the country's social fabric. The RSS Neta is claiming that there is a conspiracy and that has been underway to pit people against each other in the name of religion and community and weaken the unity of this nation. He has said that Friday, which is usually a day for prayers for the Muslim community, but some people are trying to convert Friday into a stone-pelting day. Now, the RSS Netas further said that some people are working toward weakening the country's social fabric and trying to vitiate the atmosphere, adding that in situations like this, Muslim outfits don't just need to come forward and condemn, but identify and deal about the anti-social elements within the community as well.
करवा रहा है, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवा कर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
तो इंद्रेश जी बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता हैं आरएसएस के जो है, और बड़े प्रभावकारी नेता हैं, और वो अल्पसंख्यकों के बीच में भी काम करते रहते हैं, उनको भरोसा दिलाते रहते हैं। वो अपनी पार्टी से भी कहें कि एक भरोसा क्यों डगमगा रहा है। यदि बड़े भाई के तौर पर हम लोग पहल कर सकें तो मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि जो कट्टरता अल्पसंख्यकों में पैदा हो रही है वो कट्टरता धीरे धीरे उदारता में बदलेगी।
पहली बात, इंद्रेश कुमार जी अगरचे फ्राइडे का दिन स्टोन पेंटिंग ना हो इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका स्वागत करते हैं, बट इंद्रेश कुमार जी की नीयत वो नहीं है। ही वांट्स टू रियली create a fear psychosis in people's mind on Friday. That is, and Friday being an important day for Muslims across the globe, and he is trying to play a psychological game and political game. It has nothing to do with asking the community or the community leaders to come forward to make the India forward. No, absolutely nothing. His intentions are absolutely, the writing on the wall is very clear. He wants to paint the community with a brush of his choice.
Now, the primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are now giving weekly holiday of the week on Friday instead of the usual Sunday to the students. Over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly off instead of Sunday. The new practice is being followed by schools where the majority students are from the Muslim community to enable them to offer the Friday prayers. People of Bariarpur, one of the villages where the change is implemented in the middle school, has been following the Friday off since its inception, it said. But the Friday off system was earlier also being followed by the Urdu schools. Now it is being extended to other schools as well. The Bharatiya Janata Party has objected to this move, calling it in some ways appeasement of one community by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire now, the JMM Congress government has ordered an inquiry into the matter about what led to this decision.
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया। बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की, आप लोग सामने थे। उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें। उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग इस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे।
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है। अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई, और यह भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके दबाव में किया गया। और प्रधानाचार्य ने नियम को ताक में रखकर यह छुट्टी शुक्रवार को कर दी ताकि लोग प्रेयर कर सके। और ये कितनी शर्म की बात है कि इन कुछ स्कूलों में स्कूलों के नाम के आगे जबरन उर्दू स्कूल लिखवा दिया गया। तो यानी कि ये सरकार कुछ और कहती है, लेकिन जहां मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके हैं वहां कुछ और कानून चलता है। ये कैसी सरकार है साहब? ये तुष्टीकरण की जो इस सरकार ने नंगा नाच रखा है, इसी का परिणाम है कि नीचे भी इसकी आग अब धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है।
We have seen the manner in which the Jharkhand government continuously has engaged and indulged in vote bank politics to appease one community, because the Congress and JMM, like the Manmohan Singh government always believes in appeasing one community over the others. We have seen how even during the UPA time, the Prime Minister had said that the first right of resources is of one community.
Now, the right-wing organizations have called for a bandh demanding celebration of Hindu festivals at a Maidan, which is commonly called as the Eidgah Maidan at the Chamarjpet area in Bengaluru. Now, the ownership of the Eidgah Maidan ran into controversy in June after some of the Hindu right-wing organizations sought permission from the BBMP to hold events in that ground. Now, they're demanding that the Eidgah Maidan be designated as a playground for everyone. The Karnataka State Board of Awqaf has contested that 2 acre 10 guntas of land of this ground is registered Waqf property. Pending a resolution, the Bengaluru civic body has clarified that no official permission would be given for any event on the ground. Hindu organizations as well as local groups have joined hands to wage a legal battle as well as challenge the claims of the Waqf board on the Eidgah Maidan. Heavy police deployment meanwhile at the ground has been deployed and the area has been cordoned off.
The police hadn't given any permission to hold a protest here, but still a lot of people have gathered. What are the demands?
So we do not require any permission from any authority because we are doing peaceful function, peaceful protest in the interest of the public and in the interest of to maintain as it is for the public field. So the difference of opinion in between the officials, they are making a misuse of it. So it is difficult to maintain the peaceful in Chamarjpet because of the misuse of the misunderstanding between the officials. The property belongs to whom? Whether it is belongs to BBMP or belongs to someone. They told that if anybody present the documents, we will make a quota. That is improper. So we request the government to maintain as it is and the maintain the field as it is, and what are the verdict given by the Supreme Court. We have to maintain once in a year. They have to pray for pray, and rest of the time it should be as a public field. So we request the government to maintain as it is in the interest of the public.
Shocking images of an attack on an RSS office has now surfaced. Bombs were hurled at an RSS office in Payanur area of Kerala's Kannur in the wee hours of Tuesday. Now, the incident occurred at 1:30 a.m. When at that place nobody was injured in the attack, though the windows of the front side of the office have been shattered. India Today has accessed the CCTV footage of the attack, which is being examined to ascertain the number of attackers and to nab the culprits. But enraged by the attack, the RSS workers in Kannur hit the streets, staging a massive demonstration against the attack. Interesting developments taking place in the state of Maharashtra. The Maha Aghadi, which recently lost power in Maharashtra, could be at a breaking point because after a mega climb down by the Uddhav Thackerays section right now, it appears that the Sena chief has now been forced to back the NDA presidential candidate Draupadi Murmu. There is, as it appears, a strange U-turn that could be coming. Remember, after majority of Sena MPs rooted for Draupadi Murmu, Uddhav Thackerays, along with the Maha Aghadi ally Sharad Pawar, had earlier backed opposition president nominee Yashwant Sinha, and now it appears with the murmurs coming in that there will be support for Draupadi Murmu by Uddhav Thackerays. Now there is, remember, also a dissent among Uddhav's allies, but led the ruling Eknath Shinde BJP combine openly gloating over it. Uddhav recently lost 40 of his MLAs to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. BJP had little other option to avert the slip of the MPs here in Maharashtra.
You see, as you may recollect, that Mr. Uddhav Thackerays had joined in to file the nomination papers of Mr. Jayant Sinha as the MVA candidate or the UPA candidate, as you may call him, from the earlier decision which was taken. Now, it seems there is a change of stand of the Shiv Sena. I can understand the type of pressure which Mr. Uddhav Thackerays is going through. And obviously it is his first priority to save his party from disintegrating further. So I think due to the pressure of the MPs of his party, and in order to save his party, there may be a change of stance, which probably Mr. Thackerays has taken, that it seems like.
So it is own individual decision of the Mr. Thackere. And not this, of course, hardly any 2-3 days left for the voting. So I won't say much on this. But definitely overall, the MVA further existence and issues, when we take a collective decision and there's a change of stand, it requires some sort of thinking at what would be the long-term strategy in years to come.
Well, these are all very unconfirmed reports as of now. I remember that meeting of Devsena MPs took place recently under the chairmanship of Thackere, and the decision to support the candidate has been entrusted with the party president, Mr. Uddhav Thackere. So we have no official information on that. But let me remind you one such incident when Pratibha Patil was the nominee for president from the Congress side, and she was very much part of the NDA. That time, Balasaheb did choose to support Pratibha Patil because she belonged to Maharashtra and she was a Marathi lady. So I will not be surprised if something like that happens. Secondly, there is no whip as far as the presidential elections are concerned. What we have read the newspapers, I am not party to that discussion, so I really would not be knowing. But the Shiv Sena MP seems to be building some pressure on the party president, and the decision to support which candidate lies with Uddhav Thackere. I am sure that he does not want to support the BJP, but as far as the candidate is concerned, at this moment I have no opinion on that.
First, we welcome his decision because Draupadi Murmu is the face of Adivasis, face of Vanvasis, the face of our tribal community. So all of his MPs, including MLAs, they wanted to vote and support Draupadi Murmu. So finally, he heard their inner voice and has taken this decision to support Draupadi Murmu. So we welcome this decision, and other things we do not comment about their internal party issues. But when we talk about the president post, and the first time we have seen that the kind of face our party has going to give for the country and the president is from the tribal community. So all the opposition should also come forward, and they should also take a decision the way Mr. Uddhav Thackere has taken. We welcome this decision because, all MPs, they represent you 20-25 lakh people. And these are the sentiments of Maharashtra. So that everybody come together and should support Draupadi Murmu ji. And I think they rightly have put before Uddhav's sentiments, and he has taken a good decision. We welcome this decision. We think that this should create a kind of good atmosphere, or this is a good thing that for us it's a ray of hope. That is what I feel.
We all request you to support the candidate what respected Narendra Modi ji has given. And after this, all MPs were against, because all these things incident happened from last 1 month. 40 plus MLAs went out, leaving Uddhav Thackere, and create their own party in the name of Satsena. Because of that scaredness, now Uddhav Thackere ji has taken U-turn, and I'm very thankful to him also.
Okay.
Because these days, tribal people need a support from every party, because none of the other parties, or either Congress or either Sonia ji, because I have requested Sonia ji Gandhi also to give us support to this candidate.
I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next is our special telecast at 3:30 p.m. It's a mega face-off that is erupting after Narendra Modi unveiled the national emblem. The opposition parties are up in arms. TMC says the original emblem was graceful, confident. The one unveiled now by Prime Minister is aggressive and unnecessary. Let's bring you that after a very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are
A 33-year-old man from China had been experiencing stomach pain since his teen years. Several tests were done, but finally it was recently discovered that he had been menstruating since the last 20 years. So he identified as a man all his life and goes by the alias Chen Li to hide his actual identity. Now, he had been experiencing abdominal pain and recurring loss of blood while he urinated since the time he was 13 years old. So what seemed like a recurring issue actually became a cause of concern when doctors discovered that Mr. Lee was actually born with a uterus and ovaries. So he had the biology of a man and a woman. So several tests were done and initially Lee was diagnosed with appendicitis. But obviously the treatment for that did not help cure his condition. Finally, after thorough examination, it was revealed that Lee was intersex. That means he had reproductive organs of both men and women. So Lee underwent a chromosome analysis test and it was revealed that he actually had female sex chromosomes. Now, the level of male sex hormone androgen was lesser than mostly found in average males, but the level of female hormones found in Lee were that of a regular female. So the loss of blood,
You are watching India Today.
Trinamool Congress's Member of Parliament Mahua Moitra has again taken to social media site Twitter to react about the national emblem controversy. Remember, the emblem cast in bronze unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday. Mahua Moitra, criticizing it, now says, and I quote her here, "Truth be told, transition from Satyamev Jayate to Singhamev Jayate has long been completed in spirit." Now, Singhamev, of course, referring to the lions here that are portrayed in the national emblem, to which previously also just about few hours ago she had shared two different images on your screen right now. One, as was earlier seen, and the image that many, including the MPs in TMC, are saying has been drastically changed this time at the new Parliament building, the national emblem that has been unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, looking more ferocious, aggressive in nature compared to earlier ones which looked more gentle on as the national emblem and the lions that were seen on it. Now, this has become, apart from other controversies of why the opposition was not invited, why did Prime Minister Modi inaugurate this and not likely the Lok Sabha Speaker? Apart from that, now, TMC MP has also added, and I quote her again here, "Truth be told, transition from Satyamev Jayate," which is a logo which is usually written with regard to the national emblem, Satyamev Jayate, to Singhamev Jayate has long been completed.
कि ये जो सरनाथ में 50 फीट का पिलर है, उस जगह पर गौतम बुद्ध ने अपना सबसे पहले अपना सरमन दिया था। अरे भाई, किसी बौद्ध मजहब के जिम्मेदार को बिठा लेते आप वहां पर, वो भी नहीं करते आप। और वो जो चक्र है उसमें क्या है, उसमें जानवर, 4 जानवर हैं, घोड़ा है, लायन है, हॉर्स है, बुल है। संविधान के जानकार क्या कहते हैं, वो भारत के प्रियम्बल का हिस्सा है। लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी, फ्रेटर्निटी, जस्टिस, आप उसको भी भूल रहे हैं। थियोरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स इंपॉर्टेंट है देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए। अगर एग्जीक्यूटिव लेजिस्लेचर पर हावी हो जाएगा तो गलत होगा हमारे लोकतंत्र के लिए।
So is this national emblem that is cast in bronze unveiled by Prime Minister different? Should it be different? Can it be different as we have had it all these years? Now there are 2 images on your screen. The one as the national emblem was seen earlier, and now the lions looking more aggressive, ferocious, and the opposition is gunning at not only the BJP but specifically Prime Minister Narendra Modi over it about how can the national emblem be changed. Now, this has, remember, become a massive face-off right now. Let's go across to my colleague Ritik Mondal on that. Ritik, of course, leading the charge, which was initially started by the NCP, the Congress, and Asad Owaisi. TMC has literally taken over that face-off, and Mahua Moitra is leading this charge. What precisely are the TMC MPs saying against this national emblem that has been unveiled?
See, what exactly, we know that the project Central Vista remaining as a very prestigious and a dream project of this government, which is at this point in time in center. But unveiling the new national emblem by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday triggered a fresh controversy erupting between opposition and BJP. Here we have several points or the attack from the TMC brigade member of parliament like Deoghar Sarkar or Mahua Moitra went on tweeting and stating this is the national emblem has been, and which is a symbol, national symbol has been distorted, and they demand immediate removal of that emblem that has been put in or put on top of the Central Vista project there in Delhi. That it seems like a new war of word that has been erupted over this issue. We heard that what Deoghar Sarkar stated that this is nothing but a distortion of national pride. And we believe, as per the TMC sources are concerned,
just to replay here what Mahua Moitra has said. She's just taken to social media site, Twitter, to one share the 2 different images of one how the national emblem was earlier and now how it looks like cast in bronze at the new parliament building inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. Then she's also playing with words here. She's saying, truth be told, transition from Satyamev Jayate, which means truth alone triumphs and is a part of the national emblem, to Singhamev Jayate. It is the victory of the lion, so to say, has been completed in spirit. So, of course, a cryptic tweet there, nothing related directly to, of course, this national emblem, but she's previously also shared a picture without a caption. Is she being slightly cautious with the backlash that she faced earlier for Goddess Kali? But she's definitely charging at the government. All of this in the backdrop of this specific inauguration and unveiling that happened yesterday, where there was a puja ceremony and interacting with Shramjeevis. Ritik, has Mamata Banerjee said anything yet? Because remember, both Jawahar Sarkar and Mahua Moitra are 2 senior members of parliament and 2 big faces of a party.
Right, we are yet to get some reaction from Mamata Banerjee, as she is in North Bengal. Let me tell you, she had been pre-scheduled on a pre-scheduled tour in North Bengal, but it seems like the TMC is taking this thing very seriously, and which is why top leaders of Trinamool Congress, they are also joining the brigade, who the opposition brigade, particularly those who are criticizing government at center for this thing. And as per the TMC is concerned, it's believed that they're gonna take up this issue further. Because the political war of word has been erupted as of now, but it's very it's another point to let me mention that what exactly we do see at this point in time, whether it is in Bengal or in center, or it's another opportunity where opposition and center or the government there in Delhi, they do not come up under a platform, whether it is in Kolkata when the occasion at the occasion of inauguration of event by Calcutta Metro. Yesterday we did see that no one from the state government, they skipped that particular event, stating
Ritik,
that
can we say that this is the TMC BJP face-off after what we saw in Goddess Kali? That after that controversy, this is the next big political face-off between both parties.
Yes, it's a face-off definitely between BJP and TMC, because as per the situation is simmering, we know that amid the situation when BJP is continue to mounting pressure over the controversy, what after Moha Moitro, a senior member
Tracking all the latest coming in. So after Goddess Kali controversy, it is the national emblem face-off between the TMC and the BJP over the change of the lions as it appears in the unveiling. Thank you so much, Ritik Mondal, for all the latest. There's a protest march that is taking place in Maharashtra. Remember this after Aurangabad was renamed as Sambhaji Nagar, and that when Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, said we were not taken into consideration, and this was just a day before the Maha Aghadi government had fallen. But now it appears there is a protest march taking place there, which is now Sambhaji Nagar, but this protest appears to be against the renaming of Aurangabad, as the name had said. As you can see, posters of I Love Aurangabad and heart emojis, also tricolors and national flags there being ensured a part of the protest amid a rainfall and downpour in the area. But this, remember, already has been when Sharad Pawar called Uddhav Thackeray's decision unilateral just a day before, while the MLAs one by one were jumping ship to Eknath Shinde's camp. But now on the streets as well, that political fight has reached. So banners and posters of I Love Aurangabad, and that it will always be Aurangabad. We can see these protesters holding the national tricolour also in their hand. Appears to be more than 100 in number. We'll try and get you the latest coming in from this. Let's listen in first to the reactions coming in on this protest.
Well, an action committee against renaming of Aurangabad has been formed. It consists of all political parties except Shiv Sena, the two Shiv Senas and BJP. Rest all political parties, they have come together and formed an action committee, and they have given a call that on 12th at 2 o'clock they are going to organize a morcha from Bhadkal Gate, from the statue of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The morcha will proceed from there till Amkhas Maidan, and then a delegation of the action committee will present a memorandum to the divisional commissioner. We have also decided to participate in that morcha because we feel that this decision of renaming Aurangabad is being thrust on the people of this city.
त्या उंचीमध्ये आम्ही सगळेच होतो. या सगळ्या विभागाची त्या शहरांच्या ज्या खऱ्या ज्या मूलभूत समस्या आहेत त्याच्यात अधिक लक्ष देण्याची गरज होती. या नावामधून पाण्याचा प्रश्न सोडवला पाहिजे असा हा मूलभूत प्रश्न आहे, याच्यात लक्ष द्यायला हवं होतं.
Now, in a shocking story that has emerged, it's a claim that is clearly sensational in nature by Pakistani columnist Nusrat Mirza. He can be seen boasting on camera that he used to pass on information collected during his visits in India and have that information been given to Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, the ISI. So he had, remember, just giving you a background here, he had come to India to attend one seminar on terrorism at the invitation of then Vice President of India, Hamid Ansari. Mirza noted that his last visit to India was in 2011 when he met the Milli Gazette's publisher in India, Zafarul Islam Khan. He added that he did receive a lot of information during his visit, which he passed on to the ISI.
These are people who sometimes even come with a brief from the ISI to find out or probe into certain areas of interest to the ISI. Again, nothing very classified, but to get some kind of political intelligence, to get some kind of intelligence on how people are thinking, how things are unfolding in India. And these are people we need to be worried about much more than the odd ball like Nusrat Mirza.
We're now shifting focus to Deoghar in Jharkhand, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is presently on a one-day visit. Let's cut across to those live visuals coming in.
और ये सही तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं जहां प्रधानमंत्री देवघर कॉलेज ग्राउंड में एक जनता को संबोधित करने के लिए
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a one-day visit to Jharkhand. Elaborate arrangements have been made specifically in the Deoghar district, where he is scheduled to inaugurate multiple projects. There's also an airport that he's likely to be inaugurating, and also will lay the foundation stone for various development initiatives. There we are being told a road show as well, but these latest visuals coming in, remember, there are going to be temple visits as well. Baba Baidinath temple, one of the 12 Jyotirlingas, is where the visit will also be a part of. 1 lakh earthen lamps were already lit, remember, yesterday by BJP workers and local residents across the Deoghar district in a way to welcome the Prime Minister. And this has, remember, been an initiative by the Prime Minister to go into different states and inaugurate projects one by one, while also participating in these puja ceremonies that are taking place in different temples.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करें।
Mr. Modi himself, as we look at these visuals on your screen, a scarf there donned with the BJP symbol of the lotus. He himself had said, I quote him here, will have the fortune of darshan and worship at Baba Baidinath temple in the holy city of Deoghar just before beginning of Shravan, and also getting an opportunity to inaugurate the airport. This will make the journey for devotees easier and boost tourism in Jharkhand. Remember this religious tourism, so to say, after Uttar Pradesh, the focus now in the state of Jharkhand, where these temples are being renovated. Prime Minister himself going across to inaugurate several projects in and around these areas, develop them and attract not only domestic tourism but also international tourists to visit Indian temples. Now, Baba Baidinath temple, just to give you an update, is one of the 12 Jyotirlingas, is extremely sacred for the Hindu community, and there are, on any given day, hundreds of devotees who do come at Deoghar temple. But with Prime Minister himself landing there in the state will definitely add on to the boost, not just of the temple and the area, but the Deoghar district and for Jharkhand as a state as well.
आज के इस अभिनंदन रैली में हम सब लोगों के बीच में दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, भारत के 141 करोड़ों के दिलों में राज करने वाले सम्मानित मान्यवर नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मंच में बैठे हुए सभी सम्मानित हमारे नेतागण और सम्मानित मंच, उपस्थित इस रैली में उपस्थित कोने कोने से आए हुए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, समर्थक और आम मतदाता और प्रेस और मीडिया के हमारे सम्मानित मित्रगण, सबसे पहले मैं झारखंड की 3.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से, झारखंड के 3.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता की ओर से और प्रधानमंत्री जी को मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं और उनके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। बाबा की नगरी में हम उनका अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं। ये नगर, ये महानगर शिव की आराधना का।
I'll continue to get you developments from Jharkhand as well. Meanwhile, shifting focus and cutting across now to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal for a special telecast on the ferocious war over the national emblem. Rahul, over to you.
A ferocious controversy has broken out over the representation of the national emblem atop the new building of Parliament. Is the opposition justified in feeling left out? Is the Modi government indeed tweaking and changing on constitutional emblems without building a broader consensus? Or is it just the same emblem and the opposition is making a big song and dance for absolutely no reason? Leaders of the opposition are saying the lions you see in that Ashok Stamb are toxically masculine. Is that just a way of seeing things? Because those who made the sculpture are saying it's just the same stamb which has been represented going back to 1860. Joining us on the news track, I want to welcome first Jawahar Sarkar, Member of Parliament of the Trinamool Congress, joining us from Kolkata. With us on this broadcast is one of India's leading advocates, Aryama Sundaram, Senior Advocate in the Supreme Court. Lakshman Vyas joins us. Lakshman Vyas is an artist, a sculptor, joins us from Jaipur, was involved in this construction project. Rahul Srivastav is our National Affairs Editor and he joins us as well. I want to go across to Jawahar Sarkar to lay out his objections to the manner in which this ceremony was conducted, to the lions in the way that they've been depicted. Why is it that you think the government is out of line in getting the Prime Minister to inaugurate the emblem and in the manner in which the lions have been depicted?
You see, relating to the first question about the ceremony, as a Member of Parliament, I feel hurt when a new Parliament building is to be inaugurated or one of its important structures is being unveiled with a lot of ceremony and we know nothing about the building. No one was consulted. There was no parliamentary debate on how the new building should be. If at all we required a new building, what are the parameters, what is the structure, what is the architecture, what is the layout? Nothing was discussed. It is like I give it, you say clap me, that's all. And about the ceremony was also true to style. I think just 4 persons, they tugged at some string or a switch and the statue went up perhaps hydraulically. Now there were no leaders of the opposition. The LOP, the leader of the opposition, at least in the Rajya Sabha, is a statutory position. Other leaders of the opposition could also have been called instead of making it such an exclusive event of only BJP supporters. Anyway, now moving on to the wider question is, it's not a question of whether I am saying. I am just pointing out to the people of India who have a discerning eye to see whether the lions in the Ashok Stamb, in the national symbol that we have, or the state emblem as we call it, matches that of the replica that has been put up. There are so many distortions that hit the eye. There are photographs of people who have taken by people who have gone up, and you can see there is an unnecessary aggression in the mouths of the lions. This is the sort of aggression that you see in dear Hanuman, who's portrayed as a lovely creature in our imagination, but comes out rather cruel and aggressive on the stickers behind cars. It's that same aggression that's coming out. Now it's up to the government to explain that there is no distortion.
Okay, let me put that question then to Sanju Verma from the BJP, Mr. Sarkar, who joins us on this broadcast. You're saying it's like the angry Hanuman controversy, a genial, kind God, then shown in a very ferocious avatar. It's what we are doing with the lions as well. Jawahar Sarkar and many in the opposition, Sanju, very perturbed. They're saying you're messing with our constitutional symbols, with the national emblem. The opposition hasn't been consulted. People haven't been told. How can the emblem suddenly change? Asks Jawahar Sarkar. Sanju Verma.
You know, Rahul, I am not answerable to Jawahar Sircar, who incidentally is a Rajya Sabha MP from the Trinamool Congress. And when Jawahar Sircar sits on your show and gives a long bhashan on constitutional values and democratic ethos to the Modi government, let me remind him that his leader Mamata Banerjee on the 23rd of January, a couple of months back, when we celebrated Netaji Bose's birth anniversary as Parakram Divas, the Prime Minister was sitting there and she chose to walk away in a huff simply because some people chanted Jai Shri Ram. This is the same Mamata Banerjee.
Okay, that's a controversy we've left in the past. I want to talk about whether, and first everyone just look at those images. Just look at those images. On the one, okay, one second. On the one side of the screen, you've got images of the national emblem as it was shown in the past. On the other side, you've got the roaring expression. That's what he's objecting to. Sanju, respond. I want to stick to the current controversy, please.
Rahul, why is it that each time the BJP wants to make a point, you interrupt in the middle? I did not see you interrupting when Jawahar Sircar was talking. Let me finish my point. You can rebut me.
Go on.
I simply want to call out the hypocrisy of people like Jawahar Sircar, whose own party leader Mamata Banerjee has spared no effort to undermine constitutional values. Don't you know the manner in which she treats the West Bengal governor, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar? Don't you know this is the same Mamata Banerjee who said she had not been invited to the Rabindranath Jayanti celebrations on the 7th of May, and then the BJP exposed Mamata Banerjee by showing a letter which had been sent to her a month back. The point is that democracy khatre mein hai since 2014, ever since Narendra Modi took charge as the Prime Minister. And people like Mr. Jawahar Sircar have not been able to digest that. You should look at the language of his tweet. He sent out a tweet at 12:26 p.m. on the 11th of July, saying Amit Shah and Narendra Modi are trying to buy out democracy. He again sent a tweet on the 11th of July at 5:53 p.m. saying that the entire parliament building...
Now, Sanju, one second, I must butt in because you're spending a lot of time. My time is limited. We must debate the lions and the depiction of the lions. You can't spend so much time going away from the topic. This is what you've been called on. Please respond to that. Yes, please come to the point quickly.
My simple, limited point is this. I request Mr. Jawahar Sircar to go and educate himself, because under Article 74, Rahul, and under Article 75 of the Constitution, the Prime Minister has sweeping executive, legislative powers, including powers pertaining to foreign policy, public policy, what have you. And I challenge Mr. Sircar, please tell me which provision of Article 74 and which provision of Article 75 under the Indian Constitution have Narendra Modi flouted by inaugurating the cast of that national emblem atop the roof of the new parliament building.
Okay, let Jawahar Sircar respond. What is the specific violation? The opposition was saying the speaker or the president should have been there. Sanju Verma says that is incorrect. The Prime Minister has executive powers.
It's in very poor taste. It's in very poor taste and militates against the spirit of democracy, spirit of accommodation that Samrat Ashok had represented through his
Sanju, let him speak, please.
Including the very controlled land. It's in poor taste. It's in poor taste.
75 has been flouted by the Prime Minister. I challenge you, Jawahar Sircar. You were the
Let Jawahar Sircar speak, please.
I think she's gone way off the subject in a fit of anger, and it's time we focused on the subject. The Constitution has got nothing to do with it, excepting that it is as sacred as the national emblem and the national flag. Each has their own jurisdictions, and here I feel that any tampering with the national symbol or the national flag is a dishonor and has punitive measures in the law. So whether this is a transgression or not can be decided by experts. It's not a single man's optical view of a problem. It looks very odd, and it is time that the nation's view was taken in that direction, and I considered it my duty to place it.
Okay, Lakshman Vyas is the artist and sculptor who was involved in this project. Jawahar Sircar, let's ask him. Lakshman ji, जो विपक्ष के नेता हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि आपने ये जो स्तंभ बनाया है अशोक स्तंभ उसके साथ खिलवाड़ किया, आपने उसको चेंज कर दिया। जिस तरीके से 1860 से चला आ रहा था अशोक स्तंभ, आपने उसमें पहले लायन बड़ा डोसाइल सा खामोश सा बैठा हुआ है, आपके यहाँ पे लायन एकदम खतरनाक सा है। ऐसा आपने क्यों किया? क्या आपने चेंज किया है नेशनल सिंबल को?
जी, हम कोई चेंज नहीं कर सकते। वो जो मॉडल था, जो दिया गया था हमें, वही मॉडल जो सारनाथ का जो है, वही मॉडल उसी को बनाया गया है।
पर दिख तो काफी अलग रहा है। देखा जाए, अगर आप तस्वीरों को बैक टू बैक रखते हैं साथ में, तो जो साधारण तौर पे जैसे हम देखते हैं उसमें मुंह लायन का बंद है, आपके यहाँ पे मुंह दहाड़ रहा है। वो कह रहे हैं एंग्री हनुमान की तरह है कि पहले हनुमान जी एकदम शांत और विनम्र थे, अब एकदम खतरनाक से दिख रहे हैं।
नहीं, मेरा जो जयपुर में जो काम हुआ वो कास्टिंग का काम हुआ है। हमने क्ले मॉडल नहीं बनाया। जो ये टाटा कंपनी जो है, गवर्नमेंट है, उन्होंने ही दिया हमें। मेरा काम था यहाँ से कास्टिंग करके और वहाँ पे स्थापित करना।
नहीं तो आप मानते हैं कि कुछ फर्क है? जो पहले का
साहब, इस बारे में मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा था। मैं एक कलाकार हूँ, मैं ये इस तरह की डिबेट में नहीं आता कभी भी, और आपने मुझे पहले कहा भी था कि इस तरह की बात आपसे नहीं की जाएगी।
नहीं तो आपने क्या सोच के बताया? आप बताइए, आपकी क्या ब्रीफ थी, आपने क्या सोच के बनाया?
क्या
आपको क्या बताया गया बनाने से पहले? आपकी क्या ब्रीफ थी और आपके हिसाब से क्या दर्शाया गया?
इस प्रतिमा की जो अशोक स्तंभ है, इसकी कास्टिंग करके मुझे वहां पे स्थापित करना है।
तो आपको जो दी गई कास्ट आपने बना के उसको स्थापित कर दिया?
जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
Okay, Aryama Sundaram joins us. Lakshman Vyas, the sculptor, says, I did what I was asked to. Now don't get into the semantics with me. We've got a furious debate between government and opposition playing itself out. Do you think the government is in the wrong, or do you think the opposition is making an unnecessary mountain out of a molehill?
Look, Rahul, you're talking about a furious debate between the opposition and the government, so please tell me anything new. Anything the government does, the opposition, if it gets a chance, will pounce on. There are two issues which have been raised here, both of which I think are non-starters. And let me tell you why. The first issue is, why was it that the Prime Minister was the master of ceremonies there and had done what he did? And should it not be the Speaker? Or should it not be the President? Let's understand one thing. Although in India we have the executive, legislature and the judiciary, the actual executive and legislature are very combined in India. It's not like the United States where you can't be a legislator and be a minister. You have to give up one or the other. Well, in India, you have to be a legislator to be a minister, so the executive and legislature is intertwined. Now let's understand. The de facto leader of the House, the master of the House is the Speaker. The de facto leader of the House is the Prime Minister. The head of the executive is the President. But the de facto head of the executive is the Prime Minister, because the President acts on his advice. So actually, if you look at it that way, the Indian parliamentary system, it is the Prime Minister who's really de facto the person who's both the head of the legislature and the head of the executive. So while you may stand on semantics and say niceties may have required someone else to do it, or etc., the fact of the matter is the Prime Minister doing so cannot be faulted, because the Prime Minister, after all, is the elected head of government, the elected head by the people of India. So I feel what we made out is a mountain out of molehill. Maybe someone could have said, look here, good form would have said, why could the Speaker not be there? Why could the President not be there? That's a matter of form. It is not a matter of substance. And I really cannot find any fault in the Prime Minister as the elected leader of the country being the person to have done so. That is point number one. The second is on the emblem itself. Now, the fact of the matter is a disrespect, let's understand, disrespect to the emblem, disrespect to the flag, these are offenses. Now, you may turn around and say, this is not ditto or identical with the emblem as it stood. The sculptor should have done an absolute carbon copy replica. That could be a view. But the emblem which has been done is not a disrespect to the national emblem for anyone to turn around and say you have disrespected the emblem. On a much lighter vein, I for one will say that in 1860, maybe the passive lion was more representative of the times, and maybe today, in 2022, a more aggressive lion shows India's position in the whole world. Now, these are matters of opinion. But the fact is there has been no disrespect shown to the emblem to make such a fuss out of.
Interesting point from Aryama Sundaram there. Kanchan Gupta, is the media advisor to the government of India. He joins me on this broadcast. But even if we move from a passive to aggressive lion, and even if that was representative of India back in 1816, a more aggressive lion represents new India and people like it, the question the opposition asks is, why change a constitutional symbol without a wider consultation and debate? Why not involve the opposition? Why not have a discussion which then leads to change? Why suddenly inaugurate a lion that looks different from the lion of the past? Kanchan Gupta.
Let me just cut in for 1 second. The constitutional emblem has not been changed. It continues being the 3 lions. That has not been changed. The depiction of the lion might have been artistically changed a bit. And according to me, that is not disrespect to the emblem at all.
Okay. Arima Sundaram thinks it's not disrespect. Let Kanchan Gupta come in now. Kanchanda.
I don't want to wade into a debate with what Mr. Sundaram said is very substantive and really sums up the core of the issue. And as for the rest, I don't want to wade into a debate with them because they clearly are ignorant of the story behind the national emblem. The Sarnath capital, the lion capital at Sarnath, which was atop the Ashoka pillar, is still preserved, and anybody can go and see and find out what the 4 lions, what do they look like, and the picture of that can be easily accessed on the internet. What has been put atop the new Parliament building is a copy of the original lion capital of Ashoka, which was on top of Ashoka pillar at Sarnath. And a comparison between what has come up and what is preserved will tell you that they are similar. Now, whether the mouth of the lion is open wider by an inch or by a couple of inches, that's a matter of perception. That doesn't take away from the fact that it is a true copy. Number 1. Number 2, when we come to the national emblem, people talk of the national emblem as Mr. As the eminent lawyer on your show just now explained, that the national emblem has not been changed. The national emblem is still the lion capital. It was the lion capital. It is still the lion capital. The 4 lions are still there, and they are the way they should have been. And the third point which I would like to make and then conclude, it is that when the original copy of the Constitution was being hand-scripted for all the Constituent Assembly members to sign, the task of preparing the hand-scripted copy of the Constitution was given to Nandalal Bose, the famous artist who was a teacher at Kala Bhavan in Vishwa Bharati. He was the principal of the School of Fine Arts over there. And he distributed the work. The opening page of the Constitution was to have the national emblem, which is the lion capital. So he gave the job of reducing a 4-dimensional object into a 3-dimensional object, a 3-dimensional depiction, to his student Dinanath Bhargava. And Dinanath Bhargava then adapted, it was more a line drawing than a painting. He adapted a 3-dimensional version of the 4-dimensional lion capital, and that is how it appears on the opening page of the Constitution. Now, if you look at the various forms in which the national emblem appears, they appear on pips of defense and security personnel. It appears on letterheads, it appears on cards, and no 2 depiction is the same. But the fact is, and again I go back to what Mr. Sundaram said, that there is absolutely no change in the national emblem. What we are used to is a 3-dimensional representation, and that 3-dimensional representation was an adaptation what has gone up on top of the new parliament building is a copy of the original land capital of Emperor Ashoka, which stood atop the Ashoka's thumb at Sarnath. And I think that about sums it up. The rest of what the criticism is total bunk. Thank you.
Okay, I want to go across to Rahul Srivastava because he looked at that ceremony very closely. Questions first being asked about the Prime Minister being the master of ceremonies. R.M.R. Sundaram tried to respond to it. And Kanchan Gupta makes an important point about going back to the original symbol at the Sarnath lions. If you look at the lion that's atop the Ashoka pillar, this is what it looks like. Don't look at those 2D, 3D drawings because that's just a pencil drawing of what is actually seen on top of Sarnath. Rahul Srivastava.
See, Rahul, when one stood and watched from a distance what the statue, the emblem looked like, I think one was taken by the sheer size of it. I think that's where lies the problem. The 6.5 meter tall structure has actually weighs nearly 9,500 kilos. It is resting on 6,500 kilos of steel structure. Now, see the process which it has gone through. 100 artisans. It is 32 meters above the ground. First, a computer sketch was prepared. Then a clay model was prepared. Then a lost wax model. It's a technique. Then a wax model. And then a bronze cast was created. Now, in that, if there are certain artistic variations or variations due to creation, one really can't say, because I think nobody can actually judge a small picture with a huge structure like that, because there might be variation. Eventually, you're creating something in metal. What actually strikes you is the sheer size of it. Yes, it does look fierce, but does it look fierce only because it is fierce, or it is because it is so large? I don't think anybody in this country or the world ever has seen an Ashokan symbol, lion capital symbol like this ever in their lives. And I think it will sink in. I think it will sink in. There is a bit of an aggression visible, definitely. But is it a huge variation? I think one will have to go back literally to Sarnath, view it in the museum, and see if there has been some tempering, whether the molars are larger, the fangs are bigger, or the talons are, the lion's nails are bigger, the horses are mutilated. I think all these are parts of the debate. I think we are getting used to the idea of bickering over national events. We create grounds for them, Rahul. For example, I think the controversy about the Prime Minister unveiling it, I think that also is a very interesting element, that why is it being raised at this moment? R.M. Sundaram raised the point. If you go back to the Constitution's Article 79, it says there shall be a parliament for the union which shall consist of the president and the two houses. Means the president is the intrinsic part. Even if you go to Call and Shakdar, it says that the parliament consists of the two houses and the president. Now, the order of precedence issued on the 26th of July 1979 clearly says President number 1, Vice President number 2, Prime Minister number 3, Speaker number 6. So I don't know why this order of precedence that the Speaker should have been allowed. If Speaker should have been allowed, then in 1956, Jawaharlal Nehru should not have unveiled the picture or portrait of Lokmanya Tilak, Bal Gangadhar Tilak inside the Central Hall of Parliament, because the Speaker, Mr. Mavlankar, was around. Now, all these fine prints have been violated in the past. If you see the Parliament Annexi building, inaugurated by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, October 1975. Rajiv Gandhi in 87 inaugurates the Parliament Library building. Now, if Prime Ministers have been doing it in the past, and you call this a violation, I will say it is a bad precedence which has become a habit now.
This is a high-quality debate, and I really appreciate the level of depth our speakers are being able to add. Let me put that question to Jawahar Sarkar. One, respond to R.M.R. Sundaram saying that the Prime Minister, as the head of the executive, is way above the Speaker in inaugurating things like the lions on top of the Parliament building, and it's been done going back to Indira Gandhi, going back to Pandit Nehru by several Prime Ministers in the past. So why complain just because Prime Minister Modi is doing it and you don't like his politics?
No, that's not the question. That's being oversimplistic, and we have had a lot of information, some relevant, some not so relevant. Now, prime ministers may have unveiled pictures, portraits and others. This is not the same as in unveiling the national symbol on the top of Parliament House that will hopefully be lasting more than 100 years that the present house has lasted. So it's not that. The question is not whether the Prime Minister had the right to do it. We don't get into such pettiness. We said that why went leaders from the opposition also called for a participatory environment. That's all, to show the breadth of heart. That was the only question that I had raised. On the question
no,
of
but let's
the
now
program.
come to the mouth of the lion. Because what I did is when I was hearing Kanchan Gupta speaking, just one second, Sanju. What I did is I got our producers to pull out from the Sarnath Museum website what the lion on top of the Sarnath Stamp looks like. So now, there you see the image on your right is the image from the Sarnath Museum website, right? So it's the ASI, the Archaeological Survey of India website, which is now on your screen. There it is on your screen right now. There the mouth is open. Let our producer zoom in to the extent that's possible. There the mouth of the lion is open. So I think Kanchan had a point where he says, don't look at what you see in your textbook because that's really just a pencil drawing. Go back to what's it. Maybe the mouth is open a little bigger, but hey, none of us are experts on this. But that lion looks closer to the lion that we're seeing on top of Parliament versus an actual textbook. That it is, that image from the text, from the website of Sarnath Museum, asi.org gallery. So if you want to go and check this out yourself, if you want, if this debate is something that's got you agitated, the mouth is open. So it's not as if the mouth is shut, and in that sense, Sanju Verma, Kanchan Gupta makes an important point that look at what you are comparing with. Don't compare with a pencil drawing. Then, of course, it looks very different. Compare with the original.
You know, Rahul, I want to make one thing very clear. The opposition has got into this habit of indulging in politicizing anything and everything because they're electorally vanquished. You know, the semantics does not matter. The core, the nub of the issue is this, Rahul, that please understand right from the word go, when the Central Vista project was announced, petition after petition after petition was filed by the Congress and a whole host of opposition leaders saying that democracy khatre mein hai because Central Vista project was not needed. Whereas the hard truth is that way back in 2012, 10 years back, Jairam Ramesh had written to the then Speaker Virat Kohli saying that the current structure is unsafe, dangerous, is not completely earthquake resistant, and we need a parliament which is fully functional in terms of a new building. And what a travesty of fate and what a travesty of justice that today the Congress and a bunch of opposition leaders who are trying to reclaim their political capital now find a problem and have a quibble with the Prime Minister inaugurating the cast of the emblem. They don't have a problem with whether the mouth is 2 inches wide or 2 inches, smaller. Their problem is that why is it that they were not invited? I just want to tell them one thing. How is it that you want an invitation now? Because this is the very structure that you were completely against, and had it not been Justice Khanwilkar of the Supreme Court, who in January 2022 said, go ahead with the Central Vista project, no environmental clearances were flouted by the Modi government, no land use norms were flouted by the Modi government, maybe the Central Vista project would not have even come to fruition. And Rahul, this is just a part of the project. The entire Central Vista building is still not complete. When it is complete, Prime Minister Modi, being the gracious and generous leader that he is, I'm sure the opposition will be invited. But then people like Jawahar Sirkar will say, "Arey, humko invitation kyun diya? Humko falane bulaya nahi gaya tha." So the opposition is completely electorally demolished, and that is the reason they try to bring these innocuous things into play to reclaim political capital. My message to Mr. Sirkar is, पहले बंगाल से बाहर अपनी पार्टी को चुनाव जीतना सिखाइए. You said
okay, this has nothing to do with elections outside Bengal. Okay, now I don't want to get diverted because it's now back what we've established over the course of this debate, and it's literally played itself out over the last half hour or so, and I want to go back to Aryamar Sundaram, is if you compare with the Sarnath lions on top of the Ashok pillar, their mouth is open, and I am the last thing close to an expert on archaeology of any kind, but the mouth seems bigger. The likes of Jawahar Sirkar say it's more ferocious. Others have jumped in to say it represents toxic masculinity. I don't know what about those lions represent toxic masculinity, but people are seeing it just what you see is actually just dependent on the lenses that you've got on.
Look, that's why I said, Rahul, earlier, let's understand one thing. Our national emblem are the lions. The national emblem are the lions which are structured. Artistic depiction of these lions could vary from time to time.
No, but can I ask you a question? Like we have the flag, and I'm genuinely wanting to understand from you. Like there's the flag, you can't tweak the flag. So can you tweak the way no, can you tweak the representation of the lions? Like, isn't there a particular form in which those lions are supposed to be depicted? Can that be tweaked? Can the mouth be opened more?
That is the whole point. The lions have been taken from a three-dimensional Sarnath lions. Two-dimensional on paper, it will look different.
Correct.
The fact is, what is the emblem? The national flag is very simple. It is saffron, white and green with the chakra in the middle. It is very, very simple. Now, it can be depicted two-dimensionally because anyway the flag does not have depth. Now, this is three-dimensional to start with.
Correct.
Artistic depiction of it may vary. That's why I said the true test is disrespect being shown to the emblem? If disrespect is being shown to the emblem, then certainly it is a cause to complain. But if the artistic depiction may vary slightly here and there, it is not something to complain about.
Jawahar Sirkar, I think that's the critical point Aryamar Sundaram makes.
Critically say, I prefer the other one to this one. We should have stuck with the other depiction, not this depiction. Those are critical comments on how you view it. But I do not think it's a matter to make a mountain out of a molehill. On the contrary, I see nothing wrong in it.
Jawahar Sirkar.
Let us leave it to the people. Let us leave it to the people to take a view of it, a two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and such other buckets of wisdom that we have gone through.
Leave it to the people.
Sanju, let him speak, please.
No, Jawahar
No, listen.
Let him speak. Jawahar Sirkar, the principal charge is you've created a mountain out of a molehill by comparing a 2D image with a 3D image. Jawahar Sirkar.
No. Thank you for the 1 hour on discussion of the mountain or the molehill. Can you put 4 Disney lions and say that I have put 4 lions? Think of it. An inch opening up your mouth by an inch makes a lot of difference. I wish the lady, I can't see her, tried it. By an inch or 2 inches, they make a lot of difference. It's a question of perception. I've been in charge of culture. I've been in charge of ASI. I know what I'm talking about. So there is a distortion. Okay, there is a difference, and whether that amounts to distortion or disrespect is for others to decide. I have pointed out to the difference. I have pointed out and have given my very personal view that it amounts to a distortion, and a national symbol, national flags and others do not permit an inch of this distortion at all. They don't permit.
No, but it comes back to the point Aryamar Sundaram makes, Rahul Srivastava, where if you look at what's in our textbooks in school, for example, or in any, like if you pick up a copy of the Constitution, you're looking essentially at a 2D image. You have to compare with what's on top of Sarnath to actually get a sense of what that 3D image looks like.
No. I have never...
See,
no,
Rahul,
sir. I have never compared a 2D to a 3D.
No, Jawahar Sirkar even doubted the quality of the caste and national emblem. Read out his tweet. He says Modi has hired...
See, I am still doubting it. I am still doubting.
Rahul Srivastava.
See, Rahul, I have known Mr. Sarkar when he was the culture secretary heading the ASI, and he has,
Rahul Srivastava.
Mr. Sarkar does have, he knows art, he knows archaeology, but the fact is that when he says, if you increase it by an inch, But has anybody measured how many inch is the open mouth if it is magnified 20 times of the real size? Now, the lot is being talked about the three-dimensional picture. This is the true copy of the Constitution of India, Rahul. And this is the lion. Now, how can you measure? If you see the side profile here, then the mouth is open.
Just lift it a bit. It's getting cut. Just lift it a bit.
How do you say that this is 1 inch wider or 1 inch narrower? Now, that's where lies the catch. That when you're magnifying a small picture or an object into a size which is 9,500 kilos and actually 6.5 meters in height, is it distortion deliberate, or is it a distortion which happens because it was being done? Rahul, I think the opposition is losing a plot where I think what the real issue is that why the opposition wasn't there. Why the opposition wasn't there? If you talk to the government, they say that on the 10th of December, when the foundation stone was laid, the opposition boycotted. 15 odd parties got together as a premeditated decision, boycotted it. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Ghulam Nabi Azad, both leaders of the two houses were invited, they stayed away. Trinamool Congress, barring BJD, Bhartari Mahatab, AIIMS, there was nobody else. Now, then comes the Constitution Day, very important day in the history of India, 14th of November 2021. The entire opposition boycotted. Now, these are precedents being set by the government and the opposition. They are collectively eroding the credibility of Parliament. It's not you doing this, I am doing this. I have seen Parliament for 26 years.
It's important.
Rahul, make a quick point.
Okay, Sanju, very quick point. 20 seconds.
Rahul, this is neither about the mouth being 5 inches wider or 5 inches lower. This is not about 2D versus 3D. This is about the fact that the opposition simply wants to politicize every issue. And let me tell you that Jawahar Sirkar even doubted the credibility of the contract given to Tata Projects and Shapurji Pavanji Mistry. He said these are cronies of the Modi government who are building a substandard building. I want to ask Mr. Sirkar, are you willing to delete your tweet where you have questioned the credibility of the Modi
that's another debate.
government?
We'll call you back for it. We'll hopefully have Jawahar Sirkar back as well. I think, okay, Mr. Sarkar, since that charge was leveled at you, 20 seconds for a quick counter and then I need to wrap.
Why did you doubt the credibility?
Okay, now you've leveled the charge. Let him respond.
Why did you doubt the credibility
Jawahar
of
Sirkar.
Shapurji Pavanji Mistry?
Will you ask her to?
Are you willing to delete
Jawahar
your
Sirkar,
tweet?
fader goes down. Jawahar Sirkar.
Are you willing to delete your...
I had meant Patel, the architect. I had meant Patel. Will you delete her sound, please? I had meant Bimal Patel, Mr. Modi's very chosen homemade architect. That's all. That's all.
So please stop making frivolous allegations on Twitter, which you can't substantiate, Mr. Sirkar. We know you're a Mamata Banerjee.
Bimal Patel,
but
the
please
crony.
don't embarrass yourself.
Bimal Patel, the crony architect.
This project was handed to Shapurji
I referred to Bimal Patel. Bimal Patel, the crony architect.
Do you understand the meaning of competitive bidding or not?
Will you cut the noise?
Or after joining Trinamool Congress,
Oh, nonsense.
you have left every
I understand
semblance
this
of
much more.
sanity.
Okay.
Please don't doubt
I
the
had meant
integrity of
Bimal
the Modi
Patel,
government.
the crony architect,
This is
and
a
that's
project
all.
which stands for a strong in India. And if you have a problem with it, too bad for you.
I think what we've been able to do during the course of this debate is cover a lot of ground. You know, you've heard different perspectives on this live debate. We've covered a lot of ground. Some people just dialed in wanting to be on the show, and that's how we managed to get some additional voices as well. Sunil Deoghar joins us. He's the sculptor, and it's a very important voice to hear from the sculptor because Sunil Deoghar has now set off a national storm between the opposition and the government. Sunil, they're saying that you widened the mouth, your lions are more ferocious. This is like the angry Hanuman versus the more benign Hanuman. Some people are seeing toxic masculinity in your lions, that you basically messed with, tweaked and changed our constitutional symbols. How do you respond to these charges?
in Hindi?
हाँ, आपको जिस भाषा में बोलना है, हिंदी अंग्रेजी सब बराबर है हमारे लिए.
हाँ. नहीं, मैंने जो किया है वो एज पर रिप्लिका किया है. उसका जो एंगल, जो फोटोग्राफ का एंगल आया है, उसमें ये एंगल आपको दिख रहा है.
दिखाओ पूरा स्क्रीन दिखाओ. Just cut to him, show us what he's saying. पास दिखाइए कैमरे के. हाँ, सही से दिखाइए.
ये एंगल आपको दिखाई दे रहा है.
करेक्ट.
ये एंगल और ये भी तो छोटा मॉडल है, लेकिन जो फोटोग्राफ वायरल हो रहा है वो इस एंगल से हो रहा है.
हाँ.
तो एंगल का भी बहुत डिफरेंस है. हमने पूरा ऑथेंटिक मॉडल से स्टडी करके उसका पूरा हिस्ट्री जान के उसके पर काम किया है. तो
नहीं,
ये
आपके हिसाब से कितना फर्क है? थोड़ा लाइन को अपने पास लाइए ना, अच्छे से दिखाइए.
नथिंग.
कोई फर्क नहीं है. वो तो
कोई
लग रहा है
फर्क
कि उसका
नहीं है.
मुंह ज्यादा खुला हुआ है आपके लायंस का.
ये देखिए, मुंह खुला होने का वो जो ओरिजिनल रिप्लिका है वो है 3-3.5 फीट की.
हाँ.
जो अशोक कालीन बनी हुई है उसका आप प्रोपोर्शन चेक कीजिए और मेरे लॉयन का चेक कीजिए. एग्जैक्टली हमने उसको एनलार्ज किया है.
नहीं, ये जो बात हो रही है कि पहले हनुमान जी थोड़े से बिनाइन से थे, अब वो थोड़े से
हनुमान जी कौन से? हनुमान जी कौन से?
वो जो गाड़ी के पीछे पोस्टर लगता है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं. वो एंग्री हनुमान का आपने देखा होगा ना. वो कह रहे हैं कि
मैं नहीं जानता हूँ. ये मैं नहीं जानता.
अच्छा, वो कंट्रोवर्सी के बारे में आपको नहीं मालूम है?
नहीं, ये नहीं जानता हूँ.
आपकी ब्रीफ क्या थी? क्योंकि आप स्कल्प्टर हैं, आपकी ब्रीफ क्या थी सुनील भाई?
मेरी ब्रीफ ये थी कि जो स्कल्पचर है उसका ही रिप्लिका मुझे करना है.
तो आपको किसी ने नहीं बोला कि पहले लायन थोड़ा सा खामोश था, उसको थोड़ा सा खतरनाक बनाइए क्योंकि
लॉयन
छाती का साइज बढ़ाइए, ये सब आपको किसी ने नहीं कहा?
नहीं, ये किसी ने नहीं कहा. कुछ नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ. एज एन आर्टिस्ट, आर्किटेक्चरल टीम, ये सब मिला के सब डिस्कशन होके उस पर स्टडी होके ये हमने काम किया है.
कितना मुश्किल था आपने जो तमाम स्कल्पचर्स किए, और इसमें क्या स्टडी किया आपने, कैसे आपने इसको किया, कितना टाइम लगा, कितना मुश्किल था ये करना आपके लिए?
इसको 9 महीने का टाइम लगा है हमें. और इसमें मुश्किल ये थी कि वो चैलेंज ये था कि क्रेन का कैपेसिटी, टावर क्रेन का कैपेसिटी 1.5 टन था और ये पूरा स्कल्पचर है 9.5 टन का. तो इसको हम पार्टली वहां ले जाके वहां हमने उसको ब्रीजिंग करके फिनिशिंग किया है.
क्या इतना बड़ा अशोक स्तंभ कहीं और पे है या सबसे बड़ा अशोक स्तंभ है ये?
मेरे ख्याल से ये सबसे मैं इतना नहीं जानता हूँ, लेकिन ये जो आर्किटेक्चर ने साइज डिसाइड किया उस साइज में हमने इसको बनाया है.
ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपको किसने दिया सुनील भाई?
ये टाटा प्रोजेक्ट लिमिटेड की तरफ से.
मतलब तो डायरेक्टली गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से या बीजेपी की तरफ से नहीं आया आपके पास?
नहीं, ये टाटा प्रोजेक्ट लिमिटेड ने मेरा मॉडल अप्रूवल किया जो सामने दिख रहा है आपको.
कितने का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था, अगर मैं आपसे पूछ सकता हूँ कितने पैसे लगे?
ये मैं आपको नहीं बोल सकता.
बता दो.
नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं बोल सकते. ये हमारे बीच में होता है ना.
नहीं, ठीक है, मेरा तो काम है ट्राई करना, पूछना मेरी जिम्मेदारी है.
नहीं, एक अच्छी बात है. आप टाटा प्रोजेक्ट लिमिटेड से आप पूछ सकते हो.
तो आप बेसिकली ये बोल रहे हैं कि जो सारनाथ का एक्चुअल लायन है आपको भी हूबहू वही लायन बनानी. आपको किसी ने नहीं बोला कि छाती बड़ी कर दो, मुंह खोल दो, खतरनाक बना दो, ये सब किसी ने नहीं कहा?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा है. एस्थेटिक सेंसली मुझे वो बहुत अच्छा मॉडल लगता है और उसी का हमने रिप्लिकेट किया है.
Well, I'm very glad I could get you on the show, Sunil Deoghar. That's a very important perspective to have as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time and appreciate you joining us. So the sculptor saying he's got the whole element of the angle at which the photograph is taken from. If you look at the lion from down below, it looks as if its mouth is open, bigger. If you look at it from the top, very naturally, the mouth doesn't look quite as threatening. I don't want to take a side. You've heard different perspectives. You've heard from the INB media advisor. You've heard from the BJP spokesperson. You've heard from a Supreme Court lawyer. You've heard from the sculptor. You've heard also from the artist. And you've heard from Jawahar Sircar from the Trinamool. Now, you make what you will about whether this is being tweaked. On balance, especially after listening to the sculptor, it seems that it isn't much of a change. Maybe minor changes, but that could happen as you just try and copy such a big design, increase it from a small size to a much bigger size, but at least changing it wasn't part of the brief. That seems quite clear. For the rest of it, I don't tell you what to think. We put out different perspectives. We leave it to you, our viewers, to decide whose side of the story you're on. I'm slipping into a break. I'll have more for you when I come back on the other side. Stay with us.
The ferocious national emblem war is now getting even more ferocious with Bharatiya Janata Party's Amit Malviya has now spoken up saying the national emblem atop the new Parliament building of India is an adaptation from the Sarnath lion capital of Ashoka, which is preserved in the Sarnath Museum. He reiterates there is no change. The opposition parties are comparing a 2D image in print to an imposing 3D massive structure. This is what Amit Malviya of the BJP, he's the national IT cell in charge of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he has said there's absolutely no change. You're just looking at what used to be a 2D print image to now a 3D image, a 3D structure, and that way is thinking there is a change, but there is none. And this national emblem atop the new Parliament building, which was unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is an adaptation from the Sarnath lion capital of Ashoka, which is preserved in the Sarnath Museum, so that this goes back as original as it was, and it is just the opposition that is trying to rake up this controversy when none exists. So the BJP is constantly now reacting, but so is the opposition from TMC, Congress, the AIIMS, NCP, all these opposition parties are saying, first, the Prime Minister inaugurates it, unveils it, not the Lok Sabha Speaker. Opposition parties are not invited. And now even the national emblem structure is allegedly changed. But the BJP, and now we also heard, remember those sculptors saying there is no change. You're just looking at it from a low angle. And it is exactly how the brief was about the original national emblem. You're just looking at it from different angles, and that's why you're thinking, but there's absolutely no change that we were asked to or told to or that we did. It is just that the structure is so mega in its size that people think there is a change to it. Remember, the controversy is whether a gentle, benign-looking lions, as it existed earlier in the national emblem, has been changed this time, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled just about 24 hours ago atop the central foyer of the new Parliament building, which is still under construction as of now. Let's go across now to Amit Malviya. He joins me on the phone line. Amit Malviya, right now the opposition is absolutely defiant. They're saying there are changes that has been made. Even the sculptor has said there is none. But why precisely did you think it was important for you to add that this is an adaptation from the Sarnath lion capital of Ashoka preserved in the museum and there is no change, and that this is about a print and a 3D?
Because this is a 6.5 feet tall imposing structure. And they are comparing it to a 2D image that you usually find in print. Obviously, if you look at a picture or a structure in 3D, all features are enhanced. And this is an adaptation of the Sarnath lion. There is absolutely no change. I think the opposition should find something more constructive to do rather than look for snakes where there are none.
At this point, so you're saying there's absolutely no change with regard to whether it is the mouth or the structure of the chest of the cast bronze that is there, and it is exactly how it was as in the original picture, because constantly Mahua Moitra, for example, shared the two images and without a caption though, but she clearly then said, Amit, and I want to take that tweet of Mahua Moitra to you here, saying that truth be told, Satyamev Jayate in spirit became Singhamev Jayate long ago, and that was appeared to be an indirect dig at the current government. Amit.
The sculptor has said that this is an adaptation and there is absolutely no change. I would encourage everybody to visit Sarnath, a very prominent tourist destination which has been developed by Prime Minister Modi as the MP of Varanasi. Sarnath is very close to it. I'd encourage everybody in the country to go to Varanasi, to go to Sarnath and see the structure for themselves. It will be a good promotion of Sarnath. It's a great tourist destination and will also debunk the opposition.
You have nothing to say on the Mahua Moitra reactions, Amit Malviya, on the social media site Twitter, because you have been taking her on the goddess Kali controversy.
She needs to apologize on Ma Kali's statement that she's made, which is abhorrent and obnoxious. And we have repeatedly asked Mamata Banerjee to sack her from the party, which she is withdrawing from. That is all that I have to say.
One final question. The opposition is basically alleging that this is an aggressive stand that is coming across, unlike the benign, gentle lion that it was earlier. And that is what is happening with the current government. What do you say to that allegation?
Well, people see what they want to see. I will repeat myself again. This is an adaptation of the lion at Sarnath Museum. They should go and see it. This is a very large, imposing structure, and therefore all features look pronounced. It is a figment of their imagination that they can see aggression and they can see, all kinds of emotions in these structures. But I will leave it to India's opposition to figure out their bearing.
Mr. Amit Malviya, BJP's IT cell chief, thank you so much for giving you views right now on India Today. Amit Malviya saying, go visit Sarnath, decide for yourself, rather than what the opposition is saying at this point. But this has become an explosive face-off. But apart from this, the TMC and the BJP have got even into an uglier face-off. This is over Union Minister Smriti Irani. Remember, she got the charge of Minority Affairs Ministry. What happened after that? TMC's Jawahar Sarkar did a personal target and a dig at Smriti Irani, calling her a hardcore Hindu married to a Parsi who gets the charge of Muslims and Christians in India. Taking social media side Twitter, TMC MP Jawahar Sarkar is questioning if this is BJP's brand of secularism. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju was quick to hit back at that at the TMC, calling it fake secularism and reminding TMC that Sikhs, Jains and Parsis are also notified minorities in the country.
I said it is secular. I said this is secular. Please distinguish between the negative and the positive. I said this is secular. This is secular. This is the way India behaves, has behaved all along. That's all. That's all. Don't send every tweet that I do to the dissection factory on the 4th floor of some building in Rouse Avenue. I mean, don't get in. Let's not get in for all that. It's a very positive tweet I made. That's all. I remain stand by it. That is a very positive tweet. And that ended with a question mark also.
Ms. Smriti Irani has always proved through her work that she can handle each and every responsibility which has been given to her. This is yet another responsibility which has been given to her. And what is the wrong which TMC is seeing in this, I do not understand. Although here we see a TMC who does the politics of appeasement here in West Bengal, and that is the reason that when sentiments of Hindus are hurt, they are quiet and mum on that, they do not speak, because that is the intention. That is the intention, that is the reason they have not for once spoken what Mahua Mitra said against Kali. So this appeasement politics is done by TMC and we do not appreciate speaking on such issues.
RSS leader Indresh Kumar stoked a fresh controversy, and this time he's alleging that some people are deliberately trying to weaken the country's social fabric. The RSS Neta Indresh Kumar is claiming that there could be a conspiracy that's underway to pit people against each other in the name of religion and community, and that weaken the country's unity. He has said Friday, which is usually the day for prayers for the Muslim community, but some people are converting this Friday into a regular stone-pelting day. The RSS Neta is further saying, some people are working toward weakening the country's social fabric, vitiating the atmosphere, and adding that in this situation and similar developing, there are some Muslim outfits that don't just need to come forward and condemn the violence, but needs to identify and deal toughly within the anti-social elements within the community and right away.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने जिनके और संकेत जानकारियों से पाकिस्तान, तालिबान और ऐसे कुछ अंदरूनी और बाह्य ताकतों की तरफ जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया है। और हमने मुसलमानों को अपील की है कि अब आपके सामने एक चुनौती है कि आप अपने शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार की बजाय और मोहब्बत वार में बदलने का काम करिए, ताकि यह जो दाग लगा है ये हट जाए। और इस प्रकार से जिन्होंने पत्थरवार बनाने का काम किया, उनकी भी पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
तो इंद्रेश जी बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता हैं आरएसएस के जो है, और बड़े प्रभावकारी नेता हैं, और वो अल्पसंख्यकों के बीच में भी काम करते रहते हैं, उनको भरोसा दिलाते रहते हैं। वो अपनी पार्टी से भी कहें कि ये भरोसा क्यों डगमगा रहा है। यदि बड़े भाई के तौर पर हम लोग पहल कर सकें तो मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि जो कट्टरता अल्पसंख्यकों में पैदा हो रही है वो कट्टरता धीरे धीरे उदारता में बदलेगी।
पहली बात, इंद्रेश कुमार जी अगरचे फ्राइडे का दिन स्टोन पेंटिंग ना हो इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो उसका स्वागत करते हैं, बट इंद्रेश कुमार जी की नीयत वो नहीं है. He wants to really create a fear psychosis in people's mind on Friday. That is, and Friday being an important day for Muslims across the globe, and he is trying to play a psychological game and political game. It has nothing to do with asking the community or the community leaders to come forward to make the India forward. No, absolutely nothing. His intentions are absolutely. The writing on the wall is very clear. He wants to paint the community with a brush of his choice.
Now, the primary schools in 2 wards of Jharkhand's Jamtara are now giving a weekly off holiday on Friday instead of the usual Sunday to the students. Now, over 100 schools in Jharkhand's Jamtara district have started taking Friday weekly off instead of Sunday. Now, this new practice is being followed by schools where majority students are from the Muslim community to enable them to offer Friday prayers. People of Baryapur, one of the villages where the change is implemented in the middle school, has been following the Friday off since its inception. But the Friday off system was earlier being followed while by the Urdu schools. Now it is being extended to other schools as well. There is now politics brewing over it. The Bharatiya Janata Party has objected to the move, calling this appeasement of one specific community by the Hemant Soren government. Under fire now, the JMM Congress government in the state has ordered an inquiry into this matter.
जैसे कल अखबार में आया, हम उसको गंभीरता से लिए और सभी जामताड़ा के डीओ, डीएससी, बीओ को बुलाया. बुलाने के बाद उस पर कोई बंद कमरे में हम चर्चा नहीं की. आप लोग सामने थे. उस चर्चा के दौरान स्पष्ट निर्देश दिया, पत्र जाएगा विभाग से कि 1 सप्ताह के अंदर रिपोर्ट दें. उस रिपोर्ट से हम संतुष्ट हो जाएंगे नियम संगत कानूनन, तो फिर अगला हम लोग उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हो सकता है विचार करेंगे.
झारखंड सरकार तुष्टीकरण के रोज नए रिकॉर्ड बना रही है. अब नवीनतम उदाहरण जामताड़ा जिले का है, जहां के अनेकों स्कूल में जो मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके में है, वहां रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को सरकारी नियम के विरुद्ध छुट्टी करा दी गई. और ये भी स्थानीय जो मुसलमान हैं उनके.
And big news coming in. Smriti Irani finally speaks up. She's today in Bengal. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
And especially those communities that the Constitution has deemed fit for my office to serve.
Ma'am, how do you react to the fact that there have been multiple analogies drawn after the recent Sri Lanka development? We have Trinamool.
There have been many a people since 2014 who have wished for India to perish. Unfortunately, they are part of many Indian political parties. For you to hate Modi is accepted. For you to hate India is unacceptable.
Comparisons are now happening between India, Sri Lanka and Afghanistan.
এই ঘটনাগুলো জিনিসপত্রের দাম বৃদ্ধি নিয়ে একটা ইস্যু, তো এই ইস্যুটাকে কেন্দ্র করে যে ধরনের কথা উঠে আসছে, একসময় সিএএ নিয়ে যে ধরনের আন্দোলন হয়েছে, নাসি নিয়ে যে আন্দোলন হয়েছে, অগ্নিবীর নিয়ে যে আন্দোলন হয়েছে, সামনে শ্রীলঙ্কার যে পরিস্থিতি, এই
আমি ওটাই বলছি কি গত 2014 থেকে যারা ইলেকটোরালি লোকসভা ইলেকশনটা হেরে গেছে, ওরা এই সংকল্প নিয়ে বসে আছে যে কখন এই দেশের অহিতটা হোক। আজকে আপনাদেরকে জানাতে চাই, পুরো বিশ্বে একমাত্র ভারত দেশ যেখানে গত 25 মাস থেকে 80 কোটি লোক ফ্রি রাশন পাচ্ছে। আমাদের একমাত্র একটা দেশ যেখানে 200 কোটি ভ্যাকসিন আমরা নিজের দেশে নির্মিত করে প্রত্যেকটা নাগরিককে ফ্রি দিচ্ছি। আমাদের একমাত্র একটা দেশ যেখানে 30,000 কোটি টাকা আমরা 22 কোটি মহিলাদের ব্যাংকে খাতায় দিয়েছি। যারা যারা ভারতবর্ষকে আর সশক্ত করতে চায় ওরা আজকে প্রত্যেক পরিস্থিতিতে ভারতের আর ভারতের আইনে রক্ষা করার জন্য সমর্পিত আছে। অপোজিশন পার্টি মাত্র অপোজ করছে, ওটা ওদের কাজ। কিন্তু আমি হাত জোর করে একটাই নিবেদন করব, ইউ মে হেট মোদি, দ্যাট উই এক্সপেক্ট অ্যাজ বিজেপি কর্মী। ইউ হেট ইন্ডিয়া, দ্যাট ফর আস উড বি আনএক্সেপ্টেবল। হ্যাঁ দাদা,
গত বিধানসভা নির্বাচনের আগে দেখা গেছে বিজেপির কেন্দ্রীয় নেতারা এবং একজন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এখানে এসেছিলেন, ক্যাম্পেইন করেছিলেন এবং কিন্তু গোটা ওয়েস্টবেঙ্গলে একটা ডিজাস্টার রেজাল্ট হয়েছে। আপনারা আবার আসা শুরু করেছেন।
এটা তো আমারই দেশ, আমি নিজের দেশে আসার আগে আপনার পারমিশন নেব
না? আমি বলছি না, এটা বিজেপির যে লোকাল যারা লিডার আর তাদেরকে কি প্রতি একটু এ করা হচ্ছে না, তাদের
দাদা আমরা 3টে ছিলাম, 70 পার হয়েছি। আপনি চিন্তা করবেন না, আমি ওখান থেকে লড়ে এসেছি যেখানে একটাও বিজেপির সাংসদ ছিল না, পুরো গান্ধী ফ্যামিলিকে ডিফিট করে এসেছি। সো বিজেপি কর্মীরা আর নোন টু টার্ন ডিফিট ইনটু ভিক্টরি। আই এম ওয়ান সাচ কর্মী। আপনাকে জানিয়ে দিয়েছি কি হয়েছে।
अभी भी कई लोग दावा कर रहे हैं कि कई सांसद जो है जो बीजेपी के हैं वो जा रहे हैं टीएमसी में। ऐसा
मैं आपसे दावों पर चर्चा नहीं, तथ्यों पर चर्चा कर रही हूँ। दादा ने वहाँ पर कहा था कि आप गत विधानसभा का चुनाव हारे। मैंने दादा को यही जवाब दिया। 2014 का अमेठी का चुनाव में हारी थी, 19 में जीती थी। धन्यवाद जी।
আমি একটা জানতে চাই, সামনে 21শে জুলাই আসছে, বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে জিহাদের ব্যাপারটা বলেছেন ম্যাডাম, তো আপনি জিহাদ ব্যাপারটা নিয়ে আপনি একটু বলুন। সামনে 21শে জুলাই আমি আপনাকে সেদিনে পাইনি।
আপনাদের বহিরাগত বা ভোটের সময় আসা পাখি বলে কটাক্ষ
এখন তো কোনো ইলেকশন চলছে না,
এবং আপনারা এখন যখন আসছেন,
আমি ওটাই তো বলছি, এখন কোনো ইলেকশন চলছে না তো।
আমার প্রশ্নটা, যেটা সামনে 21শে জুলাই আসছে, বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে জিহাদের কথা বলেছেন আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী।
जिन्होंने खून से होली खेली, जिन्होंने खून से होली खेली, जिन्होंने चुनाव के बाद बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतारा, वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के खिलाफ जिहाद का नारा देते हैं। ये अपने आप में शर्म की बात है कि वो नारा देने वाली स्वयं एक संवैधानिक पद पर है।
And Smriti Irani today also remember performing a Kali Puja there in Bengal, where she is on a one-day visit and reacting there to all the emerging questions. I'm heading into a very short break. Coming up next, it's a mega face-off erupting after Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled the national emblem. TMC has raked up the storm, saying original emblem was graceful, confident, while the one unveiled by the Prime Minister is aggressive and unnecessary.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometrial tissue is found over the ovary or at different places. It can be found in the fallopian tubes, for example. So during your periods, the blood gets collected in different parts of the body where it should not get collected. This leads to hemorrhage. It results in swelling and pain in the lower abdomen. Sometimes this pain may be only during periods. In many patients, it can be long-lasting and chronic, even when you're not on your period. So what are the symptoms really to look out in PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis? There are several celebrities who have spoken about their concerns with PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. Katrina Kaif and Selena Jaitley, for example, have spoken about their struggles with endometriosis. Masava Gupta has spoken about her problems with PCOD. Victoria Beckham too has had her struggles with PCOS.
The treatment is till menopause. It requires suppression of the disease till menopause because the disease has a very high chance of recurrence even if a surgery is done. So the medical treatment is commonly in the form of progesterone hormone, which can be pills, which can be implants, which can be injections and intrauterine devices.
PCOS in fact affects 1 in every 10 women. Improvement in dietary habits, including exercise in your daily routine, is extremely important, is what doctors say. While the condition is often managed with medication, these are simple things that you can do in your own life to improve your health. Work out, also consume the right kind of food, and also watch out for period pain that may go out of hand.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
issue that's united the opposition is the new Indian emblem, the Ashok pillar, that was unveiled by the Prime Minister yesterday. Well, I like the emblem actually. I don't see much of a difference. There are some. I'll be highlighting those, but I'll also be asking the questions on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
Co-powered by Solar है लगाना तो Luminous को बुलाना. In association with the new Volkswagen Virtus.
Day after Prime Minister Modi unveiled the emblem, politics and blame game explodes. Trinamool cries insult to national emblem. Opposition calls Modi's version ferocious. Big war over the roaring lion emblem.
The largest Ashok pillar ever built in the country is now the latest canvas for fiery politics that has exploded. It has united the opposition, with the BJP now fighting back to defend this new sculpture. I'm going to tell you some realities, I'm going to ask some big questions, and I'm going to expose some hypocrisies as always here on 5 Live. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Explosive face-off over Smriti Irani getting charge of Minority Affairs Minister. Trinamool says a hardcore Hindu made in charge of Muslims and Christians. BJP calls it pseudo, fake, shameful, false secularism. RSS Neta's big attack claims conspiracy to turn Muslim prayer day of Friday into stone pelting day or Patharwar. Slams open beheading calls by Islamist fanatics as un-Islamic.
शुक्रवार आया, मुसलमानों की इबादत का दिन है, पर कुछ षड्यंत्रकारियों ने नौजवानों को उकसाकर पहले से तैयार करवाकर अकस्मात हिंसा नहीं भड़की और उस शुक्रवार को पत्थरवार में बदल दिया.
Over 100 Jharkhand schools changed their weekly off for students to Friday instead of Sunday. BJP guns for Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Government calls it Muslim appeasement. Inquiry has been ordered. Right-wing groups call for Band over Bengaluru's Idgah Maidan, demanding celebration of Hindu festivals, seek Maidan to be designated as a playground. Rain fury continues to sweep India. Deadly deluge kills 61 in Gujarat. 3-day holiday declared in Telangana. Red alert sounded in Maharashtra. We have a special report coming up at 6 p.m. Union Minister Smriti Irani, who is in Kolkata at this time, has broken her silence over the entire emblem fight. The emblem fight has just gotten bigger. She says the ones who destroyed the Constitution are now speaking about it. The ones who cannot respect Ma Kali won't be able to respect the national emblem, says a feisty, fiery Smriti Irani, who is in West Bengal at this time. A day after the emblem has sparked widespread politics against the government, Smriti Irani has now jumped in to defend the entire emblem issue. Before we show you what Smriti Irani has said, the Congress party is the latest from the opposition to jump into the big war over the new emblem that was unveiled yesterday. Jairam Ramesh, the media in charge of the Congress party, has just put out a statement to say to completely change the character and nature of the lions on the Ashoka pillar at Sarnath is nothing but a brazen insult to India's national symbol. Karti Chidambaram, Lok Sabha MP from the Congress party, with me on the phone line. Karti, the Congress, the latest to on record oppose this emblem that's been unveiled yesterday by the Prime Minister?
The national emblems have to follow a certain protocol when they are reproduced, particularly on government installations and in government publications. Has this emblem been, have they followed the protocol, and is it a true replica of what the national emblem is supposed to be? Is the question. If it is, so be it. But if it is not, why was there any deviation? And secondly, on a
Okay, we've lost that audio link, unfortunately, with Karti Chidambaram. We'll try and re-establish that audio link with him on the phone line. But he's taken a slightly softer tone to what the Congress's Jairam Ramesh has said. Jairam Ramesh has basically just said that this is a demolition of India's national emblem. But Karti Chidambaram says if there is no change, then so be it. So there appears to be different voices coming in from the Congress party. But here is what Smriti Irani, Union Minister, has just said at a press conference.
जिन लोगों ने संविधान को अपने पैरों तले कुचला, जिन लोगों ने संवैधानिक परंपराओं का मजाक उड़ाया, आज वो उस एम्बलम से डरते हैं जो भारत का प्रतीक है, जो भारत का गौरव है। जो लोग मां काली का अपमान करते हैं, वो राष्ट्रीय एम्बलम का भी अपमान करें, ये आपके लिए हैरानी की बात नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Okay, Karti Chidambaram of the Congress is back with us on the phone line. Karti, apologies, we lost you there for a moment. Go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah, as I said, if national emblems have to be reproduced, they have to follow the protocol which is prescribed. Has this reproduction followed the protocol? Because when you print it or when you install it, you got to follow protocols. Same with the flag or any of the symbols. And this is a national symbol. And and I'm sure there is a written protocol somewhere in the Ministry of Home. And the government simply has to say that they have followed it. If they have followed it, if they have not followed it, then how can an emblem which has not followed the protocol be installed on top of the parliament? And secondly, for this event, why weren't all party leaders invited? It's the House of the People. They should have invited all floor leaders of the various political parties which are present in the Lok Sabha. Why should only, or in the Rajya Sabha as well, why should it be an exclusive affair of the Prime Minister and the Lok Sabha Speaker and only the government?
Karti, the government says that this pillar is a representation of the original from the Sarnath Ashok pillar. That there is no difference. There are perceptions being made because, most people are used to seeing it in 2 dimensions. This is in 3 dimensions. There's a bottom angle of it which shows the features as more pronounced. Do you buy that?
If I have to reproduce the flag or any symbol, there is a certain protocol, correct? I'm sure the protocol is written somewhere in some manual in the Home Ministry. It is there. I'm sure there is something there. I don't know. I've not read it. I'm not claiming to be an expert. Why can't they just say, yes, the protocol says this should be the dimensions, this should be the expressions, this should be the color, this should be the tone. Let them just put it out and answer that. I mean, why go about all this saying that it's a perception difference? Then maybe we'll get our eyes checked. Maybe they can all sponsor a free eye checkup for all of us if all of our perceptions are wrong. But just put out the protocol and say how you followed the protocol. That's all.
Because the government says that this is a non-issue being made into an issue by the opposition. Even within the opposition, Karti, there appears to be different voices. Your party has just put out a statement via Jairam Ramesh to say that this is an insult to the emblem. You are asking a question, but your party has basically gone ahead and said it is already an insult.
I endorse the position taken by our communications head, Mr. Jairam Ramesh. He speaks for the party, and I definitely endorse what he's saying. But the point is, why can't the government simply say this is the protocol and we have followed the protocol? Why can't they simply say that? Why go into this saying that it's a perception, you're viewing it from a different angle? Put the protocol out. They simply say this is what the Act says and we have been true to the protocol and we have reproduced it. End of story. I mean,
final question. Is this more about the opposition parties being left out of this ceremony rather than the pillar itself, Karti? That is one of the questions we're going to be raising as well.
Of course, you see, this is not an inclusive government. This is an exclusive government. It's very clear. When you're especially having an event in Parliament, when it is about a Parliament building, shouldn't all parties which are represented in Parliament be called? I mean, wouldn't that be the basic decency to do it? Wouldn't that be the basic courtesy and the protocol to follow? Why should it be an exclusive event of the ruling dispensation and the government? Simple as that. And the speaker is a custodian of the house. He should have invited all floor leaders.
Karthi Ramram, Lok Sabha MP of the Congress Party. Thanks very much, Karthi. Appreciate your views on this developing story here on India Today. Will the government come out and put out a statement that protocol has been followed in this? We don't know yet, but the temperatures on this story have already risen to that very familiar point where substance is subsumed by point scoring between both sides. Now let me show you. Remember, the BJP has come out to say, via Amit Malviya, who heads the IT cell, that the pillar that was unveiled by the Prime Minister yesterday is a faithful reproduction of the original Ashok pillar, which is in Sarnath, close to Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this is the original and this is the new pillar that was unveiled yesterday. Just as far as perceptions are concerned, let's tell you what those who are criticizing this entire reproduction of the emblem are basically saying. They're saying, look, for instance, at the eyes of the original and then look at the eyes of the new pillar. The new pillar, they say, have angrier eyes. Here the eyes are looking gentle and calm, but here the lion is much angrier. The second thing that they point to, the critics, is the mouth. They say the mouth here may be open, but it isn't in the kind of snarl that is, that has been sculpted in this new emblem. I'm just pointing out what the critics are saying. You can agree or disagree, it's a matter of perception. The third thing is the chest of the entire, of the pillar. There is a perception being put out by many that this is a, the big chhati, the big sort of macho chest of this new lion figure that's been put out by them. So these three things are the main things. They also say that in profile it is much more, the new lion figure is much more pronounced. It has a kind of intimidating, menacing kind of silhouette and profile, which is not there in the earlier one. But a closer look at both shows that may actually not be the case, because most of the images that were put out of the new pillar were taken from a bottom angle, making many of those features look much more pronounced. But if you're wondering whether all of this is a storm in a teacup, well, many would agree with you, because they're wondering whether this is really about the opposition feeling slighted, legitimately so, about not being invited to the unveiling ceremony of this beautiful pillar. 24 hours after the Prime Minister unveiled this national emblem for the new parliament, a huge political war has erupted. India Today told you about it first. Take a look at how it has totally exploded 24 hours later.
The gleaming bronze burnished national emblem cast, unveiled by Prime Minister Modi, finding pride of place on India's showcase new parliament building. But a day on, the four lions continue to draw sharp opposition barbs. The TMC saw Modi's lions as ferocious beasts, snarling and unnecessarily aggressive. Party MP Jawahar Sirkar calling the emblem cast an absolute assault on the original Ashokan pillar, which he said was graceful and regal. The statue in the new parliament looks like it has more pronounced teeth, expanded chest and shown in a roaring expression when compared to the 2,500-year-old Ashokan pillar originally at Sarnath. Opposition parties including the AIIMS and the Congress too joined the chorus slamming the government.
संविधान के जानकार क्या कहते हैं, वो भारत के प्रियम्बल का हिस्सा है. लिबर्टी, इक्वालिटी, फ्रेटर्निटी, जस्टिस, आप उसको भी भूल रहे हैं. थियरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स इंपॉर्टेंट है देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए. अगर एग्जीक्यूटिव लेजिस्लेचर पर हावी हो जाएगा तो गलत होगा हमारे लोकतंत्र के लिए.
The BJP, however, defended the emblem as true reflection of India's glory, accusing the opposition of sparking a needless debate.
तो शेर से बहुत डरते हैं ये लोग, क्योंकि एक तो मोदी जी डरते हैं और मोदी जी की शक्ल में शेर से डरते हैं, तो हम क्या करें?
Has the Modi government tinkered with the national emblem, or the opposition is trivializing the issue in a desperate bid to target the government? Bureau Report, India Today.
So in terms of perception, this is what the differences between the original pillar and the new pillar are. And again, I'm saying these are perceptions because the makers of it say there are no changes whatsoever. Because of the greater detailing, it looks much more pronounced. Now, the original from 1860, the teeth are not as pronounced as the new pillar that was unveiled yesterday. Especially the top canines are much more pronounced in the new pillar that was put out yesterday. The chest isn't as expanded, some say. The chest is much more expanded in the new pillar that was unveiled yesterday. No angry expression in the old pillar. It's a calm sort of expression. In the new pillar, it's a roaring, fearsome expression, a roaring expression that defines the new one. Now let me show you what each person has said. Remember, most of the opposition parties have kind of united around their anger over this emblem being tweaked and changed, they allege. But what are people actually saying about it? They're saying that it's an insult to the national symbol and the majestic Ashokan lions. This is what Jawahar Sarkar of the Trinamool Congress has said. He says its original is graceful and regally confident, but this one is most certainly not. Then you've got the RJD of Lalu Prasad saying the gentleness on the face of the old four lions, newly unveiled emblem shows ferocious view. That's what their take is on this. Like largely what I've basically covered. Those who change the national emblem should be called anti-national, says Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. So all the parties have rallied around this issue, basically saying the same thing. Meddling with the national emblem was unnecessary and avoidable. Why should lions look ferocious?